Mr. Cho, can you assure me, or can you at least tell me, if you turn on aeroplane mode on a plane, can TikTok talk to the plane, please?
It's your old friend Morgan, and I watched the debacle today. They grilled the CEO of TikTok unmercifully, and he gave all the right answers, but it still wasn't enough for them. You ever wonder why? Why are they going after this guy? Half the country is watching and listening to TikTok because it's a way for us all to communicate, and maybe Big Brother doesn't like that. Now, if that was Facebook or Instagram, different story. Maybe the government is involved with them. Maybe people are getting paid. All I know is there's nothing wrong with TikTok. The data is not being sent to China. It's not owned by a Chinese Communist Party people, and it's being controlled by a private company with stakes in the United States. So get over it, Congress, and stop badgering people. Let us communicate. That's our First Amendment right.
Please rename your project. Texas is not the appropriate name. We stand for freedom and transparency, and we don't want your project.
My dude, your name is August Pfluger. You may want to prioritize changing your name first. Stand for freedom. Nothing says freedom like trying to ban something 150 million Americans use. And why are you so tight? It's not like they wanted to call it the state where 19 children were gunned down and murdered in their elementary school, while their governor's response to it was more guns project. The audacity. Bunch of fucking clowns.
On, Chair?
No, we're going to move on.
This is exactly how the US politicians treated the CEO of TikTok. They ranted and ranted and ranted, said, I yield back my time. He went, what do I get to say? And they said, no, we're moving on now. It was a stupid exercise. It was hilarious. Good fun. Comedy, even.
It's very serious, and it's because this isn't really just about TikTok. And I've talked on here before about my husband, bless his heart, is always devil's advocate. Always. And we were talking about this morning because I was the one who watched the congressional, whatever you call it. I call it a shit show. And he didn't watch it. He's not interested. He doesn't do TikTok, so he doesn't care. So, of course, it's more fun for him to play devil's advocate and just argue with me. But I was explaining to him how silly the whole thing was and how stupid our Congress looked. And that's just majority opinion, okay? We all saw it. And that shit was embarrassing. And I was laughing and I was telling him about how the guy was asking if TikTok could access our Wi-Fi. And the CEO was like, well, if you're connected to your Wi-Fi, yeah, just like any other app. I mean, what are you asking? I don't even think he knew what he was asking. And my husband's like, well, he's right. He's right. And I said, you do realize the amount of apps that we have on our phone that are made in China? And he's like, yeah, our phones are made in China. The little machine that our Wi-Fi comes out of, made in China. And he was like, well, yeah, I guess so. I'm just like, dude, the problem is not TikTok, okay? If you're worried about a freaking app stealing information from us, I mean, go look at Toca Boca, okay? I'm more suspicious of Toca Boca than I am of TikTok. But this is very serious because, listen, we've got way bigger problems in America than a silly little dancing app, okay? And the fact that they're taking their time and putting so much energy and money into banning TikTok, and they're putting time and money into this in zero research. Their sources were, we've been told and we've heard. Oh, and the Washington Post. This is Congress. And all in all, I just feel like this was kind of a necessary evil. And if TikTok is banned, I will be very sad. A lot of us will be very sad. A lot of us will lose money. This is a big source of income for a lot of Americans. It's not a big source of income for me, but it's enough that it makes a difference. And it pays a bill or two. And some months it pays all my bills. It's been a really good way for me to get my art out there, my small business. It's been a great way for all of us to open up and connect and feel like we're not alone in the world. And this is a big eye-opener for us. And yes, there is something that needs to be done. I'm almost glad this happened, because look at what we've been made aware of. Look at what we've learned about Congress and who's in charge. And now we know they're not listening to us.
I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for a short video, if you don't mind.
You're my angel.
With that, I yield back.
This kind of comment, though it's easy to understand, is also a little frustrating. And it's because, and I'm going to say something a little controversial here, but being a citizen of any sort of governing body wants to believe and hopes that their government has their best interest at heart at all times, right? I know that for years I've been told our government is this, our government is that. I've been told all kinds of negative things about our government. It's really hard to believe that. And it's not hard in the sense that we just can't fathom it, but in the way that we don't want to believe that. Because that's a very scary thing to hear, and it's really scary to believe. I would dare to say that it's almost like being in an abusive relationship. You want to believe that whoever is controlling you is doing it for your best interest. They're doing it because they care about you and they want to protect you. And you're being told by all kinds of other people that they're bad. They have bad intentions. They're lying to you. They're doing bad things behind your back. But you don't want to believe that. You're comfortable, right? And now I think it's been made very, very obvious for the first time to as big a group of people, it's 150 million people now have seen what it really looks like. And now everything that we've heard and that we've been told for so long, it seems like it's true. It's been made very obvious that all the things that we've been hearing for so long and that we thought might be true actually is true. And that's a very scary thing. It's very intimidating. It's very disappointing. And it's really not just as simple as, we can't believe you didn't know this. It's so obvious. People don't want to believe that their government is not for the people, of the people, and by the people, like we've been told.
But there's also
it's not always so much about what we know as it is what we want to believe.
In one
and maybe
study,
that makes us
13
stupid,
out of 20 results,
but maybe that
for
just
the
makes us
question,
human.
Does mugwort induce abortion? It talked about herbal so-called abortifacients like papaya seeds, which don't work. And so if people searching for information on safe abortions went on TikTok, they could get devastatingly incorrect information.
Why do you think people are searching that information on TikTok? Diana, speak quickly now. Speak up quickly. Why do you think people are searching for herbal remedies on TikTok? Why do you think instead aren't they just going to their healthcare professional and getting expert advice and resources and help and information where they should be? Why aren't they doing that? It's almost like Congress should be spending their time addressing the root cause of these issues. But no, you're worried about people eating papaya seeds and calling it devastatingly incorrect information. Like, sure, it's not going to terminate their pregnancy, but they're going to be fine. They're eating papaya seeds. Like, be for fucking real right now. This entire congressional committee has the processing power of Windows 92. It's so embarrassing, and I don't know what's worse, the fact that they are this stupid or the fact that they think we are also this stupid. You can tell that they are a generation that grew up with limited access to knowledge because their critical thinking skills are on the fucking floor. Practically non-existent. I wouldn't trust them to run an Arby's, much less our government. It's not confusing what the actual root cause of these issues are. It's wage stagnation, it's limited access to healthcare, it's rampant access to firearms. But these dinosaurs were like, it's TikTok. It's the TikTok ruining society. No, it's fucking not. It's the capitalist oligarchy that y'all are all working for. This entire congressional committee was like watching Parks and Rec meets Black Mirror. I'm at my wit's end.
When you walk around in Beijing, you walk around in Shanghai, you see people using their phones. All of that data is pouring into where?
It's pouring into companies that are providing the service.
And you have to believe in China that the government has the data.
The government currently does not have the data. The data is too numerous for the government to get everything.
Come on. Now, in China, the Communist Party does not have all of this information about its citizens?
Theoretically, all the data goes through servers that are managed by Chinese telecom companies. But that total amount of data is both too large and too raw to be useful for artificial intelligence. And yes, the potential accessibility is there, but I do not think right now anyone in the Chinese government is mining the massive data in the internet or commerce. It's just too big.
Hey, what you done with Data and Roach? Data is my people. Shut up! Now who sent you? Nobody sent me. Say another mother word and this is over. And I ain't playing. Now, you ain't got no gun. But where the weed at? I ain't got no weed. Shut the shut. Did I say say it again. Say something else. Oh, say something else.
That's back to TikTok. That's why Google is upset. Because kids today, I'm just going to use kids because we're old fucks now, Joe. Let's admit it.
Air quotes like Richard Nixon. Kids
today. Kids today. Thank you. I feel good about my impression now. When they want to find a good restaurant in Austin, they don't go on Google and say good restaurant in Austin. They go to TikTok. What's a good restaurant in Austin? And then there's a video of, oh, this isn't great. Look at this food. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh,
that's
really?
where they're going. So the search is falling apart. And that's Google's business, is search. Everything is random for them. 120,000 people have been fired in Silicon Valley in the past 12 months. There's a whole bunch of things.
They're dropping like flies. What is going on
The
with
free
that?
money train is over. The interest rates are now 5%, so free money is not free anymore. It used to be almost zero.
I saw this comparison.
Sorry.
What's that do?
This is to back up his point. This guy I've seen his videos a few times. I asked a few friends, they've also seen it. He's a MMA fighter in Vegas. His name's Keith Lee, 125. He's fought in Bellator. He doesn't have a ton of fights.
Oh, there you go.
But he's got 9.7 million followers on TikTok, and he's blown some people up in Vegas that have very small-time food trucks. They're making a couple $100. The next day, they have lines that they can't control. Thousands of people coming to show up.
This is a problem for Google.
It's very wild how this has happened. He's done it to multiple people.
And then we get the next problem for Google, ChatGPT. This OpenAI.
Yeah.
This is very interesting what's happening.
I mean, I think it's fascinating that there's different ways that kids are communicating. But what scares me is this the way that this thing has it grips people like none of the other ones do. Like it's so much better at addicting you. It's so good at it. Like I see people with TikTok, they just can't put it down.
I see grown men in hill country, like total, like Trump, hardcore blue collar, like my septic guy, Paul the septic guy. Love this guy. He's a fucking great guy. TikTok. Wow, man, look at this shit. I got Greg who does some welding.
Yeah.
Look at this shit. I got it, and they spend hours on TikTok. I mean, dude, you're a grown man. What are you doing? It's funny. It's great. It's the algorithm is what Instagram tried to replicate it with Reels, and they're just failing. TikTok nailed it. They just nailed it.
Chinese American is so frustrating sometimes. Because listen, I know China is not great. I know the government sucks. I cannot defend them. They do horrible things. Their ideology is awful. They're heading in a terrible direction, to be honest. At the same time, there is such intensely ingrained xenophobia in American society that it drives me fucking bonkers, and it makes me want to defend China, even though I can't defend China. But now I want to. I was talking to some of my friends about this, people who are either Asian but not Chinese, or just not even Asian in general, and they're all like, what are you talking about? And surprise, surprise, that is exactly the problem, is that people don't realize that everything that's said about China here in the US is biased, is colored, is not objective. And it's bipartisan. Both Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, whatever, everyone hates China, which is awesome. And this whole ban on TikTok is just another fucking example of this. That it's a Chinese app, so politicians are like, yo, fuck you, China. We're gonna get rid of it. Even though everyone uses it, everyone loves it, there's not a big problem with it. And to people who are questioning whether or not this decision is fueled by xenophobia or not, just think about it for a second. You think if this app was Korean, people would be having this issue? Because I don't think so. And yeah, it's not like I get hate crimed walking around the street for being Chinese. It's just the casual hate that's baked into every discussion surrounding China that occurs within the US. It's the way they see China, the way they see Chinese culture, the way they see my culture as an extension that I have a big problem with. And even though this whole situation is political, it also spills over into like cultural effects as well, which is why Chinese culture and Chinese pop culture especially will never be as accepted here as Korean and Japanese culture and Filipino culture and all other Asian cultures will be. Which sucks. That really sucks.
We're talking about children dying. Do you know how many children have died because of this? Do you have any?
Please go watch that video in full. I'm so bloody livid right now, I literally had to walk to my car because I knew I was gonna fucking scream during this video. First of all, the congressman wouldn't even let the representative of TikTok even get a fucking word in. Then he goes on to say that watching the videos in order to ensure that the age that was given on the profile was accurate was creepy. TikTok videos are fucking public, bro. How is that creepy? But this is where I fucking lost it. Right when the TikTok representative was actually getting somewhere, the congressman had to come in and say, do you know how many children have died because of TikTok? I'm not American, but holy shit am I fucking embarrassed. If you think that TikTok is the reason for teen suicide, you are on fucking drugs, brother. You need to start roping in every other fucking platform out there, specifically Instagram. Instagram is full of fake content, which leads people to fucking hate themselves. Beautiful Instagram models, influencers, a lot of it is edited. And then TikTok came along, which was all about being authentic, being raw, being real, being fucking relatable. But yet, TikTok is the fucking monster here. I would absolutely love to know how much Zuckerberg is paying these goddamn politicians.
Can you tell me right now, can you say with 100% certainty that TikTok does not use the phone's camera to determine whether the content that elicits a pupil dilation should be amplified by the algorithm? Can you tell me that?
We do not collect body, face, or voice data to identify our users. We do not.
You don't?
No. The only face data that you will get that we collect is when you use the filters to have, say, sunglasses on your face. We need to know where your eyes are.
Why do you need to know what the eyes are? Seeing if they're dilated?
That data is stored on your local device and deleted after use if you use it for facial. Again, we do not collect body, face, or voice data to identify our user.
Our members of Congress are out here looking goofy. They looking goofy, and I'm embarrassed to be from North Carolina right now, Mr. Hudson.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
The way that Papa TikTok gave him the stank eye. I mean, can y'all leave this man alone, okay? He is way too cute, all right? I just want to put him in my pocket, to be honest with you. And y'all are out here looking a hot-ass mess. But the best part is the comments. The way that y'all came through on the comments from that video, I swear. Mr. Chu, what is a microphone? True or false? I feel like I'm talking to my dad. He had 3 weeks to prepare and yet came up with this. Is Wi-Fi in the room with us right now? Mr. Chu, why doesn't my father love me? Mr. Chu, when I close my eyes, why do I see darkness? I mean, listen, 150 million Americans are rallying behind Papa TikTok over these old-ass goons. They're goons.
You know what else is fucking stupid about this whole TikTok ban that nobody seems to be talking about is the United States owes China $1.08 trillion. Like, we owe them that, okay? All right, so Let me paint a little hypothetical situation for you. Let's say you borrow money from a friend. You borrow money from a friend, you can't quite pay it back yet, so yeah, you owe them money. Now, meanwhile, while you owe them money, your friend goes and starts a really successful business. The business is doing well, so do you go and pay your friend back? No, what you do instead is you try and destroy your friend's business. So in addition to owing your friend money, you try to destroy their business. You get him into a position where you say, you have to sell me your business or I'm going to destroy it. Like, does this make any sense? Is this any way to treat somebody that you owe money to? Like, where does the US get the nerve, the fucking audacity to treat China this way? Like, somebody make it make sense. Like, I don't follow the logic here at all. They might be spying on us. Well, I wouldn't blame them if they wanted to. I mean, how would you feel if somebody owed you $1.08 trillion? Like, and now the CEO of TikTok has already stated that our data is safe and stored on American soil. He's already covered that. So that's not the case. They're not spying on us. But it's like, even if they were, it's like, why do we as Americans have the arrogance to think that that wouldn't be justified even if that were the case? Make it make sense. Shit, I know how mad I get when somebody owes me $75. Like, I've pulled up on motherfuckers over $75, so I can only imagine how mad I'd be if somebody owed me $1.08 trillion. China has every right to be pissed at us after this, and after that hearing the other day, now the United States government is the laughingstock of the fucking planet. Now everyone, the entire world, is watching how fucking stupid we are. Way to go.
This argument that the Chinese are harvesting our data is hilarious. The Chinese are laughing out of their arse at what TikTok is doing to America. And fair enough. If you think China is a problem harvesting information, you want to look at some of the companies like Facebook. Zuckerberg is harvesting your information all the time. The reason Zuckerberg is pissed off is because he has the metapixel, which you can embed if you have a commerce website. You can embed into your website. So every time you go to buy something, say a pair of earrings, you put it in your basket, you forget about it. You click to Facebook. Facebook, because the metapixel is embedded in that website, will advertise those earrings to you. You'll remember, then you'll go back and buy them. They both make money. Whoop, whoop. Zuckerberg doesn't like the fact that 150 million Americans are on TikTok and he can't make a piece of money out of them. And that goes for a lot of other companies that use social media marketing and advertising. They also, the authorities, the government, don't like the fact that there are 150 million Americans on TikTok and they can access news, raw news at the data source. For example, the Paris riots. They have been showing the Paris riots on TikTok for at least a week, and it's only become a headline on mainstream news in the last 2 days. When it became so overwhelmingly obvious that was happening, they had to show it. But there's lots of events that are going on all around the world all the time that aren't being shown, and TikTok is showing them, people are seeing it. So we're getting first-hand accounts of the news. Real things that are happening, you know, not things that are being edited and supplied to us as, I said, state-sponsored government information. One of the arguments at the hearing, the TikTok hearing, was, the opening comment was, people are spending 90 minutes on TikTok every day, 150 million Americans, and this isn't acceptable. Who gets to judge how we spend our time? And if that was the case, are you saying that it's okay for you to look at American companies like YouTube, Amazon, and not Amazon, Facebook and Instagram? They're just throwing their toys out the pram because they can't make money out of TikTok. And TikTok now has its own marketplace, so they don't like that. And the third reason is people are exchanging information about the corruption goes on in government, about people are learning about neurodivergency, they're learning about psychological manipulation, they're learning about all manner of things that might empower them. And what happens when people get empowered is they start to change the way they behave and think. And the government has no control over that either. This is an information-free age. And before, the government could always control it, but they can't control TikTok. That's why they want to.
If you guys would actually open your eyes, and I'm talking to Americans, whether you're left or right, if you would have looked at the TikTok hearings, you would have seen for the first time in the past probably 10 years, left and right be on the same side. pointing fingers towards one of the social media companies, specifically because it's not owned by American companies. So the rhetoric seems to make sense. But then you dig deeper and you see how TikTok has been beating the competition for the past 4 years, how Meta has been lobbying a lot. And you soon come to the realization that maybe the reason why both parties are together for the first time in a long time is because both parties are involved a lot of money in this hearing. Which then leads to the thought. I generally believe that the majority of TikTok users want TikTok to keep on being here, while the majority of politicians want to attack TikTok. Seems to be because of some money in the background, which clearly proves that no matter where you vote, nowadays the American politician is not representing you. He's just getting your vote based on an agenda, but then following the desires of somebody else. Why not, I don't know, abolishing contribution to parties, abolishing lobbying?
I'm a white American male. I learned recently that I'm a 7th-generation Texan. My family has been in Texas since the early 1800s. I drove a beat-up old pickup truck. I drink Lone Star beer, and I wear camo trucker hats. And I firmly believe that all human beings are brothers and sisters. And the only way to progress as a civilization is to embrace this inherent unity. May we overcome fear, hatred, and separateness with love, peace, and union.
Good morning. For those that are still not seeing that we're taking back control, have a look at France. It won't be in the news. It won't be in the newspapers. You need to search for it on TikTok. You need to go on BitChute. You need to go on Rumble. And you'll see that France has been a massive, pretty much a revolution. There's been mass protests, riots in the streets. You've seen riot police trying to force them back. And now what ended up happening was they signed a bill in their government which turned their democracy into a dictatorship. And at that point, mass riots continued even further. And then there was videos of massive big police squads joining the sides of the protesters, and then the fire brigade and the fire service have joined the protesters. How is that not the people taking control? Even when there was massive, huge protests across the world during the lockdowns, you didn't see it. I was waking up at that point and it frustrated the crap out of me because you could not see it anywhere. It was in none of our news. It was none of our newspapers. There was millions of people in the streets. The narrative that everything was all locked down and everyone was fine around the world, it was not. And now the mass protests are across all the different countries, and once again you can't see it. This is just over the water and we can't see it. Just search it. Go on TikTok, search French protests. Go on everything that's not owned by them. Do not go on YouTube for it. You probably won't see it. If you will, it won't be long before it's taken down. And just on that note as well, there's a great company called goldbusters.co.uk. There's two guys that run it, and they give amazing sort of advice on teaching you how to convert to sort of gold and silver. On YouTube, they had 125 videos. In the space of 5 minutes, all of them were taken down, and there was no rational reason for doing it. They just said it was against company guidelines. And this was just a company, they don't sell anything or anything like that. They just literally teach people how to move away from the central banking system to gold and silver, and they literally blocked every single one of their videos. They're now on BitChute, but it just shows you they don't want you to know what's going on. So for them, they're going, oh, you're in a dream world. Wake up. It's everywhere around you. Just open your eyes, get off the news, get off the newspapers and start looking properly, because you're going to get left behind. You're going to be wondering what the hell's going on when everything moves, and you won't be prepared for the transition phase. It is happening. Get ready and be prepared, because it's happening all around you. You just got to open your eyes. Speak to you soon. Like and follow for more.
Congress has made 3 major miscalculations with this whole TikTok ban thing and is totally unaware of how this is being perceived by the American people. First is just the general levels of discontent that the American public has right now. I think Congress is like very unaware of how unhappy people are, and I'm sure they have polling and data that is giving them an idea, but they are just not getting the vibe. And the vibe is bad because people can't afford groceries, and they can't afford housing, and they can't afford to do anything fun. And for them to like come together, as they kept joking about today, that this finally brought them together, for them to come together on something like fucking banning TikTok is just gonna piss off all of the American public that uses and loves TikTok. The second major miscalculation I think they've made is that they think the American people are stupid. And this is something that has been an issue, especially for Congress, for a very long time. They think that they can just get these sound bites in these hearings and the American people will just like follow them like goats. And the frustrating thing is that I think there are valuable questions to be asked about the CCP's connection to ByteDance and to TikTok and how safe our data really is in Project Texas. And I also think like there are valuable questions to be asked about the addiction levels of social media in general, not just TikTok, but like the safety for children on these apps. Those are all valuable questions, but most members of Congress today, instead of doing that, just use TikTok as a punching bag. And like, what about this? We already know that this is very bad and has done very bad things for our country, and they have done nothing really to regulate it. The last major miscalculation that I feel like they've made is just how much people love this app. And I think there's good and bad to that. This is the board in-house board guy, which that's gonna be stuck in your head now. But like, I think there is such a sense of community to this app, and there is so much wonderful education that happens on here, and there is so much good that can come from it. I am not ignoring that. I think there is also a lot of bad, especially for younger users. Like, I can't imagine seeing some of this stuff at such a young age, but overall, people love this app, and I think it has changed people's lives in very significant ways. Not just small businesses, but individual users as well. And to take that away from people would be heartbreaking. I know that it would be for me. The last thing I want to say is that I do believe that this issue is complex, and I do believe that it's important to pay attention to those complexities and nuances, but overall, it is very strange as an American to consider not being able to use some avenue of free speech, news, and media. Like, that is just not very bald eagle of us.
I work in politics and tech policy, and here's what they don't want you to know about the push to ban TikTok. Yes, TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company, ByteDance, which means that a company based in China may have access to the data TikTok collects on its users. But banning TikTok would not prevent the Chinese government from getting a hold of our personal data. That's why advocates like me are not the ones asking Congress to pass this ban. Instead, it's the lobbyists who work for TikTok's competitors who are in the offices of lawmakers trying to convince them that a ban is the only way they can fix this problem. TikTok's competitors want our attention back, and they'll lie to Congress to get it. There are very serious issues with how TikTok collects and uses our data, but that's true of every other social media platform, and we need to pass a bill that protects our data across the entire internet to solve this problem.
If you want to stop the ban on TikTok, you need to stop scrolling right now. This restrict bill isn't even about TikTok. TikTok is the distraction. Yes, of course, they're going to ban TikTok if this bill passes. However, what they're not saying, if you actually read the bill, if you look at the fine print, it's allowing the government complete and utter control over anything that accesses the internet with over 1 million users. Yeah, those video games that you love so much are at risk. The government can ban any video game they deem fit. Do you have any cameras around your house that is being accessed through a website that over 1 million users use? Like, I don't know, Ring or any other video devices? Yeah, the government can now access everything without asking permission or telling you that they're doing it. No, they get to do whatever they want. So for everybody who doesn't even like TikTok, this is going to affect you in some sort of way. Your freedom of speech, your freedom of privacy. In this law, you will have to provide your own personal information to access anything. If you want to be on social media, you will have to provide a license. Yeah, you'll have to provide proof of identity. So if they ban you on Instagram, yeah, you're not going to be able to make a new profile. And for everybody saying, just get a VPN. Yeah, you will get in trouble, not only financially, but legally. If they find out that you're using a VPN, you can be jailed for up to 20 years and be fined anywhere from $1,000 to $1 million. So when you say, when they ban TikTok, I'll do this then, that's not going to help. You can't wait. If you wait, you're part of the problem. Everybody needs to call their representatives, a local representative and their 2 state senators. Call, email, send a freaking letter. Go and show up to their office. Any event that they are speaking at, go. Make them listen to you. That's 3 representatives for every state, 50 states. That's 150 people against 150 million American TikTok users. We need to keep going. We need to keep fighting. We need to keep pushing. And the only thing that's actually going to make a difference is getting to your representatives. Now, when you contact them, you have to make sure to be very nice about it. You can't be rude because it's more threatening when it's coming from somebody with a nice, cool, collected, calm tone. You're going to let them know that you are against the Restrict Act. You are against them banning TikTok. And you're going to explain to them why this app is so important to you and why you're so against the Restrict Act. And then most important, you're going to threaten that if they go ahead and pass this bill, that you will spend all of your newfound time and energy volunteering for their competitor and make sure they have the best chance of winning so that they are out of office for sure.
Oh, Mark Zuckerberg, you are a sneaky little snake. I'm about to give you guys the scoop on what this entire TikTok ban is about. By now, you know, Zuckerberg and the Meta team hired a PR firm called Targeted Victory to do a PR smear on TikTok. Now we have a situation where TikTok is facing a ban to where we all can't tell our stories and we can't solve Chickengate and we can't do things like process emotions and diagnose ailments. All right, but it all is really boiling down to this one thing. It's so simple. It is this right here. If you don't own a business, then you probably don't know what that is, but that is called a metapixel. A metapixel is a piece of code that is put in onto people's websites, whether it's a clothing store, an online retail, a bank, it's put onto anyone's website. And what it does is that code tracks your activities from when you go onto the website. Then if you go back onto Facebook or Instagram, that pixel says, hey, you've been on this website before, and it signals the algorithm of Facebook or Instagram to go back to you and show you things that you were looking at buying. So ad dollars that are being spent by, we'll use the example that happened to me the other day. These earrings, they're just cute little earrings. I found them on Wolf and Badger, but I saw somebody with them and I liked them. So I went on wolfandbadger.com and I was going to buy these stupid earrings. And I didn't buy them right away because I like to think about things before I hit the purchase button, you know, the economy. And I then had to go, I only have Facebook on my computer because I was actually had it on there for another reason. I don't have it on my phone. So then I noticed the next week, maybe I got on Facebook and what do you know? Those Wolf and Badger earrings were popping right up on my targeted ads. Why is that? Well, you guessed it. The metapixel. That metapixel that is embedded on Wolf and Badger's website then says she hasn't bought our earrings yet, so we need, as Facebook or Instagram, it happens, you know, both in the same, we need to tell her, come back and buy these earrings. And if you don't buy the earrings, next time you get onto our platform, I'm going to tell you to buy them again. There are currently over 50 class action lawsuits against Facebook, Meta, Facebook and Instagram combined over this metapixel. They are privacy violation lawsuits. Are you shocked by that? So Facebook is making money from businesses, banks, hospitals, retail clothing stores. They could even make money off of like a lawyer like me. So I do trademark litigation or trademark work, and I work with people all across the country. So if I was launching a specific thing, maybe I added a digital product in my transactional practice, then I could say, do an ad on Facebook and put a metapixel on my website. And that way, anybody that was looking for a trademark and maybe got to my website organically, I could pay Facebook in advertising to use that metapixel and target those people continuously. So yes, there is advertising on TikTok, but there is not this giant conglomerate like Meta that has metapixels put onto everything that you're searching online. And this comes down to every business. I know in the United States, just about every business that is doing any kind of advertising on Facebook, on Meta, they have this metapixel. So that's what we're looking at here. This just boils down to money. You are a commodity. Your viewership and your time is a commodity. So if people have moved off of Meta, their commodity is devalued. This is all about that metapixel. So I know if you're over on this platform, it's probably because we know this is where the cool fun kids are. And this whole entire TikTok ban is about the money. All of these companies, all of these corporations, we're talking every hospital and bank, every company that you see is in some way, most likely has paid to advertise in some way with Meta. So this is all about fear. This faulty look at this is about data and privacy. Your data and privacy is being raked over the coals by Meta. And if you don't believe me, go shop for some earrings and don't buy them. Go on Facebook and see if it tells you to buy them. And yes, I also think that they don't want us to have an open exchange of information. I don't think they want us to have instant access to unfiltered news. That's another huge part of this. But as always, the biggest part is money, because we are a commodity to them. So I'm going to do a video next on the First Amendment, because last night I planned our lawsuit for all 100 million of us that are really pissed off about this. So stay tuned.
Mr. Cho, can you assure me, or can you at least tell me, if you turn on airplane mode on a plane, can TikTok talk to the plane, please?
Can you tell me right now, can you say with 100% certainty that TikTok does not use the phone's camera to determine whether the content that elicits a pupil dilation should be amplified by the algorithm? Can you tell me that?
We do not collect body, face, or voice data to identify our users. We do not.
You don't?
No. The only face data that you will get that we collect is when you use the filters to have, say, sunglasses on your face. We need to know where your eyes are.
Why do you need to know what the eyes are? Seeing if they're dilated?
That data is stored on your local device and deleted after use if you use it for facial. Again, we do not collect body, face, or voice data to identify our user.
On, Chair. No, we're going to move on.
This is exactly how the US politicians treated the CEO of TikTok. They ranted and ranted and ranted, said, I yield back my time. He went, what do I get to say? And they said, no, we're moving on now. It was a stupid exercise. It was hilarious. Good fun. Comedy, even.
Our members of Congress are out here looking goofy. They looking goofy, and I'm embarrassed to be from North Carolina right now, Mr. Hudson.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
The way that Papa TikTok gave him the stank eye. I mean, can y'all leave this man alone, okay? He is way too cute, all right? I just want to put him in my pocket, to be honest with you. And y'all are out here looking a hot-ass mess. But the best part is the comments. The way that y'all came through on the comments from that video, I swear. Mr. Chu, what is a microphone? True or false? I feel like I'm talking to my dad. He had 3 weeks to prepare and yet came up with this. Is Wi-Fi in the room with us right now? Mr. Chu, why doesn't my father love me? Mr. Chu, when I close my eyes, why do I see darkness? I mean, listen, 150 million Americans are rallying behind Papa TikTok over these old-ass goons. They're goons.
So did you guys see the TikTok CEO yesterday getting hammered by both sides, Democrats and Republicans? I mean, he was getting slammed, right? Did you see it?
I don't think ownership is the issue here. With a lot of respect, American social companies don't have a good track record with data privacy and user security. I mean, look at Facebook and Cambridge Analytica.
Hilarious, right? Now they're talking about, just look at the track record of Facebook, Instagram. I mean, are we to think that they're not tracking us? If you just talk about, getting a new pet in your house, all of a sudden you start getting all these ads for dog homes and toys and foods, right? I mean, if just go in your home and talk about buying a new house and watch how many new real estate ads come up, right? I mean, for them to say that TikTok's doing this and it's worse than any of the other ones, you know who's spying on us? Just look at the DOJ. Just look at what happened when parents wanted to speak out at the school board meetings. The FBI was in the parking lot writing down their license plates numbers. So it's not like, right, TikTok. I'll tell you the problem, right? The problem is they can't control it. Because I can take this video in Nicaragua or Costa Rica or El Salvador. I can send it directly, instantaneously to you, and you can see what's really going on. Just look at France. Have you seen what's going on in France today? Oh my God. They're in the midst of it, right? I mean, they're a million strong in the streets right now. They don't want you to see that. Here's France, a million strong in the streets 5 hours ago, right? Not going away. That's why they want to ban TikTok. They don't want you seeing that stuff because it's nowhere on mainstream media. Mainstream media is not reporting that kind of stuff. And if they do, you get a little tiny clip of it. You don't get the real big picture. You don't get the story behind. There's a narrative behind the story, right? And that's what they're doing. And that's why they want to ban TikTok. And I tell you what really worries me. Both Republicans and Democrats, they both want to ban this. They're adamant about this, right? They never come together on anything except this. Now it's time to ban, right? We elect these officials to go there to represent us, and they ban our free speech. Rich, isn't it? Rich. Never in my life. I saw this. I was reading it somewhere last night, and the guy said, it was a quote. It was like, never in my life would I ever see the American politicians asking the Chinese to ban American free speech, but here we are, right? Exactly the boat we're all sitting in, right? This isn't about side, guys. Don't take your side, right? We're all driving on the same crappy roads. Our children are all going to the same crappy schools, learning the same stupid crap, right? And they pit us against each other, right? Now they're going to censor our free speech, right? Have a great day. You feel the same way, put it in the comments down below.
I never thought I would see the day where I can comfortably say that the government has found something to unite us with. And no, it's not about social justice or sensible gun control, climate change, fixing our broken immigration system, or even free school lunches for children. No, that's not what's going to bring the American people together. It's trying to ban TikTok. And not only is it uniting the citizens, it seems to have united our politicians too. I haven't seen this much bipartisanship ever. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think the government should ban TikTok. And we all know the real reasons why they're trying to do it. It's not because our data is at risk. And you would think that the government, with all the shit they try to sell us on every day, would have come up with a better excuse. There's a plethora of better reasons the government could have come up with to ban TikTok that would have been more effective. Republicans could have said something like, drag queens created TikTok in order to groom your children. Or that poor immigrants use TikTok to organize and communicate when they're bringing over boatloads of drugs in their knapsacks. Could have said TikTok funded the COVID vaccine. Could have said TikTok identifies as non-binary. Or that TikTok is owned by a woman who had an abortion. Just call it a woke app. The left could have said that TikTok is powered by oil. Or that TikTok only truly benefits the top 1%. I mean, the things that you could have come up with are endless. And this is the route you guys decided to take? You're really trying to piss on our legs and tell us it's raining with this one, aren't you? But for someone like myself who rarely sees the glass half full, it's truly refreshing to see Americans come together and agree on one thing. I truly never thought I would see the day. The only thing that sucks, though, is that we won't be able to come together to decide how to protest. We'll probably disagree on location, slogans. Like the left will come out and say, TikTok matters. But then the right is going to want to say all social media platforms matter. You know, stuff like that. But if TikTok does wind up being banned, I've got my YouTube link in my bio, and you can find me on there. See you on the flip side. Bye.
Every American tech company in Silicon Valley, Apple, Google, Facebook, YouTube, which is part of Google and Alphabet, Microsoft, Yahoo, every goddamn one we know for a fact is part of the NSA's mass surveillance program. Fact. There's no debate or discussion about this. This is a fact. And they've been doing this since forever, right? They have a monopoly on everything from software to hardware. It's the United States, it's Silicon Valley. They have back doors. I don't know if you guys know this. They have literal back doors inside every single processor manufactured by Intel since 2006 and AMD as well. There are only two major companies that make processors, that make chips. If it's Intel and AMD, and they both have NSA backdoors in the goddamn processor. It's an entire computer inside it that you cannot deactivate, you cannot do anything about, and it has network access. This is, again, I'm going to do a separate video on this, but I'm just trying to tell you that the Americans, with the NSA mass surveillance, with all of the backdoors that they've been putting, and Microsoft got caught doing this with Windows 95, they have no right to be pointing the finger at the Chinese. They just don't like Huawei because Huawei make very good phones. Huawei is crapping all over the competition, and in typical capitalist, fashion, they don't like competition. They say competition is good for innovation. Sure. But, there is no competition when it comes to capitalists because they don't want competition. They want monopoly, dominance, and total control. So TikTok becoming the #1 app on the App Store, that's a threat. A threat in quotation marks. Why? Not because it's necessarily intrusive compared to anything else, but because it's Chinese and it's not from Silicon Valley. Huawei selling a lot of phones. That's also evil, and it's a threat because it's not American. And Donald Trump was clear. You need to sell TikTok to an American company or I'm going to ban it. Well, hold on. Why do you want to buy it if it's full of spyware? He wants to buy it so the monopoly remains in the U.S. hands. So we have all of this finger pointing at the Chinese that they're somehow more evil and they're more cunning. And then we look at the map and you see all of these United States bases encircling the Chinese. I mean, Jesus Christ, man, come on. Let's be rational here. You can see on the map. And again, you're going to have some smartass who says, yeah, well, those countries, they allowed the Americans to come in. No. Listen to me, man. We're not talking about a Russian base in Syria. We are talking about the United States putting 800 bases around the planet and using various tools, a World Bank, IMF, the State Department, the CIA, to get this objective completed, okay? To put American bases across the world. And they do it to encircle China in this regard, and then, of course, Iran, etc., etc. And keep in mind, when the Americans were in Afghanistan, yes, there were many reasons for that, but remember, Afghanistan borders Iran, and Afghanistan borders China, and you have American NATO troops in there on China's border and Iran's border. That's a threat.
Many of you have suggested Mark Zuckerberg and his Meta Empire apps, Facebook and Instagram, are possibly behind the TikTok ban. A simple Google search reveals that indeed Meta spent over $20 million last year alone on hired lobbyists to discredit TikTok to government leaders in D.C., spending nearly 4 times more money on lobbying than TikTok itself. Meta not only schmoozed congressional leaders, but attempted to discredit and undermine TikTok and its parent company ByteDance with a targeted national media campaign, placing op-eds and letters to the editor in major regional news outlets, promoting dubious stories about alleged TikTok trends that actually originated on Facebook. The very thing that they're pointing out to be dangerous security risks from TikTok are the exact practices Instagram and Facebook have been doing on their platforms. Selling data collected through app permissions to any global entity willing to purchase them. Today, TikTok owner Shou released a video suggesting that half of the American population, some 150 million users, regularly engage with content on the app on a daily basis. Shou is in town trying to calm fears of data breaches to DC pundits. So yes, it's true. Meta is very much behind not only funding the TikTok ban, but spending millions on a smear campaign to discredit TikTok to the American people. What I simply cannot understand is how Mark Zuckerberg thinks that somehow TikTok's ban and its 150 million users will flock over to Instagram and Facebook. I suppose if even a fraction of that figure would, it would somehow be a win for the failing metaverse. What do you think? Let me know in the comments below. Like, share, and follow me for more on the possible TikTok ban.
Government worker here. TikTok ban. Let's talk about it. My literal job is to manage government money. So I know it pretty well. And I know the government pretty well because I've worked for almost 20 years. This TikTok ban has absolutely nothing to do with national security. We all know this. This TikTok ban has nothing to do with censorship. We should know this. The TikTok ban has everything to do with money. And we owe the Chinese government so much money. Y'all, catching what I'm throwing. TikTok is owned by Chinese citizens. TikTok is a massive financial infrastructure. TikTok produces a massive financial revenue into this country. The American government needs money. The American government does one thing really well when it wants to tap into a financial infrastructure. It bullies it. It threatens it. The American government has a massive financial debt to the Chinese government. We need to chill out. We really need to chill out. They're going to make a deal. It's going to wipe out some of our debt to the Chinese government. And this is all going to go away. And we're going to be making, great TikTok content for the indefinite future. Because the government knows.
Did anybody fucking see that live? They wouldn't even let this dude talk.
Party could do. Unite 150 million Americans together.
I have
for
been
one
seeing
cause.
these videos all over my FYP. And I'm so happy that Americans are banding together and understanding that these big corporations like Facebook and lobbying and are just being literally corrupt in our faces. Zuckerfuck, this message is for you. You can get TikTok banned. Don't worry about it. We got backup plans. We got other platforms. Guess what we're not going to do, though? And I can guarantee you this. Nobody's going over there to Facebook. Nobody's going to go over there to Facebook, especially because you're such an asshole about it. You tried competing with TikTok, right? You came out with Reels and you even offered monetization for it. Then you got cheap real quick with the monetization because I saw my numbers go from $500-$600 down to like $80-$90, and I was actually getting more views because you're so fucking greedy. And then I find out that you're going to remove monetization entirely because you're so convinced that the lobbying is going to be so successful and TikTok will be banned. You may very well be correct. You might have succeeded. You motherfuckers are just ruthless. But what you didn't consider is that you're not going to be able to monopolize it. Not this one. Facebook sucks. Your Meta sucks. IG sucks. You suck. Only your wife doesn't suck, because otherwise, why the fuck else would you be this pissed off and doing all this kind of shit? Honestly, it's the politicians too. All of them are trash. Republican, Democrat, it doesn't even fucking matter. Every single one of them looks at lobbying money as the go-all-be-all. The corruption is ridiculous. And what the fuck happened to laissez-faire? Whatever happened to that? I learned about that in school. The government is not supposed to be getting involved in any business findings, anything. They're going to try to preach that it's safety and all, and I'm just so tired of it. So Zuckerfuck, listen to me. All you did is successfully piss everybody on this app off. So not only are they going to not go back to your app, the people that do have it right now, they've actually been deleting it in droves. Mazel tov on the third baby, by the way.
So fascinating what I found out about today that I wanted to share with you. So the CEO of TikTok testified finally in front of the House Energy and Commerce Department. And what he said is actually really interesting and says a lot about TikTok. So TikTok is owned as a subsidiary, in fact, of a company by the name of ByteDance. And much to the dismay of popular belief, ByteDance company is neither controlled nor owned by the Chinese government. In fact, ByteDance is a private company. As a result, 60% of the company is owned by global institutional investors, 20% by the founder, and 20% is owned by its employees that work literally across the world. Additionally, TikTok is based in Singapore and Los Angeles, believe it or not, and 7,000 employees work in the United States. TikTok has created a firewall that allows the data, the US data, to be protected by their firewall, which is in fact operated by Oracle. Now, as we all know, Oracle is an American company that resides in Texas, and the data that TikTok has been basically accumulating over the years lives in the United States. They have created an initiative called Project Texas, and so all of the data is stored by the Oracle systems in the US. Lastly, they have also put in place systems where third-party controllers can verify that this information is correct and that the data is in no way accessible by any foreign entities. So thought I'd share it with you in one quick TikTok so that you guys knew what was happening with this app. Let me know what you think.
The CEO of TikTok testified in front of Congress yesterday, mainly because Congress is terrified of TikTok. Now, you would think this would have been a good opportunity for politicians to ask compelling questions and maybe learn something. But of course, that's not what happened. They took the opportunity to grandstand, spew their bullshit, and try to make people think they're smart. Unfortunately, when it comes to the internet, and specifically TikTok, these old white politicians don't know fuck all about fuck all. Hell, one of them asked him, "Does your app interact with Wi-Fi?" What the fuck? I swear to God, half these motherfuckers are still on CompuServe. Well, I quickly realized that nothing was going to get through to these politicians. They came in hating TikTok and they weren't going to change their mind. So how do you get through to these dumb motherfuckers? Well, the only thing they understand is votes, numbers. So I thought, let's break down the numbers, and maybe this will light a bulb above their head. They say 150 million Americans are on TikTok. That's a lot. But how does that figure into elections? Well, let's go back to the 2020 presidential election, the popular vote. Donald Trump received 74 million votes. Joe Biden kicked his ass with 81 million votes. Let's add that up. 81 plus 74, carry the one, goes into this. Well, that's 155 million votes. That's only 5 million more votes than people on TikTok. Obviously, that's going to have an effect on the election. And if you're not sure, even still, let's look at it this way. There are 331 million people in this country. 150 million represents 46% of this country, almost 50% of the country. What happens when you piss off 50% of this country in an upcoming election? Well, I don't know. Well, wait, there's an illustration. Let's go back to the 2022 midterms. Republicans overturn Roe v. Wade, taking constitutional rights away from 50% of this country. How did that go for you? You're expecting a red wave and you were embarrassed. Probably the worst showing by Republicans in the midterms ever. So open your fucking eyes and understand what's going on. And I want to send this message to the young people. Millennials and Gen Zs are out there voting stronger than ever. And you need to kick it up a notch and you need to be active. You see, you got these old white people determining your future, your destiny. And then when they're dead and gone, you're going to have to live with it. Fuck that. Step up, take it away from them, and decide your own fucking destiny.
So yes, Shochu is cute. He's successful. But of course, I Googled his wife because behind every successful man stands a very successful woman. And I don't even like that saying because why does a woman stand behind a man? It should be the other way around. So I did the digging so you don't have to. Her name is Vivian, just like mine. She's also Taiwanese. Already, I like her so much. She is beautiful. Like, look at her. Stunning, stunning, stunning queen. Also a Harvard MBA graduate. That's where they met. She used to work as a CFO. See this baby? She is also a boss woman. She is a CEO and a board member, and she is super successful on her own. And she's a mom. They have 2 kids. I like them.
So you're Chinese, yes or no? I'm not from China, so stop. Just answer me yes or no. Are you Chinese? Okay, yeah, but I'm Singaporean Chinese, not China Chinese. Please answer the question, yes or no. Are you Chinese?
My name's Kylie, and I did not realize I needed to care about the TikTok ban until today. Not only was watching our congressmen and women ask TikTok CEO questions was unbearable, but I went and I read the bill so that I know that you should too. Because this is not just about TikTok. They have us focused on TikTok and making us out to be like just not wanting to lose our social media. Like, no, I thought it was fine. I was like, oh, I can get rid of TikTok. It probably would be good for my mental health anyway. But go and read the bill. It's Bill S686. You can go to congress.gov, look up that, and it should be the first one that pops up, and you can go to text and you can read the whole thing. I'm going to read you some of the parts that I thought were the most scary. So this part is going over what types of things they can audit and then potentially ban based on this bill forever in the future. Section 5 Considerations A6. Software designed or used primarily for connecting with and communicating via the internet that is in use by greater than 1 million persons in the United States at any point during the year period preceding the date on which the covered transaction is referred to the Secretary for review, or the Secretary initiates review of the covered transaction, including desktop applications, mobile applications, gaming applications, payment applications, or web-based applications. Any software used primarily for connecting with and communicating via the internet. Just before this, there was a section also in section 5A, but it's in part 3. Any software, hardware, or any other product or service integral to data hosting or computing service that uses, processes, or retains, or is expected to use, process, or retain sensitive personal data with respect to greater than 10 million persons in the United States. The very first one is internet hosting services. Next, cloud-based or distributed computing and data storage, machine learning, managed services, and content delivery services. It's right there. In both of those, it mentions the Secretary. Let's see what his job is. Section 8, Implementing Authorities. This is not what this says, this is what I got from it. This entire section basically gives the Secretary the ability to do anything they want to get specific information unless otherwise stated in law elsewhere, as long as the Secretary deems it appropriate. Section 8C3. The Secretary may undertake any other action as necessary to carry out the responsibilities under this Act that is not otherwise prohibited by law. Section 8A, Regulations. In carrying out the responsibilities under this Act, the Secretary may establish such rules, regulations, and procedures as the Secretary considers appropriate. I'm not trying to just show you exactly what I was wanting to hear, but those were some scary things to read. This does not just apply to TikTok. They just want us to focus on that because it makes us look more dumb, even though we're not. Go read it, write your congressman. I just drafted my first letter.
Okay, so I think the US trying to ban TikTok might actually be one of the best things to happen to this app since 2020 lockdown in the Tiger King era. Because some of these videos coming across my FYP of you guys making fun of the House representatives who are trying to figure out Wi-Fi for the first time, whoo! Perfect 10 out of 10, no notes.
I am so embarrassed. I'm watching the congressional hearing for TikTok with the CEO of TikTok testifying before Congress. And when I tell you that I am completely, utterly embarrassed by the display and lack of information when it comes to the things that are being put out by Congress during this hearing. Now, I understand that some of it is just for shock value, but it really, I mean, if we did not already look bad with certain situations, this is just too much. This is just too much. To hold someone in another country, to try to hold them responsible for the things that are going on in America when we can't control the things that are going on in small towns, counties, or even states. Come on.
Tell me, do you have a CD-ROM drive?
No.
What?
We don't have a CD-ROM drive.
Meaning?
Meaning they're old and out of date. We don't have one.
Then what the hell is this?
It's a telephone.
Okay, and these?
Books.
Well then, where's your CD-ROM drive?
We don't have one.
How many gigabytes does your company own?
How How is that relevant?
You're not a tycoon. Your whole job is a lie.
What are you talking about?
Give me your CD-ROM
We have a
drive.
DVD player.
What is that?
So I watched the congressional hearing on TikTok today. The reason why I watched it is because it actually affects my livelihood. I was able to leave my career and start an entirely new career at 36 years old because of TikTok. Because TikTok gives me a voice. It helps me reach thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people to help them learn how to lose weight in a way that helps them create more love with their body, more love for themselves, and to live a happier life. It allows those people to meet other people who are pursuing the same end goal. It allows us to come together both within this platform, but also to connect and meet outside of it. I've been able to create a Facebook community with 5,000 people or 4,000 people in it. I want it to be 5,000. I have a paid membership. I've been able to teach one-on-one clients, both past and present. I've been able to reach people all over the world, give people answers that they were looking for. And I'm able to do it because I was able to get access to that myself as a consumer of these products. And when I watch this hearing, it is not representative at all of what the experience and reality of this platform is. The people on that committee, they weren't talking at all about all the good that comes from the platform. And instead, they seem to be really, really focused on how we don't get censored like they censor in China. Which, again, don't remember that being a problem before for them worrying about it. The same shit happens on Facebook and Instagram. They seem to be fine with it there. Or they're upset. One person asked, like, is there a way we can have parental controls without a parent needing to get the app? What? And there were so many other questions where all I could think it's like, so you don't want parents to have to parent. And yet how much you going to invest in schools to teach our kids? Well, we can't be bothered to do that. We need capitalism to parent our children. No. It's not the government's responsibility to be the parent. It's not a company's job to be the parent. It's the parent's job to be a parent, which is apparent to me. I couldn't help myself, sorry. So I'll be reaching out to my representatives to share my experience with it, because if this gets banned, I don't know what happens to my business, and I don't know what happens to my ability to reach the people that I have been building an online relationship with for years. Because the weight loss I teach takes a couple of years, and I want to be with people along and helping them on their entire journey. And I don't want to ask you to come follow me on Instagram. I don't want to ask you to come follow me somewhere else. I want you to be here because this is where I want to be. But the government thinks they know best. And this is not a political TikTok channel, and it's not going to become one. I used to have one that did that. But this is a big deal with TikTok, and I would be remiss if I didn't use my platform to speak about it. Because I know you know the value that comes from this platform. And our voices being silent right now is not going to help anything. The best thing we can do is reach out to our representatives and bombard them. We also got to do it with TikTok. Don't get me wrong. We got to hold TikTok's feet to the fire. They got to make sure to serve us well too. But our politicians, they better damn well serve us as well, instead of serving their pocketbooks.
The Chinese were as stupid and as incompetent as you described them to be. Don't worry about them.
Professor, you said a lot of wonderful things about China, and surely they're doing a lot of things right. But how do you reconcile the fact that to make it work for China, it seems to be based on a high level of repression? Environmental destruction, censorship, a certain ideological stubbornness. I mean, we've spoken about Hong Kong, the Uyghurs. How do you reconcile that, and why do you think that's? I mean, do you think that's tolerable?
Thank you. I'm really glad you asked that question, because your question captured very well the Anglo-Saxon media's perception of China. And I would suggest to you very bluntly, there is a distorted perspective of reality. Let's take the first word you use, repression. If the Communist Party of China only relied on repression to stay in power, it would not create the most dynamic economy in the world, right? It is by far the most dynamic economy in the world. It has delivered the fastest growing economy for 30 years. And it has done this by educating the Chinese people to a level and extent that the Chinese people have never been educated ever before. And you say is repression. You obviously are taking the old Cold War mindset. I was in Moscow in 1976, and I saw repression in Moscow. And when I was in Moscow, the Soviet citizens were not allowed to travel outside the Soviet Union. That's repression. In the year 2019, 139 million Chinese left China freely. Guess what? Zero defectors. 139 million Chinese, right? That's twice the population of the UK. Went back to China. So all your description, when you say environmental degradation, China's climate change policies are far more responsible than those of the United States, which has not once, but twice withdrawn from global environmental protocols. Kyoto Protocol, the Bush administration left 8 years. Paris Accords, Trump administration left 4 years. And you know what? The reason why we're having climate change today is not because of new flows of greenhouse gas emissions from China and India. It's because of what the Western countries have put in the atmosphere since the Western Industrial Revolution. Get the data. The single largest contributor, cumulatively, right, is number 1, United States, number 2, Europe, number 3, China. Right? And the West wants China to pay an economic price for the current flows, but the West doesn't want to pay an economic price for what it put in the atmosphere. You want to deprive the Indians of electricity when the United States could just, by the way, if the United States could impose $1 a gallon tax, that would save the world. Cut down gasoline consumption, raise money for investment in green technology. Simple solutions. And by contrast, the largest reforestation program in the world is carried out by China. It has already reforested an area the size of Belgium or bigger, right? So all your descriptions capture the natural distortions of China that you get in the Anglo-Saxon media, which violate the rules of the Enlightenment, which say that you must be rational, calm, and objective, especially in understanding your adversary. And if the Chinese were as stupid and as incompetent as you describe them to be, don't worry about them. But I can assure you, you are now dealing with a far more intelligent and rational actor that doesn't fit any of the Anglo-Saxon categories that you applied to them. Please forgive my bluntness.
Chinese Communist Party.
The Chinese Communist Party.
The Chinese Communist Party.
US officials are obsessed with the Chinese Communist Party. And fair. But why are they acting like Chinese companies are the only companies that can be influenced internally by the CCP? For context, I used to work for the Chinese government, and it was my job to work with foreign companies investing in China. Any company which has invested on the Chinese mainland can find themselves in the situation described by this guy.
You acknowledge many must be card-carrying members of the CCP, right? There's not an internal CCP committee, which is a regular thing that happens in China. They have a CCP committee internally inside the company. If the CCP tells ByteDance to turn over all data that TikTok has collected inside the US, even within Project Texas, do they have to do so, according to Chinese law?
Now, what this guy is clumsily but very confidently trying to talk about is party cells or party committees within companies in China, even private and foreign companies. Now, this is a very real thing. They establish party cells within a company to recruit new members, provide welfare, to provide training programs, and obviously to toe the party line within that company. Companies that invest in China, particularly those that enter into a joint venture with a local Chinese partner, so most foreign investments in China, will likely have a party committee. The CEO of any partner company, so the Chinese CEO, will very likely be a card-carrying member of the CCP. Most people in business or management in China are, because CCP membership can speed up your career trajectory. A friend of mine went for CCP membership just because it would get her ahead in her department at a private HR firm. Jack Ma, America's absolute favorite Chinese entrepreneur, is a party member. But the existence of a party cell or even party membership itself is not a default setting for CCP spy. It's got potential, but really it's just a normal part of doing business with or in China, which most loud and proud big American companies are. And many of these big all-American names rely on Chinese government stimulus spending, Caterpillar, or on Chinese government subsidies, Tesla. This is why the trade war was such a big deal. So again, if the US Congress wants to go after TikTok for its Chinese Communist Party ties, it also needs to go after every American company or business person with investments on the Chinese mainland. People like this guy. More than anything though, this whole banning TikTok charade has really shown the serious deficit in what the Germans and the EU more generally call China capacity. The ability to understand how the Chinese system works and what China's rise means in the world. If China is such a threat, why do so few Congress people have even the most basic knowledge about how this country works? Party cells, party membership, this is all very basic stuff. Or at least it should be, for Congress people responsible for making legislative decisions about it. If countries like the US genuinely want to address some kind of perceived China threat, then they need to be improving political education in schools. They need to be funding China studies programs at universities. They need to be funding China research. You need an actual commitment to understanding this country. Because until you get that, your elected representatives are just going to keep crying about some vague China threat that has more to do with tapping the white supremacist voter base and maintaining control over your own citizens than actual, legitimate, properly articulated foreign policy goals.
I now am of the view we now have functional reasons for eco-socialism. So it's not just about normative arguments of making the world a better place, of having a less inegalitarian, socially unjust society, but purely now in terms of human survivability and habitability, we have to move beyond ecocidal capitalism. Or indeed, as I said, why the cost of living crisis is now connected to the planetary crisis. But really, I think it's not a cost of living crisis. And let's start calling it what it is. It's a cost of profiteering crisis. I am sick to my back teeth hearing the mainstream media and mainstream politicians blaming the war in Ukraine on BP made its second largest profit in 3 months in this year, £7 billion. So I do believe now, in a way that I didn't maybe 20 years ago, where I was more ideologically committed to eco-socialism or Marxism and the change in society, that we now have literally functional reasons, is the impossibility of a non-growing capitalism. Capitalism is a cancer. The definition of cancer is a cell that outgrows the capacity of the organism to be healthy. So it's no longer, if you like, ideological or normative or moral in terms of moving beyond growth. It is now a functional requirement for a habitable Earth. If we want to have a chance, and 2 degrees is a disaster, by the way, we're already at about 1.2 degrees of global warming. And those of you who lived in London have already experienced 40 degrees, unprecedented. We've mentioned a few times the devastating floods in Pakistan. There's also been the experience in India and Pakistan earlier on this year of 1 billion people in a heat dome, the weather of which was so severe, birds were falling out of the sky. This is apocalyptic. You know, the reality is that we're now facing a crisis where we will not be able to escape from it.
Do ba do ba do ba do.
ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo. A doo ba doo boo doo. A boo ba doo ba doo boo boo ba doo.
What drugs they're smoking in Washington, D.C., but they...
Did you know that TikTok is also banned in China? Yes, that's right. See, here's a list of apps that are banned in China. So TikTok is even banned in China. They don't use TikTok over there. They use something called Douyin, which is kind of like the Chinese version of TikTok. So the best argument I've heard from everywhere on the internet about banning TikTok, that we should ban TikTok, is because look at China. They've banned all of our American or US apps, all of our best apps. So therefore, we should ban theirs as well. So fucking dumb. So dumb, man. So yes, China bans all these American apps or Western apps or Western newspapers. And what's his excuse? It's, well, basically everyone says China is a communist dictatorship ran by the CPC. That's what the newspapers tell you, right? That's what everyone tells you. That's why China bans all the freedom of information, all the freedom of speech, because they are a communist dictatorship. So then should United States, Australia, UK, should all of us copy this communist dictatorship? Because we're also a communist dictatorship in America, right? See, freedom of speech isn't defined as when a private entity such as Facebook or Google or, say, YouTube wants to stop you from saying something. Freedom of speech only applies to the government, right? You're granted the Second Amendment rights in the US, which means the government cannot censor you from saying something. And they even have a law saying that they cannot even stop foreign media from publishing facts that the government doesn't like. That's why it's called freedom of speech. And that's what's supposed to make America and Australia and the UK and Canada better than a communist dictatorship. Are we really better? Are we better than a communist dictatorship? But what about the data fraud? You know, the data. They're using the privacy of the data. What about the data from Facebook? Did not Facebook sell all of your data to Cambridge Analytica? They made a lot of money off it, and that's how they won the Brexit vote. Remember this? Or what about when Facebook sold all your private data to the consultants of Donald Trump campaign? And that is how Trump targeted those ads at people who would vote for him, and he won the election. Is there really a privacy and data threat from the Chinese-owned TikTok when all its data is actually residing with US servers on Oracle? Is this about something else? Maybe, just maybe, that the US government right now is getting a lot of lobbying from, say, Facebook, YouTube, Google, and all these other competitors who are losing to TikTok. Maybe this can be explained not by politics or racial discrimination. Maybe it can just be explained by plain old money and the Congress. Anyways, you're all going to probably lose another avenue of smart, informed people like me who tell you the truth. So click on my Stan link, and then you can follow me across Discord, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, whatever.
Okay, so I just wanted to get on here really quickly and say thank you for the 100+ extra followers that I just got because of this post here. This was so random. I didn't expect like so many people to follow me as a result. And I'm just going to be completely honest with you. I don't usually post political stuff. So if that's why you've decided to follow me, I'm sorry. You're going to be disappointed, and I wouldn't be upset if you left. But thank you so much for following me. Yeah, this was honestly the most embarrassing thing that I have seen. Although I've seen plenty of embarrassing things. We're not even going to get into the whole thing with Trump. But I guess like, even though this was like making me cry, kind of like poor Pablo here, I will say that it has been pretty crazy to see just how many of us are uniting around this. I mean, obviously there's 150 million plus Americans that use this app on a daily basis. I know I use it on a daily basis. So it's just pretty inspiring. I'm planning on reaching out to my representatives and letting them know about this, that I completely disagree about it. But not just because I would be upset if this app was banned. I would be upset because I know for a fact that I have found like my own community, and I've been able to connect with people who have the same thought process as me and the same beliefs as me. And just to know that like we're not alone, that we all are together in this. But besides that, it's also just, it's about free speech. And at the end of the day, this is a smoke and mirrors thing. It's, yeah, TikTok, sure. And the way that they've taken it out on TikTok's CEO is just deplorable. But it's more than that. And I'm just like, if that bill passes, we're going to have more problems. We already have enough problems as it is. So, yeah, use your voice, and thank you for following me.
Mr. Chu. Ooh. We love men with patience. 我这边是有一点问题的 Just nice you're my match. Wow. Oh. This guy, if I got his attitude, I can do with my mother's, yeah. Whew. He'll be the only man, right, that my mother will It's not even he winning by argument, he's winning by this emotional intelligence. That's so attractive, I got daddy issues. Fuck, he has a wife.
I want to share my thoughts on the American congressional hearings yesterday on TikTok as a Canadian. I was worried, all this talk about banning TikTok in the States, you assume that Canada is just going to follow suit because we kind of do what they do. Lately, though, the trend in the States of taking away people's rights is making it so that I'm not positive that Canada will follow suit. And then watching that hearing and watching those Congress people who have no idea how TikTok works, it was just so hypocritical. You're worried about data safety, but you're not worried that Facebook's doing the same thing. You're worried about the kids, but the kid getting killed by guns. It was very embarrassing, and I think everyone sees that. Everyone can see right through it, and I'm seeing a lot of criticism. No one was buying what they were selling, and what it did was show the American people that Congress doesn't represent them. Showed the rest of the world what a joke the American political system is at this point. It kind of gave me a bit more confidence that Canada won't follow suit. Our leaders are probably watching to see what kind of, big evidence will be brought forward about how dangerous TikTok is, and that wasn't done. There was nothing that they were able to prove of substance that TikTok is dangerous. It was just them speaking over him, being really rude, really rude. They didn't even let him talk. It was really painful to watch, and good job to the CEO of TikTok. He did so fabulous standing up to those bullies. I'm really sorry that the Americans are having to go through this. You're having a lot of rights taken away at the moment, and this seems to be going in that same path. But we stand with you up here in Canada. But yeah, stay strong, and you guys need a new political party.
Chances are you're not going to stop and listen to this, but I'm going to say it anyway. You are a total rock star, and I feel so honored and happy that our paths have crossed and that I get to be a little part of your day. You're amazing. That's all I have to say.
Is it TikTok in the room with us right now? Well, it's a yes or no question. Sir, can you say with 100% certainty that the TikTok isn't on my home Wi-Fi network, accessing my devices and search history? Sir, Now, is it possible for your algorithm GSP data to leak my search history to my wife? Well, Mr. Shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Now listen, tic-tac-talk. Hey, in America, it's tic-tac-toe.
That's not what I'm...
Why do you spy on kids?
We don't.
Evasive. Very evasive answer.
I answered directly.
Now, you let fake guns be posted on your site.
And you let real ones in the middle schools.
Because we honor the Second Amendment.
But not the first?
You're all Chinese, right?
I'm Singaporean.
Now you're just making things up to confuse me. Now, tic-tac is...
Tick-tock.
I'm aware of how much time I have left, sir.
The gentleman's time has expired. May I respond?
No.
The gentleman from Looneyville is recognized.
You killed JFK!
What?
I yield back.
Oh.
Since the CEO of TikTok wasn't actually allowed to respond and answer any of the asinine questions posed by that farce of a Senate committee yesterday, I thought I would take this as my opportunity to respond for him, in hopes that the information might trickle down to some of those senators so they can understand a little bit about what they were attacking yesterday. Don't worry, folks, I'm going to use small words. Number 1, senators, could you please use TikTok just once so you know what you're talking about before you step in and start rapid firing asinine questions? In lieu of that, can you ask your 21-year-old intern what TikTok is and potentially why we would need to know where somebody's eyes are to put filters of sunglasses on them as they lip sync to the latest Harry Styles song? At the very least, can you explain what Wi-Fi is? Because I don't have 5 hours to try to explain to these people what Wi-Fi is, and that's not some secret agency to slide into their house. Number 2, it is not our job to parent your kids. I realize in United States culture, you've become, it's made it a primetime special to scapegoat and blame education and blame the media and blame music for all your failures as a parent. But if your kid's spending too much time on TikTok, that's on you or any social media. Figure it out. Take a parenting class. Number 3, we don't spy or collect data or manipulate at all your electoral system. If we did, there would have been better results. And by the way, we're not Mark Zuckerberg. We look nothing alike. Number 4, we're not trying to create culture. We're trying to reflect culture. Here's why. We are trying to create a For You page that is about your interests, that is about the things that inspire and captivate you. We don't want to fake that. We want to keep you on the app longer. So if your For You page is somehow hurting your soul and you're wondering why all of this stuff is on here that you don't want to actually see, you probably really want to see it and should get yourself to a therapist. But again, that's not our bill to pay. Number 5, here's an interesting one. We thought you liked free speech. We created this app and sent it over to you guys because you're always championing free speech. We want all people to be able to talk openly, politically organize, talk about failures in the government, and then we give the app so your people can do it and you want to shut it down? We're confused at the messaging. We didn't get the memo that you were against free speech. Maybe you want to send it over. And finally, number 6, and most importantly, don't be mad at us because we did it better. Don't be upset with us because we created a piece of equipment, a social media app that is better than any of yours combined. We just knew how to do it, guys. And proof of that is the fine print of this entire committee is, don't worry, we won't get rid of it if you let us invest. For the love of God.
Mr. Chu, we will not let you taint the American democracy with your spyness. You are stealing my great-great-great-granddaughter's data, okay? Congresswoman Jones, you use Facebook every day. It's not the same. So you tell me whether this is Chinese propaganda or not. I'm going to go through a list. You can only answer yes or no. Ready? Number 1. Just 51 days ago, there was a video of a teenager who fell off of a skateboard and bruised his elbow. And that's been up for 51 days now. Children are dying because of TikTok. Children are dying. Can you answer yes or no? Yes or no? Sorry, who told you that you could speak? You just asked me a question. No. That's not how it works here in America. Okay, this is a democracy. Mr. Chu, so when you type a question into Google, where does that question go? Mr. Chu, I have a question for you, but you're not allowed to speak when I ask it. I'm gonna look at your expression, and if it screams yes, expand. Hold that thought, Mr. Chu. I'm getting a call from Mark Zuckerberg. Hello?
Americans, we need to be better at organizing and uniting together as a collective. Because honestly, to me, this potential ban of TikTok is terrifying. One, I think is completely obnoxious that we have a generation full of people that don't even understand the internet or what it really is, or what the difference between the internet and an app even is. And these are the people that are getting to make legislation on it. It was so hard even like listening to any of that hearing with the TikTok CEO. I'm like, this is fucking embarrassing. Like, what are you even trying to say? It's just so obvious. They have no idea. They have no idea what any of this even is. And if they're really like concerned about security, which is what they say that they're concerned about, then put forth legislation that like protects people's security and data. All across the internet, all across different apps and different platforms. Like, banning one app does not solve the problem. Does not solve the overarching issue, which to me says that it's merely a dog whistle. It's not the true reason why you're banning it to begin with. Obviously, Meta, Facebook, lobbying and spending a shit ton of money to try and get TikTok banned because it's a fucking dying platform. You know it's a dying platform when it's the platform that all boomers use. Sorry, boomers on TikTok, I'm not trying to attack you, but
I knew that platform was dead as soon as my grandfather, who didn't even touch the internet or a computer until he was already in his 70s, is now on Facebook. Yeah, that shit gone. But on top of that, like, I really think it boils down to censorship. And I just am not a fan of any type of censorship whatsoever. Like, I was one of the few leftists who wasn't all like happy and cheery when they banned Trump off of Twitter. I see it as a very slippery slope to a dystopian hellscape. I'm not saying that I'm not already living in a pretty close reality to a dystopian hellscape, but like an even worse dystopian hellscape. But anyway, if they actually follow through with this, we need to like be in the streets, like burning shit down. We need to be doing what France is doing right now, because their government just tried to increase their retirement age from 62 to 64. And the French people were like, abso-fucking-lutely not. Which, love that energy. Why can't Americans be like that?
I am Shou Chu, and I'm from Singapore. That's where I was born, as were my parents. And after serving in Singapore's military,
I got guns in my head and they won't go. Spirits in my head and they won't go.
I moved to the UK to attend college, and then here to the US to attend business school. I actually met my wife here. By the way, she was just born a few miles away from here in Virginia. 2 years ago, I became the CEO of TikTok. Today, we have more than 1 billion monthly active users around the world, including over 150 million in the United States. Now, TikTok itself is not available in mainland China. We're headquartered in Los Angeles and in Singapore.
You know, there's all this talk in the news about China having my data from TikTok, and then maybe America has my data. Everybody wants my data. What are you going to do with it? Look at it, giggle a little, maybe get a little crush on me? Have it. I want you to. I don't give a shit about it. Everybody should have my data. I'm great.
Wait, so let me get this right. The TikTok CEO is sitting in the American Congress, and they're asking him if TikTok can connect to the home Wi-Fi network? Like, do they realize? Do they know? These are the people that decide if the guns are allowed or not, right? Like, wow. Wi-Fi. Okay.
It's really important when we're talking about Shou Chu to remember that he's from right here. He's from Singapore. It's where he lives. It's where his kids is. He's a Singapore guy, right? This is China. Singapore, China. Do we have it? Singapore. Right at the very bottom of Malaysia. We've got Vietnam, we've got Thailand, we've got Cambodia in there. China's up here. Korea's over here. Okay? This man is not Chinese.
Literally, being American is fucking embarrassing. If you watched even 5 seconds of yesterday's TikTok Congress testimony, you know exactly what I mean. Once again, we are allowing our fucking underpants to show. Our elected officials are literally the fucking bottom of the barrel. Scraping the bottom of the barrel. That is who we elect into fucking public office. I watched a grown man try and argue with the CEO of a $1 billion company of whether or not that company was tracking how big our pupils dilate when we watch videos, or whether or not TikTok accesses Wi-Fi, an app that you need internet to fucking use. It is so fucking painful to watch. Like, once again, we are allowing people who are completely unqualified to even sit in public office ask
the dumbest fucking questions imaginable to the CEO of a billion-dollar tech company. They probably don't even know how to send a text message independently of their assistants. I think that before you can ask the CEO of a tech company any questions, you have to know how to use the app first. They have to, I want to see every single person that was in that hearing yesterday post a TikTok video, and it has to be a funny one.
If you believe the news media, you should fear China and Russia. This week, let's talk about why.
If they wanted to, China could wipe out the U.S. in probably 3 minutes.
But anyone with an atomic bomb could.
True.
So why China in particular?
Chinese people are very dangerous.
Why? What has made you think that? Have you ever been personally threatened by a Chinese person?
No.
So why do you feel that way?
They know Kung Fu.
I don't think we're in that good of a relationship with them.
So should we fear them? Is that going to make relations better?
I think we should fear them. I think they should fear us.
I think there's some legitimate concerns about human rights there, and I think we need to pay attention to.
But aren't there legitimate human rights issues everywhere? Don't we have them here in the U.S.?
Sure, I think a different scale there, but yes, we do have in other places.
Last year I was in China. I wasn't scared at all, so I don't think you should be scared.
I don't think we should run our country like China or Russia, but I think there's some ideas and some kind of plans they have that help their economy, so maybe we can learn from that.
So that's more emulating and looking up to rather than fearing. But we're taught to fear them. Why do you think that is?
Because fear keeps you in control. If you are afraid, it's easier to be manipulated by somebody telling you to do something rather than questioning what they say.
Everybody is freak scared today because the news and all the media makes people scared, and especially in America.
Why China and Russia in particular are we made to feel scared of?
Because they're very powerful. That's what we think.
Ultimately, they're going to be a part of the growth picture, and they need us as much as we need them.
So why are people scared of them? Why are they painted in this horrible picture?
The unknown. It's always the same.
So maybe we should get to know them.
That'd be good.
Invite them over for coffee.
I like that.
The only thing our Congress knows is money. So let's hit them in their wallet. Wall Street is betting that Meta stocks will go up. Let's show them that if TikTok is banned, we will not go back to Facebook and Instagram. Because Mark Zuckerberg, if we burn, you burn with us.
Now, I don't have much faith in the United States government, but if they ban TikTok here in the USA, I've completely given up hope in our government and our right to freedom of speech. Because on Instagram and on YouTube, I can post a video all day and it won't get removed. But if I post that same video right here, it'll get removed within a minute. And TikTok has some of the strictest policies that can be implemented on social media. So they're trying to find any excuse that they can. And my screen name on YouTube is the same as right here, Lucky_Chucky. And although they do pay better, I've never been in this for the monetary value. It's been the point and the principle.
Y'all, listen, I don't make content like this. I live in South Korea. It's been a hot minute since I lived in America, but I feel like America needs to be put on a psych hold until it is willing to seek therapy. I mean, maybe the entire United States of America needs a conservatorship. Someone have Britney Spears' old lawyers' phone numbers. Maybe they need to get involved, because between, like, y'all freaking out over mastering a pandemic, your bank crisis, what is this, tornadoes in California, and now Congress people don't know how Wi-Fi works? I mean, so, y'all think that, like, it's like America thinks all this stuff is kind of normal when the rest of the world is looking and going, oh, sweetheart, something's wrong with you.
Hello, I am a third-year computer science student, and I thought that I'd like to come on here and share a little bit about what I think about the TikTok ban from a technical perspective. I think it was pretty obvious to probably anyone below 35 years old that most of the questions asked today in the hearing were not even close to relevant. My favorite was the question about the dilation of the pupils when you're scrolling through TikTok to see whether or not you like a video or not. That was so cool how he said that. Every single app that you use on your phone collects user data, and it might not share that data, but it collects data. If it doesn't collect data, it won't do anything. When your whole argument is based upon the fact that the app is collecting data, it really just shows that you have no idea what that word means. There are a lot of conversations to be had about privacy of data, especially surrounding Meta. Excuse me. If you didn't know, Meta has spent millions and millions and millions of dollars trying to lobby against TikTok due to its growing popularity. I think what's embarrassing is the fact that most of these politicians that are testifying against the TikTok CEO appear to have never used the internet. If you were thrown off by what the TikTok CEO said when he said that he was collecting data of your eyes when you're using a filter, that's just because the filter won't work if it can't find your eyes. It won't know where your eyes are. And I'm pretty sure that they would discard that data extremely quickly because it would become very costly. It's also embarrassing because I know that a lot of these politicians have accounts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram to help run their campaigns. So I'm not really sure where they think their data is going with those apps. This hearing is just pathetic. It really is. If you don't care about the hearing at all, except for the fact that it might take away TikTok, please listen to that, because we are watching politicians literally trip over themselves trying to prove a point that just doesn't exist because they have received a lot of money to do so. It's also been really disappointing to just watch how blatantly racist the politicians have been while they're questioning the TikTok CEO. I hate the fact that he had to clarify that he was from Singapore, because a lot of them definitely did not think that was where he was from, especially implied by the way they were asking him questions about China. Just remember, kids, anytime you think to yourself, the government wouldn't do that, oh yes, they would. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go fix my Wi-Fi. It's been sending too much of my data to China recently.
For these stars and stripes, hey.
This is so true. There are so many headlines this morning from major news networks that are completely opposite of what we're seeing on TikTok and really celebrating how Congress did yesterday. So the comment is from a video with this representative that I shared if you want to watch it. She was asking him about Tiananmen Square and whether or not you can find Tiananmen Square content on TikTok, knowing that Tiananmen Square is bad press for China and something that we were really kind of raised in the United States to understand as a mark of why communism is bad. So if there was not Tiananmen Square content on TikTok, it could be argued that the Chinese government may have influenced that in some way. But there is, and so he was like, yeah, that content is available. And then she threatens him and is like, well, if you lie to Congress or you say anything misleading, that is a federal crime. But she said it very harshly, like, let me remind you, sir. And he's like, yeah, no, I understand, and that content is still available on our platform. Mind you, she could have just fucking Googled it, man. Or she could have had an intern hop on TikTok and look up Tiananmen Square, and she would have saved herself the question, because they only get so much time and so much questions. So like, it just shows they're going for the sound bites. So let's go ahead and play the headlines that came out of that. Rep tells TikTok CEO lying to Congress is a federal crime during Tiananmen Square discussion. If you did not watch that hearing, that seems pretty damning. Like, good job, Congress. Death and despair. House Republican throws down with TikTok CEO in scorched earth opening. Both of these are about this woman, Kathy McMorris Rogers. If you Google her, you'll see that's where I found those headlines, and there's plenty of others. I did not pick her for any specific reason other than when I saw this line of questioning, it just stood out to me as so black and white of being threatening and then also trying to trap him. But I mean, honestly, she wasn't the dumbest one out there. She wasn't asking about Wi-Fi. But while we're talking about Kathy, let's have a little fun. So Open Secrets is a resource that you can access online. It's nonpartisan, independent, and it's a nonprofit that collects all of the data that is publicly available that campaigns must disclose by law. And it gives you some really nice charts and really kind of breaks down like which super PACs, which companies are donating to different candidates. All right, so main menu, click on interest groups, political action committees, or PACs. And then there is a filter for sections, and we're going to choose top recipients of PAC money. And guess who's number one? Kathy. Kathy collected $3.3 million. And you know what? All the politicians are doing it. Democrat, Republican, Independent. So it's really great that we have this resource. So have a little fun, look some stuff up. You can see which companies belong to which super PACs, which PACs are donating to which candidates. It's a little bit nuanced. It is a government funded website, or it's not government funded. It's just a nonprofit. So it's not the best, but lots of data on there. So go find some facts.
If I was on the PR team for every politician and congressman that's openly talking about the fact that their TikTok algorithm is filled with salacious content of adolescents being exploited, I would be working overdrive if I was their PR team. Because TikTok's algorithm is based on everything you engage with. If you search for something, if you click on something, if you like it, share it, save it, anything. That's why things end up on your For You page. How many of us have had this app since 2020? And we've never seen a single inappropriate thing on our For You page. But yet all of Congress has. Why is no one talking about this? This is a big freaking deal.
Hey, if you're not used to watching congressional hearings, you may not know what was unusual about the TikTok hearings, so let me fill you in. Committees are staffed with pretty much equal numbers of Democrats and Republicans. They take turn asking witnesses questions. What they normally do is play this bizarre game of good cop, bad cop, where one side treats the witness like shit, does everything they can to discredit their qualifications and their credibility. They ask them impossible questions that can't be answered. They ask them questions that have nothing to do with their expertise. And they're just an in general embarrassment. And then the other side uses their time to apologize to the witness for the way their colleagues are treating them. But in the TikTok hearings, there was no good cop. The entire committee was unprofessional, rude, condescending. They lied. They threw in a couple of conspiracy theories. They were completely ignorant of the topic they were there to discuss. They were an embarrassment to this entire country. You'd think that a bunch of people who lie for a living could have come up with a better story than TikTok is a national security risk. No one is on TikTok giving away national secrets. We know that Mark Zuckerberg, who can't handle a little competition, spent a lot of money to try to get TikTok banned. In my opinion, the only thing they accomplished was to show their ignorance, to show that they have not protected Americans' privacy, and to give us a common enemy.
Does the shower in my house access my home's water supply? Yes. In my experience, showers do use water. You're being evasive, son. I'm gonna ask you again. Does my shower access other water devices in my home? Congressman, I just answered. Showers do use water in your home. We do not do anything out of industry norms. Your showers are communist and you're a criminal.
America, I have a question. Where do you find these US Congress men and women? I ask because, along with a lot of people around the world, we are laughing at the sheer stupidity and incompetence of the questioning to the CEO of TikTok. I know a lot of American people, and all of them are very intelligent, clever, normal people. Where do these people come from? How do they get into a position of such power? Honestly, I'm lost.
Do they really plan on banning TikTok? I just want to make sure that you see this video.
Chair Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, members of the committee, thank you for your time. I am Shou Chu, and I'm from Singapore. That's where I was born, as were my parents. And after serving in Singapore's military, I moved to the UK to attend college, and then here to the US to attend business school. I actually met my wife here. By the way, she was just born a few miles away from here in Virginia. 2 years ago, I became the CEO of TikTok. Today, we have more than 1 billion monthly active users around the world, including over 150 million in the United States. Our app is a place where people can be creative and curious, and where close to 5 million American businesses, mostly small businesses, go to find new customers and to fuel their growth. Now, as TikTok has grown, we've tried to learn the lessons of companies that have come before us, especially when it comes to the safety of teenagers. While the vast majority of people on TikTok are over 18, one of our fastest growing demographics are people over 35. We spent a lot of time adopting measures to protect teenagers. Many of those measures are firsts for the social media industry. We forbid direct messaging for people under 16, and we have a 16-minute watch time by default for those under 18. We have a suite of family pairing tools so that parents can participate in their teens' experience and make the choices that are right for their family. We want TikTok to be a place where teenagers can come to learn, which is why we recently launched a feed that exclusively features educational videos about STEM. STEM videos already have over 116 billion views on TikTok. And I think TikTok is inspiring a new generation to discover a passion for math and science. Now, I would also like to talk about national security concerns that you have raised, that we take very, very seriously. Let me start by addressing a few misconceptions about ByteDance, of which we are a subsidiary. ByteDance is not owned or controlled by the Chinese government. It's a private company. 60% of the company is owned by global institutional investors. 20% is owned by the founder, and 20% owned by employees around the world. ByteDance has 5 board members. 3 of them are American. Now, TikTok itself is not available in mainland China. We're headquartered in Los Angeles and in Singapore, and we have 7,000 employees in the US today. Still, we have heard important concerns about the potential for unwanted foreign access to US data and potential manipulation of the TikTok US ecosystem. Our approach has never been to dismiss or trivialize any of these concerns. We have addressed them with real action. Now, that's what we've been doing for the last 2 years, building what amounts to a firewall that seals off protected US user data from unauthorized foreign access. The bottom line is this: American data stored on American soil by an American company, overseen by American personnel. We call this initiative Project Texas. That's where Oracle is headquartered. Today, US TikTok data is stored by default in Oracle servers. Only vetted personnel operating in a new company called TikTok US Data Security can control access to this data. Now, additionally, we have plans for this company to report to an independent American board with strong security credentials. Now, there's still some work to do. We have legacy US data sitting in our servers in Virginia and in Singapore. We're deleting those, and we expect that to be complete this year. When that is done, all protected US data will be under the protection of US law and under the control of the US-led security team. This eliminates the concern that some of you have shared with me that TikTok user data can be subject to Chinese law. This goes further, by the way, than what any other company in our industry have done. We will also provide unprecedented transparency and security for the source code for the TikTok app and recommendation engine. Third-party validators like Oracle and others will review and validate our source code and algorithms. This will help ensure the integrity of the code that powers what Americans see on our app. We will further provide access to researchers, which helps them study and monitor our content ecosystem. Now, we believe we are the only company that offers this level of transparency. Now, trust is about actions we take. We have to earn that trust with decisions we make for our company and our products. The potential security, privacy, content manipulation concerns raised about TikTok are really not unique to us. The same issues apply to other companies. We believe what's needed are clear, transparent rules that apply broadly to all tech companies. Ownership is not at the core of addressing these concerns. Now, as I conclude, there are more than 150 million Americans who love our platform, and we know we have a responsibility to protect them, which is why I'm making the following commitments to you and to all our users. Number one, we will keep safety, particularly for teenagers, as a top priority for us. Number two, we will firewall protected US data from unwanted foreign access. Number three, TikTok will remain a place for free expression and will not be manipulated by any government. And fourth, we will be transparent and we will give access to third-party independent monitors to remain accountable for our commitments.
We need to watch this, please.
I'll be grateful for any feedback that you have, and I look forward to
if
your
it don't
questions.
fit,
Thank you
get
very
some
much.
oil.
Would you share this with
I'm
your
the CEO of TikTok,
Would you
takes a
want
photo
them
with
to
you
see
and your
this?
cards and listens to your story.
TikTok is probably actually going to get banned this time, I wanted to talk about some of the very disturbing things that I noticed from today's congressional hearing with TikTok's CEO. And the reason that I think that TikTok is going to be banned is because for the first time in my entire adult life, I saw Congress, Democrats and Republicans, unanimously come together on something. I've never seen that before. Both Democrats and Republicans in Congress just went to war with TikTok this morning. And ironically, it's the app that 150 million of us have come together on to share ideas, make each other laugh, and I don't know about you, but I, for one, have had many of my long-held political ideas and beliefs be swayed by creators just like you who presented an idea from a different point of view than I'd ever considered it. It's made me a more open person, and that's what's made this app so special. And somehow, our so-called representatives couldn't be in a bigger hurry to take that away from us. Our own elected officials today signaled something to all Americans, and it came through loud and clear. Even though we elected them, they don't represent any of us. They have used us to gain power, and now they want more of it. Because if the bill to ban TikTok passes, it's more than just TikTok that we are going to be losing. We'll lose virtually all freedom of speech, expression, and communication online as the government decides what is and isn't safe and appropriate to say on the web. And I never thought I would live to see the day that the American government begs the Chinese to censor Americans. That's a direct quote from somebody that commented on my live today while I was covering these hearings. And they say that it's a national security threat, that China is collecting the data of Americans. But I seem to remember someone else who's already doing that. The NSA, the CIA, and the FBI, and they're using that data to radicalize U.S. citizens and incite violence right here on U.S. soil. Our government is doing that already. I heard our government representatives today talking about the Chinese as if they're some big bad wolf that should be feared. But what have the Chinese done to American citizens to actually make us afraid of them? Have they killed tens of thousands of innocent civilians via drone strike over the last 20 years? Have they removed foreign dictators from power, plunging entire regions of the world into war? Or how about this? Have they built a military with the sole purpose of backing a fiat currency that has nothing backing it besides the power of the military that enforces it globally? Have the Chinese allowed food manufacturers to fill our food with poisonous chemicals and preservatives that are known to cause cancer? No, I'm pretty sure that it's the American government that has done and allowed all of those things that I just mentioned. The Chinese have and continue to do some shady shit, but nobody cluster fucks the planet like the United States of America. And the thing that makes my blood boil is all of the carnage and death and destruction and pain that our country exports to the rest of the world is done against the will of the United States people. I don't know of a single American that is okay with all of the violence and chaos that our country has caused over the last 2 decades just to pad the pockets of the few families who have ties to the military-industrial complex and the government that enables it. Because the last I checked, there are no governments who have the track record for destroying lives like ours does. And that's the irony behind what I saw today during this congressional hearing. A bunch of representatives of a system that has blood on its hands, pointing the finger at a Chinese app for granting free speech to a population that is supposedly guaranteed that right by their constitution and by God himself. And is it any surprise to Congress and other government officials that Americans are going to use that free speech to criticize and question their government? It's literally in our DNA as a people to do that. The people that founded this country chose liberty and death over being told by a dictator how to live their lives. This is supposed to be America, the land of the free, and it sure feels like our government is trying to convince us that that's not the way it's supposed to be. It's crazy to me, but this is really uniting the American people. People left and right are starting to question their own politics. I'm seeing it in people's eyes. People saying, am I really a Republican? It sure doesn't feel like I'm being represented by the people who promised to protect my freedoms. Am I really a Democrat? It certainly doesn't feel like the people I elected are progressing the country in a direction that looks like it has a brighter future than where we came from. Collectively, we all agree we're heading into a corner that we don't want to be in, because this hearing has made it really clear who our elected officials serve. It's not us. It hasn't been for a long time, and the people in this hearing aren't qualified to ask the questions that they asked this morning. They're not even qualified to lead the country, because the American people are simple. We just want to be left alone. We want to raise our families, make sure that they're safe, happy, and healthy, and we want that same thing for everyone else that wants to come here and build that kind of life. We don't want to ban apps. We don't want to stifle free speech. We certainly don't want to fund foreign wars or invade foreign countries the moment that oil is found. We want to be left alone. We want peace. We are craving a way to learn to respect each other again, and TikTok has given us that space. And the fact that Democrat and Republican leaders are so united in wanting to ban this app tells us all we need to know about who is responsible for things continually going from bad to worse in this country, regardless of what your political views are. So if this platform is banned, wouldn't it be something if we all considered a new party, a party that actually represented us as people? Wouldn't that be something?
So, does this TikTok use dark magic? Yes? No! Okay, next question. You're telling me, scientifically, the app is projecting Chinese light waves into our eyeballs so we can see it. That's a nod. Hey, that's a nod. Us at TikTok, we have an extremely strict security policy that we will do everything in our power to strengthen. I mean, that doesn't sound bad. You can't really go wrong with that. Oh my god, it connects to Wi-Fi. You're joking. It's banned. Oh my god. It's banned.
So what you're saying is that I plug this lamp into the wall and it turns on, right? But I also plug my cell phone into the wall. So does that mean that you are saying that my cell phone is a lamp? It's a yes or no question. I claim my space.
You know, I am so impressed with the CEO of TikTok and how he handled himself yesterday testifying before our rude and obnoxious Congress. The way they treated him was a disgrace. It's an embarrassment, it's obnoxious, and I can't believe they actually treated him that way. They wouldn't let him speak, they wouldn't let him answer questions, they attacked him, and from what I understand, they do that to everyone. So why are you asking people to testify in front of you if you are going to treat them like garbage? Why bother? If you're not going to let someone speak, why have them come to Congress? It makes no sense to me, because they want to show themselves as superior. It is evident to me, just from hearing the line of questioning that they proposed to the CEO, that they have absolutely no idea how this app works. They have no clue. So how can they ban an app that they don't even understand how it works? I'll tell you how. Because they don't care how it works. They don't care how it works, and they don't care about the data. They care about the fact that people like you and I are communicating and having free expression, and for whatever reason, they hate that. And they also can't control the narrative. We are expressing ourselves freely, and people are taking from that whatever they will and making their own determinations. And they don't like that. So that's the obvious motive, even though they're trying to hide it from something else. I think Congress must think that we are stupid. And we're not. So it's obvious that we're not. I don't know about you, but maybe, hopefully we can all call a representative and let them know what we think of how they treated this person yesterday, and how we feel about the app, and what banning TikTok will do to a lot of small businesses and a lot of the creators who actually monetize and make money off of this app. I'm not one of those people. I don't make any money. I don't think anybody would pay me for what I have to say. But there are a lot of people who are going to get hurt by this. So those are my thoughts. Have a wonderful night, and take care of yourself.
This video is for the CEO of TikTok, Mr. Shou Chu. Mr. Chu, we are so sorry. The people that harassed you at the congressional hearing yesterday, they don't represent us. One congressman said yesterday that you were able to do what nothing else has, and that's unite the right and the left. But they're not just united against you, they're united against us. The only thing our politicians care about is their own wallets. You see, members of our Congress are heavily invested in Meta and Facebook, on both sides of our political aisle. And the list just goes on and on and on. Our government is corrupt. They're deeply involved in insider trading. They sat there and told you that they care about the kids in this country while they do nothing to curb the largest threat to children in this country, which is gun violence. And several of the representatives that spoke to you are from states where they literally locked kids in cages, separated from their families. They spoke to you about concerns for our privacy and how our data could be given to China. But Meta, the company that they heavily invest in, also sells data to China, so China could just buy it. Not to mention that you aren't even from China, you're from Singapore, and our government was being very xenophobic to you. Unfortunately, that's kind of a running theme in our country. They're pushing an agenda. They don't care about the American people. They were giving faux outrage to China and communism, but if anything has garnered sympathy for China and communism, it's the way they acted yesterday. Mr. Chu, you run a platform that has created community for millions and millions of Americans. You have literally saved lives. You've probably done more for the American people than any person sitting there representing us. So on behalf of most of us, I want to sincerely apologize. Thank you for TikTok and for the experience it's given us, for the community that we've made, for the friends that we've made, for the new knowledge that we've learned, for breaking down barriers. And one last thing, you did great. You showed a level of decor and professionalism that no one else in that room did. Keep up the good work.
This is a message for U.S. Congress and U.S. Congress only. So if you're not a member of the U.S. Congress, just keep scrolling. Hi, I'm Kyla. I am a lawyer in Canada, and I wrote a really popular book called Cross-Examination, the Pinpoint Method. And all y'all need to read it. In fact, I will fly myself to Washington, D.C., my own expense, to train all of you how to ask a question, how to get an answer you want, because none of you appear to be capable of it.
Everyone change your Facebook profile to show she's Jew. Change your Facebook or your Instagram, both. Oh, I did it. I changed my Facebook page's profile to shows. If you have anything Meta, you should change all your profile pictures to his face. And most especially that one, because it has the TikTok logo.
Listen, this ban will prevent China from accessing your personal data. Yeah, but you also have access to it. And you sell it to ad companies to make money. Well, yeah, but we're American. This is America, you know? We're the American government. It's not the same at all. It sounds exactly the same. If anything worse, because you're taking the term "it be your own people" very literally. Well, you're American, so it makes sense that you trust America. You trust the American government, right? I've never trusted you. It just sounds like you want complete power over data. This ban makes sense. This ban, China bad, America good.
My congressman has been in office longer than I have been alive. And now he's the ranking member on the committee that gets to decide whether or not to ban TikTok. I don't think so. I'm back and I just called his local and his DC office to make my voice heard. Tell me in the comments if I can count on you to do the same.
TikTok says it has 100 million people in the U.S. who are active, regular users. What I'm told is that the CEO is, when he testifies on Thursday before the House committee, that he's going to say that number is now jumped to 150 million users.
Why is that relevant?
So that's relevant because as Washington sort of figures out what to do with TikTok. They've had this review, national security review going on for 3 years. Congress is trying to figure out what they want to do with it. It's just becoming more and more entrenched in Americans' daily lives. And so one of the things you're going to see TikTok do is pull out a lot of stops this week.
Yeah.
They're bringing these creators to Washington, and these are people who are small business owners, entertainers, things like that. And they are going to make an economic argument. So they're basically going to say, here, look, if you ban TikTok, that's going to hurt us financially because we rely on TikTok to basically build our businesses and things like that. And so
even though there is YouTube and there are alternatives, it's going to be a tough argument.
TikTok
to make.
has a big reach, so they're trying that. And then just if you look at these numbers, Chuck, they're young. It's like 31 is the average age, and so that, politically speaking, could hurt Democrats if there was a ban because younger voters are more likely to support Democrats, and so it's very fraught.
I'm only going to say this one time because no reason. I'm only going to say this one time. But I used to be, growing up, I used to be really proud to be American and to be living in this country and, you know, to grow up in this country. I used to be really proud of that. In fact, growing up, I was so proud of being American that I wanted to be white, which I think is a common experience for a lot of people of color who grow up in predominantly white communities. But, you know, I digress. I started to be more in touch with my culture as I grew older, in high school and in college especially. I really tried to embrace my culture. I'm proud to be Chinese. I'm proud of my heritage. I'm proud of my culture. But then, you know, things started falling apart. Things started falling apart real quick. Because growing up, I did experience racism. I experienced a lot of microaggressions. I didn't like China because, you know, a lot of people didn't like China. But I never really felt like I didn't want to be here. I never really felt like I didn't want to be living in America. Until the pandemic happened. And we all know what happened with Asian hate and Asian hate crimes during the pandemic, right? Except all of it was really targeted towards China and Chinese people. It's just the way that some people can't tell different types of East Asians apart, but you know that all of it was really targeted towards China. But then I was like, you know, I've grown up here my whole life. I can't just run away from here. That's what my boyfriend wants to do. My boyfriend wants to just run away from here, right? He's like, let's work here for a while. Let's work here until we have the means to leave the country, and then let's just leave. Because the xenophobia in America is so strong. It is so strong. It only got worse with the pandemic. And it was already pretty bad before. And then yesterday, seeing that congressional hearing on TikTok, oh... Yeah, before that, I was kind of like, you know, there's a possibility that I would still want to stay in America my entire life. You know, like, if we keep our heads down, we work, we do our thing. I can see myself raising my kids here and everything. I can see myself staying here. Yesterday, after I saw the congressional hearing, after I watched clips of it, after I watched, you know, parts of the congressional hearing, I told my boyfriend, you know what, like, I'm tired. I'm really, really tired. I am exhausted to be a Chinese American in this country who is proud of my culture and wants to be proud of my culture. I'm tired and I'm upset. Because in this country, it's really just the norm to hate on China, hate on Chinese people. It's really just like people don't bat an eye.
Do you think I wasn't going to make a call about this? 202-224-3121, Capital Switchboard. Good. I'm calling from Los Angeles. And I am just calling to say I understand that Congress wants to ban TikTok because it's an urgent threat to national security. And if this is the standard by which we are going to ban technology platforms, I just want to make sure that Congress also intends to ban Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, all of which are known to have been infiltrated by foreign agents who are actively using these platforms to harm our country. They're also havens for white supremacists, who we know right now present the most serious terror threat to the U.S. And if Congress is worried about Americans being spied on, I expect them to also ban the Department of Homeland Security, who's running a covert program gathering intelligence on Americans that many of its own employees think is illegal. They should also throw in Google and Amazon, who are unabashedly spying on Americans every single day. So I hope that Congress will be banning all of the above, or else I hope they will leave TikTok alone because it's bull. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye. I had to get that off my chest.
This message is for the American government. We're done. We are absolutely done with your guys' nonsense. This whole TikTok thing has literally just woken everybody up to the very real reality that you do not care about any of us. You do not. So just, save it. Just spare us with that rhetoric. You do not care about us because we don't have livable wages. We can't even live on a daily basis. 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, but you're sitting here talking about TikTok. That in itself is disgusting. Like, listening to all of you people go on and on was probably the most embarrassing thing as an American. You are an embarrassment to the world. You really are. Like, listening to you just bully this man and not let him say anything is just ridiculous. It just goes to show that you had no leg to stand on to begin with. This is all about money. We all know it's all about your meta stocks tanking, the fact that TikTok is eating Google, Facebook, all of it for breakfast because they're outdated sites. It's not TikTok's fault that these other sites are not innovative anymore. That's not TikTok's fault. Communities are literally being built on this app. It has brought people together. And I don't care who laughs at this, but TikTok has saved lives. It has saved my life. I was in a very dark point when I got onto TikTok. And it has been nothing but good person after good person and self-help and motivational speaking. And it's not just teenagers dancing on an app. This isn't a little kid's app anymore. This has grown to be such an amazing app. It's not even matched at this point. It's not even matched. And it probably never will be matched. Like, people are coming together all over the world. People are getting the truth for once in their lives. People are seeing these people who they think they should be hating and realizing that there's no reason to hate these people. That it's really you at the end of the day. If you ban TikTok at this point, it doesn't even matter if you ban it or not. You have woken the beast. We are all awake now, and we will never go back to sleep. If you ban TikTok, we're not going back to your propaganda stations or all of these other junk sites that are doing the same thing that you're accusing of TikTok doing. Enough is enough.
He's Singaporean! What a legend. Shou Chu, you're such an amazing guy. I've loved seeing the feed. I know I'm a little bit late, but like, you are so cool. Now, I can't say the same for the rest of the room. I am British American, although you guys know that I'm Singmola, and I feel that more than any of my actual citizenships. So does that mean I need to renounce my American citizenship? Because I am so embarrassed. What was going on in that room? Surely they can't get rid of TikTok with those people. It's called, need I say more? But anyway, Shou Chu, you legend, mate. You're a legend.
Embarrassing, rude, and incompetent. Those are the three words I have seen used the most in comments when people have been discussing yesterday's TikTok hearing, and they weren't referring to Mr. Chu. As I was sitting there with my little cyber hat on, I couldn't help but think, oh my goodness, no wonder we're having so many cyber attacks, power grid attacks, ransomware attacks, because these people, I don't think have even had one social engineering training, cybersecurity training, and I don't even think most of them know what a phishing email would be. They repeatedly said that they were worried about Americans' data. In my opinion, I believe that they made the situation worse because if I was a Russian hacker, now I would go after the people who ask the most uneducated, ridiculous questions, knowing that their devices and networks are probably not that secure. Does anyone actually know if members of Congress and their staff are required to take any cybersecurity/social engineering training? And if so, what type of education do they receive and how often do they receive the training? Because from what I saw yesterday, we are royally screwed. It's horrifying to me that instead of researching good questions or actually researching the problem, they were out whining and dining lobbyists and looking out for their own interests. I'm not sure what the solution is, but we've got to do something. And we have 150 million people on this app, and there are some brilliant minds. So why don't we put some of those brilliant minds into Congress and take back our power? I truly believe deep down in my heart that people are more alike than they are different if they could just get together, kind of ignore the skin suit and connect with the soul. Yes, I know how that sounds coming from a privileged woman in this skin suit, but if you look through my videos, you can see that I've had problems with this system too. What makes this app truly special is the human connection. We laugh, we cry, we support one another, and it really feels like a community. I meet people from all walks of life that I normally wouldn't interact with, and I really appreciate that because I hear the stories directly from them and not from the mainstream media and what they want me to think about those people. I really think Americans have been conditioned to think a certain way and to think a certain way in order to make the rich richer. Now, I know this isn't true for everyone, but I think most Americans are pretty reasonable if you could get them around the table and actually discuss the issues. Because I don't think everyone wants an 8,000 square foot home. They just want a home that's affordable in which they could raise their families. They want affordable healthcare. They want a community that is supportive, and they want to feel seen and heard and supported. And that's exactly what so many of us love about TikTok. We have found a community. I would love to be able to help you with your cybersecurity issues if you help me paint my deck and vice versa. That's what a community is about. We come together, and I feel like right now, so many people are divided. So what do? I obviously don't have all the answers, and I would love to hear your opinions. But I do know after what I witnessed yesterday, I think we have a real opportunity to take the love and community that we have found on this app to give this country a much needed makeover.
Congress doesn't realize it yet, but that dumpster fire of a hearing yesterday will essentially make it impossible for them to ban TikTok now, and I'll tell you why. As expected, my For You feed this morning was full of creators and their hot takes of the event. Whether it be calling out our elected officials on the obvious hypocrisy, lack of professionalism, respect, human decency. But what's different this morning is the amount of new creators I'm discovering who I probably wouldn't normally have seen, who of which have massive followings and are echoing the same sentiment. So for the folks who pulled that demonstration yesterday, it's clear to me that you lit a fire in every community on TikTok. And your actions yesterday essentially triggered that algorithm you love to hate will now unite communities and individuals who weren't connected before exponentially. So yeah, good luck with all that.
I want to ask you, as I understand it, there's a sister app in China, Douyin. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation. Do they have these same things over there? Do they have these kind of challenges in China?
Congressman, I'm really glad you asked this question.
Do they, yes or no?
I'm not sure because...
Yeah, whoa, come on now. You're not sure?
I really am not sure.
Remember, you took the chair lady, she said, you got to tell the truth, okay? Do you know whether they have these kind of challenges like this over in China? Because it's my understanding they don't.
I'm not sure because I spend my energies running TikTok.
And you don't look at any of your other competitors or look at anything similar to yours. So you don't know whether they have. They don't have this over in China.
I did.
We have it here, but they don't have it here. And that's why I'm asking you this. Why is it that TikTok consistently fails to identify and moderate these kinds of harmful videos? Why is it? Why is it that you allow this to go on? We've already heard, God bless you, from parents who are here with us, who have lost children. I submit to you, everybody up here cares about the children of this country. Tell me why.
This is a real industry challenge, and we're working
No,
very
it's not
hard.
industry. This is TikTok.
We're
talking about TikTok. We're talking about why is it that you can't control this? And although I believe in giving credit where credit's due, I want to thank you. It's my understanding that the video that threatened the life of the chairwoman has been removed. Thank you for doing that. Sorry we had to bring it to your attention here, but it's been removed. Tell me why this goes on.
This is an industry challenge for all of us here operating in this country.
Okay, so much for industry challenge. I want to shift gears real quick. I want to talk about biometric matrix, and I want to talk specifically, can you tell me right now, can you say with 100% certainty that TikTok does not use the phone's camera to determine whether the content that elicits a pupil dilation should be amplified by the algorithm? Can you tell me that
We do not collect body, face, or voice data to identify our users. We do not.
You don't?
No. The only face data that you get, that we collect, is when you use the filters to have, say, sunglasses on your face. We need to know where your eyes are. And
Why do you need to know what the eyes are if you're not seeing if they're dilated?
And that data is stored on your local device and deleted after use if you use it for facial. Again, we do not collect body, face, or voice data to identify our users.
I find that hard to believe. It's our understanding that they're looking at the eyes. How do you determine what age they are then?
We rely on age gating as our key age assurance.
Age
gating, which is when you ask the user what age they are. We have also developed some tools where we look at their public profile to go through the videos that they post to see whether...
Boy, that's creepy. Tell me more about that.
It's public. So if you post a video, you choose that video to go public, that's how you get people to see your video. We look at those to see if it matches up the age that you talked about. Now, this is a real challenge for our industry because privacy versus age assurance is a really big problem.
Look, you keep talking about the industry. We're talking about TikTok here. We're talking about children dying. Do you know how many children have died because of this? Do you have any idea? Can you tell me?
Congressman, again, it's heartbreaking.
Can you tell me how many children in America have died because of challenges like this?
The majority of people who use our platform use it for positive experiences.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, tell me the number of children, of U.S. children who have died because of these challenges.
Congressman, again, the majority of people who come on our platform get a good experience.
I'm not talking about the majority of children. I want to know a number.
Dangerous challenges are not allowed on our platform. If we find them, we will remove them. We take this very seriously.
Obviously, you found one today and you removed it. We had to bring it to your attention, and I know I'm out of time. Thank you for being here. Welcome again to the most bipartisan committee in Congress.
Gentleman yields back.
So if you watched the Congress yesterday completely grill the CEO of TikTok, you would completely understand this has nothing to do about children's safety. This has nothing to do about data collecting, because since when did the US government ever given a damn about us, the people? Never. This has everything to do about all the money that TikTok is taking away from American businesses. Hey, it's not our fault we don't like Instagram Reels. It's not our fault we don't like YouTube Shorts. It's not our fault we don't like anything else. TikTok is what we like. We've proven this because 150 million Americans use TikTok. That is nearly half of the population. So you're telling me some dick wrinkle that doesn't even know how a filter works is dictating whether or not something gets banned in the country. See, they're acting like TikTok is the only place where people get bullied on. Hey guy, have you never been on the internet? I've seen way more bullying on Twitter. In fact, I've seen videos on Twitter that I can't even say on here because I'll get banned. And I've seen those videos on Twitter for years. But it's an American company. They don't play by the same rules. And my favorite part is that they kept asking such stupid questions and not giving the CEO time to answer the questions, and then acting like he couldn't answer the question. Yeah, you dump truck. He couldn't answer the question because your mouth kept rambling for the entire time. Chances of TikTok being banned are unfortunately pretty high. And, I have 600,000 of you guys. You guys are amazing. You guys have supported me for years, and I truly appreciate it. And I don't know when this whole thing is going to be taking place, if it's going to be this year, if it's going to be even earlier than this year, maybe in a couple months, I don't know. But if you guys want, you can follow me on YouTube. I do tons of videos there, and it's really, honestly, it's kind of heartbreaking to see where America is going, because my family moved to this country long ago, like around 24 years ago, and it's not the same country as it is today. It's completely different.
So if you watch the TikTok hearing, I think it's pretty obvious that there's a lot of issues in the United States. And one thing that I've been thinking about a lot, and it just kind of crystallized after watching that hearing, was how democracy in the US and in a lot of other countries, including Canada, where I live, is dead or it's on life support. And I don't mean like the whole rally cry after January 6th, where everyone was like, oh, we need to fight for democracy. I mean, it's already been dead for a long time. we have this system in which this 1%, the people with all the money, also have all of the power because they've been putting money into the pockets of these politicians, into these lawmakers, so that they can control the messaging, the media, and everything that runs our society. But I think one of the really amazing things about TikTok and why it's so essential that we fight for it is the fact that it's really democratized our voices. The people who actually matter, the people who are working class, who build everything that we see and benefit from in society. And it gives voices to people like me who, you know, are just normal, everyday individuals, people who don't have a lot of money, who definitely don't have a house if you're a millennial or younger. And it gives us power to fight back. And even in little ways, like one thing that I think about a lot is how the TikTok algorithm works so much differently than other platforms. It encourages people to speak out about how they feel about current events, and we actually get traction from those things. You saw it with the Willow Project, how it was kind of like this grassroots organization on TikTok that propelled it into the national narrative and forced people and politicians to actually discuss something that we as the people really care about. And it's, even if you feel like I'm just one person, I can't do anything, even something as simple as liking a post that you think speaks a message that you care about has so much influence on this platform.
Let's talk about the TikTok ban, because in my opinion, this is actually a huge positive for the United States, because whether you thought you were Republican or thought you were Democrat, if you thought you were red or blue or left or right, this has shown us that politicians don't represent any of us. They don't want us talking to each other. They want us to hate each other, because I don't know if you know this, but the powers that were granted to Joe Biden were granted to him bipartisanly, meaning politicians on both the left and the right voted for him to have the authority to ban the app in the United States. And I think it's because of a couple things. But the first and most important reason is because they do not want us talking to each other. I don't know if anybody remembers what it was like to live in the United States pre-2008, post-2003. Gen Z doesn't remember. But you know what? It was a pretty good time to be in the U.S. After 2008, politicians, universities, and the media taught us all how to hate each other again. I'm getting tongue-tied here, but basically what happened is 2008 was the financial collapse. And after the financial collapse, we all looked around and we were like, wait a minute. The people that caused this financial crisis, that cost people their homes, their families in some cases, and in some cases their lives, the people that caused it, the Wall Street elites, they got bailed out by U.S. taxpayers and the government. Nobody there went to jail. So we all looked around and we were like, what the fuck? Like, what is this? And so a movement started called Occupy Wall Street, and it made a lot of sense. It wasn't about eating the rich. It wasn't about becoming a communist country. At the beginning, it made a lot of sense. It was about like, okay, where's the government? The government's supposed to protect the people from these sharks on Wall Street, but they're in bed with them. But almost immediately, Occupy Wall Street got co-opted by blue-haired hippies who just screamed nonsense and took dumps on cop cars. And you can't take a movement like that seriously. So we didn't, and we forgot about it. And almost immediately after that, something happened in the United States. It's been going on ever since. The U.S. got hollowed out like Swiss cheese through identity politics, and we all were divided into these camps that by definition had to hate the other people. We haven't been able to get along since then, and one day we wake up and inflation is through the roof. You can't afford to put a roof over your head even if you're working 3 jobs. It's no longer enough to just want to be left alone, make your money, raise your family, and leave other people alone. No, like you got to get sucked into these identity politics arguments based on the color of our skin, what is or isn't between our legs, and what we want people to call us. It's ridiculous. But honestly, I think all of this has been by design because the media, the people in government, the people in big business don't want us talking to each other. Because I can't tell you how many TikTok videos I have seen put out by people on the opposite side of the political aisle as me, and it's changed my mind because I'm like, man, I've never heard anybody say it that way before. That actually makes a lot of sense. I have realized on this app post 2020 that left or right, we're not any different from each other. We all just want to be happy and be left alone. But the government moving to ban TikTok is the ultimate signal that the government and big business, and especially Mark Zuckerberg, who's been making money selling our data to the Chinese, because guess what? Newsflash. The Chinese already have our data. Facebook and Instagram, they've been selling it to the Chinese for a long time. So the whole national security threat over our data being owned by the Chinese is like totally false. But that's besides the point. The point that I'm trying to make here, excuse me. The point here is that extreme left and extreme right in this country, they're the same people, just in different costumes. But regular Americans, we could all get along if we were just able to talk to each other. TikTok, ironically, because it's owned by the Chinese, is the only app in the United States where we can do that. There are so many news stories that I've picked up on this app that haven't been covered by any other news outlets. And honestly, I get the suspicious idea that other news outlets pick up stories because they have to, because it's being covered by people who are on the ground, on site, sharing what's happening on TikTok. And if TikTok gets banned, it's just proof that the government doesn't want us talking to each other. It has nothing to do with data. Guess who's collecting our data that's the real problem? The NSA. And if you think that you're on the right political side of this argument because, well, Trump didn't ban TikTok, he was trying to. Everybody in office, Republican and Democrat, they're doing this together. They don't represent you, they don't represent me, they don't represent freedom, whatever that means to you. We have so many issues in this country that are literally tearing it apart, from identity politics to racism to sexism to homophobia, transphobia, the right to have an abortion, the right to smoke pot. And at the end of the day, these are all issues that adults should be able to make for their own selves. Adults making decisions for their bodies. And we've let these people in power convince us that anyone who has a different idea about that is the enemy. And we can't work through it by speaking with each other, because the only people that get to speak are the wackos on CNN, far left, or the wackos on Fox, far right. We don't get any kind of discourse from people in the middle, which is most of us in the United States. So if you feel like super frustrated about this TikTok ban, there's something you can do. You can delete your Facebook account, you can delete your Instagram account, and you can cancel politicians. Vote independent this upcoming election cycle. Like, what are we doing? Are we really going to have another Republican in office? Are we going to really do another Joe Biden? I don't care what your politics are. You shouldn't care what my politics are. We can all agree that the last 8 years have been a shit show in the United States, and we've had both left and right in office, and we keep moving the same direction. Left foot forward, right foot forward, and it doesn't get any better for anyone except for the people that are already at the top. And they're the ones that are pushing for this TikTok ban. And that should tell you something about what this means for all of us and whose interests politicians actually have at heart. Think about it.
Hey everyone, this is Rep AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and this is my first TikTok. Now, this is not only my first TikTok, but it is a TikTok about TikTok. Now, this week, the CEO of TikTok came and testified before Congress as there is growing rumblings and discussion over a nationwide ban on the app. Do I believe TikTok should be banned? No. Why should TikTok not be banned? First of all, I think it's important to discuss how unprecedented of a move this would be. The United States has never before banned a social media company from existence, from operating in our borders. And this is an app that has over 150 million Americans on it. Some of the arguments about banning TikTok have come in with respect to discussions around Chinese surveillance and utilization of data that is tracked, and the enormous amount of tracking on US citizens and data that is harvested by TikTok. And they say because of this egregious amount of data harvesting, we should ban this app. However, that doesn't really address the core of the issue, which is the fact that major social media companies are allowed to collect troves of deeply personal data about you that you don't know about without really any significant regulation whatsoever. In fact, the United States is one of the only developed nations in the world that has no significant data or privacy protection laws on the books. The EU, for example, has something known as the GDPR, which really forces an enormous amount of protection on individual users and the amount of data that companies can collect about you without your knowledge. So to me, the solution here is not to ban an individual company, but to actually protect Americans from this kind of egregious data harvesting that companies can do without your significant ability to say no. And usually when the United States is proposing a very major move that has something to do with significant risk to national security, one of the first things that happens is that Congress receives a classified briefing. And I can tell you that Congress has not received a classified briefing around the allegations of national security risks regarding TikTok. So why would we be proposing a ban regarding such a significant issue without being clued in on this at all? It just doesn't feel right to me. And additionally, this case needs to be made to the public. We are a government by the people and for the people. And if we want to make a decision as significant as banning TikTok, and we believe, or someone believes, that there's really important information that the public deserves to know about why such a decision would be justified, that information should be shared with the public as well. But frankly, I think a lot of this is putting the cart before the horse, because our first priority should be in protecting your ability to exist without social media companies harvesting and commodifying every single piece of data about you and without your consent.
Mr. Chu, let me ask you this, and please look at me when I ask you. When I put my phone on airplane mode, does that now mean I control the airplane? How do you attach a PDF to an email that has already been sent? Yes or no? Yes or no? All right, moving on from that question. But why does the filter need to know where my eyes are for sunglasses? I don't understand the difference that it would make. Now, this is a question from Representative Doofus. If the American government wanted to take over children's minds the way that we believe the Chinese have, how would we go about doing that? Really?
In Hungary, we don't say, "Oh my God, I absolutely love your dress. Where did you get it?" We say,
If you've been watching the congressional hearing today about TikTok, this dude right here came at the CEO like I had my jaw on the floor. Just listen to this.
Mr. Chu, you have not given straightforward answers. We don't find you credible on these things.
They will not let him talk.
And with that, Madam Chair,
Credible?
I'd like to yield the balance.
Congressman, you have given me no time to answer your questions. I reject the characterizations.
I yield to Mr. Obernolte.
At least he stuck up for himself.
Oh, America wants my data. China wants my data. Russia probably wants my data. But no one wants to data me!
I'm in the country of Romania, and they just watched the question that one of the U.S. senator asked the Mr. I think his name is Mr. Shaw, the CEO of TikTok. Does TikTok access the Wi-Fi? And the CEO replied, only if the user turns on the Wi-Fi. It's like if you say, if you activate the airplane mode, do you control the plane? If I plug in my phone to charge it and my TikTok is on, do I control the national electric grid? Sorry, neighbors. It's crazy. Hold on, did they pass any exams to become senators or? Hey, I'm gonna elect myself senator.
Westerners who come here telling me how bad China is, I want you to know that I respect you. I know that you have a lot of morality and compassion, but your compassion and morality is being milked and used against you. If you have not been to China yourself, if you don't speak Chinese, it's going to be hard for you to find the truth because the English reports all smear China. That's the prerogative, that's the program, that's the directive. The ruling class in America has intense interests to keep you ignorant, to keep you hating or fearing China, to hope that you consent for an all-out war against China. If not that, at least a tech war, at least an economic war, at least sanctions. Okay, your inflation will go up, your taxes will go up, your quality of life will go down, but the government wants you to think it's all worth it to defeat evil China. Okay? Just think about the past and the lies they used on citizens to push war. It's happening again right now. In the age of satellites, they make a big fuss over balloons. Balloons? Don't you think something weird is going on? Don't you think it's weird that China used to buy American debt? China helped America in 2008 after the crash and crisis. What's changed? What's changed? American companies go to China to do so much business. What's changed? China has risen. China is threatening America's #1 position. That's the only thing that's changed. I mean, American military bases have been in Asia and all over the world surrounding China for decades. Long time. But what's changed? China is becoming too strong. China's economy is too good. China has lifted too many people out of poverty. China has so many scientists and engineers and educated people ready to do good. We need to contain them. We want to be #1. We want to run the world. We want to make the most money. We want to keep all of our military bases all over the world. That's why we lie to the citizens. We smear China any chance we get. We make sure every angle looks bad on China. This is terrible for humanity. This is a crime against humanity.
TikTok is about to get banned in the US because Mark Zuckerberg has decided to monopolize the digital world. As a creator on TikTok, I've been able to inspire over 670,000 people over the past year. 40% of them being American adults. You all know where you can still find me if this goes through. It would be on Instagram with the same name.
Did anyone feel any secondhand trauma watching the TikTok CEO get grilled by the US Congress?
And what they know about
the fact that they were not allowing him to respond to really intense and unfair questions through to when they did get him to respond, they were ignoring responses, pretty much interrupting him. It was just like, oh my god, it just felt like they were bullying him, and the fact that they were asking him questions about the CCP and the Chinese government, I was like, is this now bordering on racism? It got me so mad, and he's not even from China, he's Singaporean.
Hey, Chua! Yeah, I just saw you on TV. Walao, so stupid are these angmos. I don't know how you tahan, okay? If it's me, I will get their kepala already. Yeah, I cannot take it. What? You want me to help you? Actually, I have a lot of experience translating from Singaporean to Angmo. Okay lah, this time I help you. On the behalf of us lah. Yeah, maju lah. Okay. Mr. Senator, do you even know what Wi-Fi is? Wi-Fi, yes or no? Yes or no? Mr. Senator, when you plug in your hairdryer, does that mean that you control national grid? Mr. Senator, if your Mimo was looking down right now at you from the heavens, Lord of mercy, I don't think she would be impressed by your style of courtesy. Now, your country and my great country, we've been friends for a long time, since Dabia's time. And I think you're getting us mistaken with China, which my country also has their fair share of challenges with. So please stop confusing our Mr. Chu with the Chinese Communist agent. It ain't happening because we are from Singapore, and in Singapore, we don't answer yes or no questions unless we're convinced that you understand what we're talking about. Because you want the truth, you can't understand the truth, Mr. Senator. Achua, yeah, settle already. Yeah. Hey, I'm want to lunge you to go and lim copy next week. Okay, call me lah. Okay, bye-bye.
Does anybody have footage of when the congressional hearing was over today and all of the congressmen and women took their phones and used their face to unlock their phone using facial recognition software? Can we clip that to what that guy was talking about? Have none of them ever been to a grocery store? Probably not, because they make too much money. Have they never been to a self-checkout where there's like video cameras going and you can see your face and they use the facial recognition software? Like,
so I keep seeing younger people asking why they're not letting the CEO of TikTok actually answer the questions that are being asked. And I figured, this is Gen X time to shine, because there is a very specific reason as to why, and it might not be what you think it is. In 1995, Congress held hearings about heavy metal, and it was referred to as the Satanic Panic. And there was a man named Dee Snider, who is the lead singer of an incredible band called Twisted Sister, and they let him answer questions. And he spoke so eloquently and logically that all they were able to accomplish was a warning sticker on albums and things like that. And they weren't able to actually ban heavy metal in the United States because they let the man answer questions and he made sense. And they couldn't deny that he made sense. So they may be dumb and unable to learn technology, but they know how to win. And they do learn from their mistakes. So they're not going to let this man speak. They're not going to let him answer the questions because he's going to answer them logically and eloquently, and they're going to lose. And the similarities between what's going on with TikTok and what was happening with heavy metal in the 90s are so similar, it's almost frightening. Heavy metal brought people together with the ability to share information, to publicly argue with the government, to build communities of like-minded people, and the government hates that. They hate that. They don't want easy ways to share information. They don't want you to build communities of like-minded people because communities get together and inspire change. And they don't want change. They want the status quo. And they certainly don't want change from marginalized communities, from people who are different, from people who don't follow the status quo blindly. So when you're watching these hearings and you're thinking to yourself, why the hell aren't they letting him answer the questions that they're asking? That's why. Because they've done that in the past and they lost. And these people do not want to lose.
This is a message for Congress. Hello, my name is Katie Ray. I'm a survivor of over a decade of CSA at the hand of a family member, and I've dedicated my adult life to advocating for the sexually exploited and the human trafficked. And I use my social media platforms to educate on those topics and offer resources for survivors who are looking for freedom. The eyes of the nation were on you yesterday as we heard the myriad of reasons this bipartisan effort to ban TikTok has brought you all together. And yet the only one I will be addressing is the children you mentioned. Your children, your grandchildren, and the children of this nation that you claim their mental health, their well-being, and their safety are at such significant risk due to this app that it should no longer exist. As an individual who has dedicated a great deal of their advocacy to uncovering the ways in which social media platforms have failed to protect their users and it's brought in harm to children digitally, I am uniquely qualified to speak on this topic. The risk to minors using social media is not unique to TikTok. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Nelson Mandela said that. Let's take a look at the ways in which you have perpetuated, allowed, and participated in the treatment of our children.
If you think America is the heart of modern civilization, this story will surely change your mind. There, a trade in unwanted children exists, and the way they do it is distressing. It's known as rehoming, and when parents decide they no longer want their adopted child, they simply advertise them on websites to lure prospective new parents. It's as straightforward as getting rid of an old fridge on eBay. There's no vetting or court orders required, and these disposable children can be handed over to anyone. In fact, until you see it, it's difficult to believe, and we should warn you, it's quite confronting.
First up, we have Alicia. Alicia is a very special and very sweet young lady who is looking for her forever family. She describes herself.
It's a parade like no other. Abandoned children desperately selling themselves to win over a new family, a new start.
She also likes drawing and doing arts and crafts.
And in the audience, sizing them up to find a perfect match, are their potential parents.
Okay, Michaela, you look so cute. That is my girl.
Travelling to this so-called matching event today is Tom, a teacher with no children, who is interested in 14-year-old Frank, given up by his adopted family 2 years ago and now living in a care home.
Today is important because I get a chance to kind of be a part of something, you know, part of a family that I've been waiting to be a part of for a very long time now.
If something happens, then we'll pursue it, and if not, not a big deal. Nothing gained, nothing lost.
But Frank is anxious to make something happen. He has much to lose and only 2 hours to convince Tom he's worthy of adoption.
I'm trying to show him the brightest aspects of me and to let him know what the darkest ones are.
Frank has sold himself well. Tom agrees to give his new son a trial run and will collect him in 15 days' time.
Thank you, do the same.
But 6 months later, Tom decides they're not compatible. And again, Frank can only hope and wait to find a family who wants him forever. To see those children trying to sell themselves to find a forever family, what does that do to your stomach?
Oh, it is appalling that we get to a place as unseemly as this. Appalling.
It is distressing, tragic, and completely legal. Here in the US, it's a phenomenon known as rehoming, where, along with matching events, troubled kids are advertised like goods on eBay and given to anyone who'll take them. Mostly, they're adopted and often wear the scars of abuse and neglect. Most disturbingly, their parents have decided they no longer want them. It could be here in New York City.
It could be here in New York. It could be in Boston.
For Adam Pertman, from the Boston-based National Center on Adoption and Permanency, rehoming is the heartless result of desperation.
Desperate people do stupid things and desperate things. There should be legal structures and social structures and professionals who know what the hell they're doing around all of this. If we don't protect vulnerable children, who do we protect?
It's an underground trade in children that could be happening in any suburb across America. It's estimated that there is something like 24,000 foreign adoptees who are no longer with their adopted families. And as we've seen, there are countless more waiting to be rehomed. To rehome a child here is breathtakingly easy. Parents who no longer want their kids simply sign them over to those who do. And that could be anyone. A desperate, loving parent in waiting, or a monster.
The foster care system is a pipeline to human trafficking. and I imagine lines many of your pockets handsomely. You have actively and intentionally ignored millions of children that have passed through the foster and adoption system and refuse to reform it. As a result, we don't believe you when you tweet hashtag protect the children, because we believe in protecting children over profit.
Hey, you want to take action and stop the ban of TikTok? Keep listening. We all saw the congressional hearing today with the CEO of TikTok, and it does not look good. So how do we do anything about it? What power do we have to actually do anything about it right now? First thing is fuck with Meta, right? Delete your Facebook, delete your Instagram, and yes, we know that your information's still going to be on there. You can't fully deactivate it. However, you can delete the app and take it off your phone completely, and it's going to show up in the App Store how many downloads and if it's actually being used, and it's going to affect their stocks. Because we know that Meta is a huge driving force behind banning TikTok, this is going to be a huge step. Not only that, but they're going to lose a whole bunch of money if we're not using these apps, because they're getting paid by advertisers to promote their ads on our social media feeds while we're on them. However, if we're not watching them, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to pull their advertising from those companies. I always say, fuck with their money. Second thing we can do, which I saw another guy post and I thought it was freaking genius, was you can Google your local representatives. Super easy to find out, takes like 2 seconds. From there, you can get their contact info, their phone, their email, their address, where you can physically like mail a letter in. And it's not enough just to say, hey, I'm against the ban of TikTok. This is how it's affected my life in a positive way, which, yes, obviously mention that because it matters. But also threaten them, not with any violence at all whatsoever. Do not do that. However, you can let them know that if they follow through with this, that you will spend all of your time and energy during the primaries promoting their competitor. Yeah, that's gonna freaking terrify them. But it has to be during the primaries because that's when it actually matters and that's when they're actually scared. And the last thing that I can think of that you can do isn't necessarily
Does
something you can do
TikTok
right
access
now.
the home Wi-Fi network?
Hey,
We as a community are going to decide where we're going to go.
Hey, you got something right here.
And this can't be just one location.
missed it.
This has to
App
be
on my phone, and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network. Does TikTok access that network?
Can somebody else just help this man out?
This is not
Sweet mother of pearl, not you again.
Sorry. Of a social
here we
media
go
app.
again.
Like it's
I don't know why I'm even
This is about getting the
answering
news
this.
that
Now,
is
please say
not
you're
being
sorry for making me
controlled
sit
by
through
our own
this.
government,
Sorry.
their politics, and not controlled by money.
This TikTok ban could be one of the biggest Trojan horses that I've ever seen in our living history. Now, again, I'm not against anybody. I'm not left. I'm not right. God is my present CEO. I want to start out very, very clearly. This is not against anybody. I'm going to present facts, figures, numbers, logic, and I'm going to share with you from my perspective. All I'm doing is documenting my journey as if my grandkids are going to watch this in the future and say, this is what my grandpa did during these times, or this is what my great-grandpa did during these times. So we all know that the TikTok CEO got drilled by Congress, interrupting him, not letting him speak, not letting him give solutions to the problem that they think that is going on. But let me give you my perspective, being 47 years old and living on this earth for 47 years, experiencing deep inside the banking system and understanding how this system works from my perspective. Congress is worried about TikTok raising our kids and ruining our kids. As you have a banking system that is completely collapsing because of your policies, because of detaching us from the gold standard and making our money fake and burying us into a debt-based society, and you're worried about TikTok raising our kids. My kids are on TikTok. My kids see YouTube shorts. My kids see the social media, but I raise my kids. My kids have morals, principles, integrity, and they understand what is right or wrong. I raise my kids. But here's the thing that pisses me off when you're sitting up here going after the CEO of TikTok. When you very people created our monetary system, our food system, our education system, and what we call the American dream, that is the debt trap that we all live in now. Let me share a personal story. When I was in banking, I had this moment. There was a switch that flipped inside of me. When I was in banking, we had what's called overdrafts. And the overdraft rules have changed quite a bit, but this is when the overdraft rules were just wide open. And I'll never forget this. We were scrutinized heavily when we reversed too many overdraft fees, because those people are getting a high interest rate loan. It's not an interest, but it's a loan to use our money to pay their bills. Well, there was this moment in time when a single mom came in and she was trying to reverse a bunch of overdraft fees. And this had to be rolled up to me as a vice president. And I went through the protocol of talking to the manager, and the manager's like, can we look at her bank accounts? I take a look at her bank account. This is a single mom. And I'll get to the point around this with TikTok. I'll circle back. This is a single mom who the dad is not paying child support. She is working 2 jobs, trying to put diapers on her baby's butt and feed her child. She's not out at Vegas popping bottles, having a great time. She's not out screwing around. She's trying to survive so that she could put food on the table for her family and her child. This is what you should be worried about, Congress. The fact that we do not educate our children on how the monetary system works. My kids know how the monetary system works. Here's the problem, is you teach us to go to school, to get a job, to get a 401k, to wait for Social Security to survive and not thrive. Here's the problem, the food system. At the bottom of the food system, it says that carbohydrates are an essential nutrient for your daily needs when they're not. It's not an essential nutrient. And you got people sitting at their desk eating carbohydrates as an essential nutrient. And type 2 diabetes is smashing through the roof. Here's the problem, Congress. We got food in America that other countries make illegal. Here's the problem, Congress. Every time that single mom or me puts my money in the bank account, you allow us to lend it out 9 times fractional reserves. Here's the things we should be focused on, is you pulled moms out of the house so they had to work a job, and the dad had to work a job because things are so gosh dang expensive to survive. Both parents have to work 2 jobs, and a daycare is raising our kids. That's the problem. It's not that TikTok is raising our kids. It's that other people are raising our children and teaching them morals and ethics. We're not raising them. Here's the problem, Congress, is the very monetary system you created. You were able to turn on the printing machine when you needed help. Is the very monetary system that has buried Americans in a debt trap. So now here we are. Our government has to borrow money or turn on the printing machine or raise the debt ceiling just to pay their bills. They have to buy junk bonds from their big company friends in order to keep them alive. They are able to manipulate the stock market, move it up and down so that their friends can make a huge, healthy profit. The problem is not TikTok. You're mad at TikTok because we get to choose the information. Yes, I understand there's algorithms, but I have a choice. My algorithm on my TikTok, my algorithm on my Instagram is what I'm looking at, what's important to me. That's what upsets you. So let's talk about what ruins society, is exactly why you're going after the TikTok CEO. Is that the 6 largest media stations are owned by the wealthiest people in the world. So that was their version of TikTok. But our parents didn't have a choice. They couldn't swipe up. They couldn't swipe down. They couldn't change the station. It was stagnant. They couldn't switch the commercials. They couldn't skip the commercials. And what you're upset about now is that we can skip the commercials, that we can change the narrative, that we can choose our own narrative. And what you guys got us to do is you got us to care about things that didn't bother us before. I don't care if there's a guy wearing a dress in the White House. What I care is he's doing his job. I don't care how diverse the White House is. I love everybody. What I care is the diverse people in the White House are doing their job. That's what I care about. I don't care what gender you pick. I don't care if you're gay or straight. I don't care what color you are. I don't care if you're Church of Latter-day Saints, Jehovah's Witness, Catholic. What I care is if you're being a good citizen, and if you're in the White House, if you're doing your job. You got us to fight about this stuff. You got us to pick sides because you shoved it in our face. What we care about now, and that's why so many people are doing videos on this, is we care that you're actually doing your job. And you're not going after the TikTok CEO when our economy is completely collapsing. It's the biggest distraction I've ever seen, the biggest Trojan horse I've ever seen in my living history, in the history that I study every single day. Your monetary system is collapsing because you did that. And don't get up there and act like you're trying to protect us as Americans and trying to protect our kids when you didn't protect our parents, when you didn't protect our grandparents. I'm not against anybody, but what I am against is telling other people that they're raising their kids. We raise our kids. And if you have single moms who have to work 2 jobs, you did that. You didn't provide the proper education to our parents. You didn't provide how the actual economy actually works to our parents. You put us in a schooling system, teach us how to memorize, not to problem solve. You did that to our parents. You took them through the Great Depression, you smashed them. And then when they were starting to thrive in 1971, you detached us from the gold standard, turned the printing machine on full blast in a low interest rate environment, and you made our money fake. So now our poor parents, the baby boomers, are sitting there with all this money in their bank account that may get bailed in and may all just disappear. They have these amazing 401ks that they trusted you and how the system works. When the stock market used to be considered a casino before 1974, when the 401k came in, so you took their hard-earned money and put it into the casino. Because why? Because your friends, your brothers and sisters in the ecosystem are the ones who run those businesses. So I could go on and on and on. But this whole Congress with TikTok thing is a much bigger picture. They're blaming the TikTok CEO for raising our kids when they destroyed our parents and our grandparents through the information, television, tell-you-a-vision, program you. The problem is we now have a choice. That's what you're upset about. Let's be real. TikTok doesn't raise our kids. We are supposed to raise our kids. And you can't blame the American citizens when you put them into a system that has them working 16 hours a day just to pay their bills. So Congress, do you want advice on how to fix the system? Educate people on macro and microeconomics. That's what you're upset about, is someone like me is teaching people macro and microeconomics. I'm getting 400,000 views per video when media stations are struggling to get views. That's what you're upset about. You're upset about people like me getting 7 million views a week, providing my own perception. I'm not trying to teach anybody to do anything, but I'm giving my own perception. It's biased, my perception, but people have a choice to listen to me. People have a choice to unfollow or hate on me. But our parents didn't have a choice. They sat in front of a television, telling them a vision and programming them to think a certain way. Let's be honest, that's what you're upset about. So I really think, Congress, you should truly get right with Christ. I truly think that you should look in the mirror, and I think you should tonight look in the mirror and say, am I truly doing what's right for the people? Are you truly doing what's right for the people? I'll say it one more time. Are you truly doing what's right for the people? So Congress, I love you unconditionally, just like I love every single human being. I love every single human being on this app and in the world. I have no enemies. What I won't do is sit back and let someone else raise my kids, and specifically TikTok. Maybe if you would have let the TikTok CEO speak, you didn't want him to speak because you're not looking for a solution. You're looking to remain in control. It's time to get some principles and some integrity. Warriors, rise, get your shit together. Let's go. Love you guys.
I've been laughing nonstop since Rep. Richard Hudson asked Mr. Chu that asinine question. You know the one. So here are some of my favorite comments people have left on TikTok in response to that question. How do I install my blinker fluid? Mr. Chu, do we need oxygen to breathe? Mr. Chu, when I close my eyes, why do I see darkness? My car needs gas and I put gas in my car. Does the gas have access to my radio? Mr. TikTok, does my toilet access the city's sewers? Can I access other toilets from mine because they connect to the same sewer? Mr. CEO, if I have 6 bananas and you have 3 apples, where does my phone need the flux capacitor? But if I'm in an airplane and I turn on airplane mode, can TikTok talk to the airplane?
I had to stop watching the congressional hearing. It was so, ignorant and so xenophobic and so clear how corrupt Congress is. Are you kidding me? The questions they are asking TikTok should be asked to American-owned social media companies, and yet they're being extremely harsh and xenophobic. They do not know what they're talking about. They have absolutely never interacted with this app. And I just want to go on public record and say that all of these people are deeply unqualified to represent Americans. Why aren't you going after guns? Are you fucking kidding me? This is so transparent that they're working with Meta. Like, we're not fucking stupid. God, they are. They are stupid.
Congratulations, guys. We finally got Congress to agree on something. Unfortunately, it completely violates our First Amendment rights. Now, I don't know about you guys, but kind of weird that the CEO of a Chinese company is defending our First Amendment rights more than our elected officials are. But that's just me, just feeling kind of weird about that. I think one of my favorite parts was where Pence asked, when was he going to get paid by TikTok for the data that they were collecting? Which is funny because we know that Meta does that and they don't seem to have a problem with Meta doing that. So that leads me to believe that they're all being paid by Meta. Now, by now, we all know that Meta spent like $20 million lobbying against TikTok to have it taken down. So, yeah, they're feeling a little threatened right now. But if Zuckerberg really thinks we're going to come crawling back to him just because he tanks TikTok, yeah, that's not really going to happen. I saw another TikToker talking about how we should all go back to MySpace. And I just want to say that if we do that, we need to we need to talk about it beforehand. We need to all buy stock. This could be big, guys. This could be big. MySpace. Tom never abandoned us. That's all I'm saying. We abandoned you. Take us back.
You know what I can't stop thinking of since this shit show overhearing? These congressmen and women, they have kids, they have grandkids, whatsoever, right? Now, what is happening at home? How's the family dynamic going when they sit down and have a nice dinner together? Are the kids like, no, Dad, I still love you. It's just the fact that you embarrassed me in front of the whole world, made a fool out of yourself. My friends at school hate you because you tried to take away their favorite app from them. How is it going down?
Watching Congress ask TikTok questions about potential national security threat made me realize Congress is a national security threat. Put term and age limits on Congress immediately.
On behalf of the 150 million people in America who are on this TikTok app, I would like to apologize to the CEO of TikTok at that hearing in Congress. I am sure that most of the rest of the world knows that we have a special species only in America. They're called Kenosaurus and Tyrannosaurus. They're old farts from the dinosaur age who understand nothing about technology. There are also certain things that they display in their behavior that is totally rude and disparaging to other races. So on behalf of the 150 million users on TikTok, I apologize for these old farts who don't even understand technology and don't know that we know that all our information is all over the world because it has been stolen over and over and sold by numerous countries. And the sad part about all of this, with all of their chatter, with all of the US government's FBI, NSA, DOJ, and all of the things that we have, we still have not been able to identify the DC bomber. And they're worried about TikTok.
I don't think people actually realize how much of an effect banning TikTok will have on small businesses. Like, legitimately, that algorithm functions differently and more powerfully than any other algorithm I've ever interacted with. I've had multiple businesses, and I have used Instagram and Facebook primarily for marketing for those businesses, and I think maybe I can count on one hand the amount of times for both businesses in a matter of over a decade how many clients I have gained through Facebook or Instagram. Whereas TikTok, I've grown to over 23,500 followers in a year. And they're sending me people who actually go to the link in my bio and actually buy my art. Like, it's not just for followers. It's not just for likes. It's because people actually, really love my art. And the algorithm knows who will love it and it shows it to them. And then they buy my products. Instagram and Facebook have never done that. And I know a lot of other small businesses feel the same way. Congress thinks they're worried about people's data information and data safety, and all they're doing is killing small businesses, along with many other things. But they're killing a lot of small businesses by banning TikTok.
One of the fun things about the TikTok hearings is all these young people finally discovering how utterly stupid their elected representatives are. And it's really funny, because I've watched a lot of these congressional hearings, and it's just jaw-dropping to me how seasoned, intelligent journalists can't just point out the obvious, that these people are morons. They are literal morons. It's just shocking to me. And you people elect them over and over and over again. So whether or not TikTok gets banned, you should take this as an opportunity to really investigate why you haven't voted and who is voting for these slavering, drooling idiots that ask dumb questions.
TikTok, of all things. Lawmakers from both sides seem to be headed towards banning TikTok in the United States. And TikTok, for those of you who don't know, is an app that lets you watch videos similar to what you're doing right now. Only instead of a long horizontal video, they go long ways like this, and then half of the video is footage of somebody carving soap for reasons why I don't know. And there are also buttons and filters with hearts and stuff, and you can turn you into a dog, or they could even turn you into a lion if you want. And there's text that describes what you're watching while you're watching it. And then you throw in some random people talking into tiny microphones, yelling about who knows what. And finally, there's a comment section asking what your feet look like. And the president of China watches every second of this. He's just watching, and one day he's going to use it against us. That's TikTok for you. And TikTok is owned, the parent company is a company called
Catcamic is at it again. I'm warning you, you're probably going to want to slam your head into something when you see this clip behind me, so grab a pillow or something, because I do care about you. So we've all seen this embarrassing clip, right? Let me roll it just in case you've been living under a rock.
The Chinese, by the way, don't allow any of our social media platforms in their country. In fact, they don't even allow TikTok in their country.
As if that level of stupidity wasn't bad enough, this morning Cat decides to double down on the fact that they discovered that TikTok connects to our home Wi-Fi network. Take a look.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
They're building a profile on you. They're tracking your keystrokes, getting into your home.
I'd like to begin by assuring the committee that ByteDance is not an agent of China or any other country.
I'm going to play that again.
Our approach has always been to work transparently and cooperatively with the U.S. government.
You heard that right. She says that they expose that TikTok connects to Wi-Fi. And you know what gets me beyond this level of stupidity? Is that there's a journalist on the other side of this conversation that doesn't ask any follow-up questions. Like Kat, you didn't know that iPhones and apps hook up to your home Wi-Fi network? Kat, do you really think that that's something that you guys expose, or is that just common knowledge? What's the significance in an app being connected to your home Wi-Fi network? No, they just sit there on the other side and go, yeah, you guys did such a great job in exposing that.
Watching this congressional hearing where they want to ban TikTok for 150 million Americans, you listen to these politicians, you learn something that's true universally about all politicians. They don't represent the people. They don't represent us. What they want is this community on TikTok gone. It's too much power given to us to communicate to each other. We help each other, we support each other, we laugh together, we cry together, we share knowledge. This platform has given us power. Those politicians want that power back. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. It's very simple. You want to see whether all the power lies, you follow the money. And that's all this hearing's about. They're giving this CEO at TikTok a grilling. In my mind, he's a hero. He's standing up for us. And I'm not going to let any single government official stop us from being together, hanging out together, and finally realizing that there's power in numbers. If we stick together, those governments lose their power. And that's what they're scared of. That's what TikTok represents to them.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. I have never heard someone say so many wrong things, one after the other, consecutively in a row.
Good afternoon, Satan. Is it? I'm the CEO of TikTok. America, that's pronounced Satan. Okay. Do you hate children? No. So you admit you're attracted to and love children? Also, no. Why'd you need to know what candy they like? Is it so you can get them into your van easier? I don't have a van. So where exactly are you trying to lure them then? Nowhere. It says here you're obsessed with Al Gore's rhythm. I don't know what you're talking about. He manipulates Al Gore's rhythm. Is that because he invented the internet? You mean the algorithm? I don't speak Chinese, Mandarin, but that was English. Do you give user information to the Chinese government? There's literally no evidence of that. Then how do you explain my cousin Carl's Facebook post? Because like Meta, we're a private company with private data. Except Meta is American, but run by Russian bots. You know just how much we hate you? Sure you're gonna tell me? So much that Republicans and Democrats agree on something. We have 150 million American users. A lot of them believe banning TikTok is against their First Amendment right. This is America, son. We'll tell you what free speech is.
My kid found out that I'm a corrupt politician on TikTok, and now they don't like me.
I'm sorry?
As you should be.
We have many user data protections, unlike some other platforms like Facebook.
I can tell you.
Yeah, but they pay me so.
And you might
I
be
have
saying,
no
Emily,
idea
well,
what
what about
technology
Instagram?
is,
Yeah,
and
I
I don't
am
have any
keeping that,
proper
but only to
questions. I just
bully
came for the
conscious
coffee.
people. So in case y'all need some inspiration,
Any government?
here is
Yes, any
Rep. Buddy Carter from Georgia, who asked if Mr.
You
Chu
protect
knew
the
how
children?
many
Yes,
children
we
have
do our best to
died
protect
from
children and doing it better
TikTok
than me. I
challenges.
don't like that. It says here that
Starting
you can
off
make a lot of
very
money on
easy, I'm easing
TikTok.
into this. You're not very smart, bud, right? I don't want to rile him up too much.
Do
'cause
you
this man, if heard
censor
him
past
talk,
Chinese
you know he can't handle
transgressions
much
like
more.
Tiananmen
Pause
Square
read this
on
one.
TikTok?
This is Bill Johnson
No,
from my
we
home
don't.
state
You could
of
literally search
Ohio.
that. I don't believe you.
He is
Yeah,
former
once
military
again, I don't have a
and ran
proper question. I'm
defense
just a straight up
contracting
racist, and I don't like
company. As a
Chinese.
former defense contractor myself,
gives me gas?
I feel like this one really hits the mark. They waste taxpayer monies in a different way than Congress does, but still goes without saying. You can see I'm getting spicy.
We'll revisit this.
Because I had to do it for Ohio. This one I also kept simple because Dan Crenshaw's from Texas, and you know they ain't too smart out there. He is a loser. Last but certainly not least is Rep. Hudson, who clearly does not understand how fucking Wi-Fi works.
To be more specific,
Yes.
after
You
Project
say-
Texas, no.
I'm not
Mr.
asking
Cho,
after
can you give
Project
me the
Texas,
talking
I'm
piece,
asking
please?
now. Yes.
My friends, thank you so much. When we are listening to someone, we're listening from the heart and we're speaking from the heart, and there's one voice at a time. That's correct. When we don't like someone's answer, we cannot just say yes. That's a really sad choice. Got it? Who had the talking piece? Mr. Show. So whose turn was it to speak? Mr. Show. We're going to try this again. We're going to do this all the way right, friends. Can we do that for me? Okay, well, we're sure going to try. We'll find out. All right. Mr. Show gets the talking piece, and let's put on our listening ears. Touch your ears if you're listening. Okay, thank you. Spoons and bowl, please. You can have your turn later.
Oh, Congress of University of Clownship. I mean, the USA. First and foremost, the way y'all treated Mr. True, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You made us all look like a bunch of idiots, and you made us look like a bunch of angry Americans. I cannot lie, I was so embarrassed by how that man was treated, and I felt terribly for him. Don't you beeping me! That man was just as kind, professional, and courteous, and patient as I have ever seen before. And every question y'all asked him, the gentleman tried to answer it, and y'all would cut him out. That ain't what I asked. Well, hell, maybe y'all need to ask it in kindergarten terms, because didn't nobody understand what none of y'all was trying to ask. Y'all really had that man in Congress asking him questions about Wi-Fi. Baby, you better call AT&T because he ain't the one. What really irked my nerves is they sat up there talking about they worried about the children of this country. Let me tell you something. The last government official or important person of this country that I feel cared about our youngins was the Queen, one and only, Michelle Obama, when she changed the lunches to be healthy in school. Fast forward years later, and now our children are walking into school with bulletproof backpacks. But you worrying about an app and how long a child stays on an app. That ain't the app's problem, honey. That's the parents' problem. Do parents not understand that 8 o'clock they could be like, okay, it's bedtime, give me your phones? And the hypocrisy of y'all thinking that the book face ain't doing something terrible that this app ain't. I can tell you one thing. I think the book face is listening to me because every flipping time I say something to my husband, like, I wonder who's got cat food on sale this week, I can open up the book face and guess what I see? Cat food ads. The clownery that I seen trying to blame this app for so many other things that other apps do as well. Y'all making me feel like y'all made me feel during COVID when we was all got stuck in our house. We couldn't leave. There was curfews and probations and Lord everything else, which is why half of us came to this app to find companion and friendship and, see what people are doing in their day-to-day lives. How are they getting through this terrible situation? But why ain't y'all worried about more important things in this country? Did you know that fentanyl in this country is a daggum epidemic? That every 8 seconds somebody overdoses? But you worried about TikTok. I'm going to tell you what I'm worried about. I'm worried about what got told to us. And what got told to us was, we're going to lower medication. I ain't seen any of that. Matter of fact, what I have seen was a lady on TikTok the other day that had to choose between spending $1,900 on her son's insulin or $800 on her rent payment, because next month it was going up from $800 to, again, $1,350. But now she can't afford $1,350 in rent. Why ain't y'all making it where these landlords or where these corporations cannot up these rents like this, $600, $700, $500? Y'all got people packing up their stuff and choosing to live in their vehicle because they cannot afford a one-bedroom apartment any longer. You want to talk about the food prices? People can barely afford groceries nowadays. A bag of chicken is $30. I worry about homelessness in this country, children going hungry in this country because they are. All day, every day. And I don't know what in the world's gotten underneath your butt, but for the past couple of years now, y'all can't leave anything alone. Y'all can't leave nothing alone. Why? Leave the LGBTQIA alone. Leave the trans alone. Leave everybody alone. I fell out the recliner the other day when I heard that Tennessee was going to make it a clerk's job and responsibility to allow somebody to get married or not. Since when? Since when should anybody give a clerk an authority to take somebody's human rights away? You should be able to marry whoever the hell you want to marry. But y'all just been opening up all this stuff. You want to change this and change, unless you want to talk about Mississippi. I didn't think so, but you want to worry about an app. You want to worry about an app as if it is hard. They can have my data. I don't even know what data is, for goodness sakes. You ain't gonna find nothing on my social media messaging except for recipes and who's got Crocs on sale for the week. Lord have mercy. I'm just so mad how they treated that man. Mr. Chu, if you ever see this, my apologies. We are not all like that, all right? The amount of disrespect you were given for 4 to 5 hours shocked the hell out of me. And let me leave y'all with this. I think it's about time we get some younger people in Congress, all right? Because let me tell you, the old ones in there right now, you do something with this app like that, you ain't going to nobody's house for Christmas. And if you do, you're going to get a cold chicken leg from one of your grandchildren. You damn sure ain't getting nothing for Christmas ever again. And you definitely ain't getting invited to no more family reunions. And ain't nobody going to vote for your butt. Leave stuff alone that don't need to be messed with, all right? This app wasn't doing anything to y'all, but I think it's got something to do with far more things than any of us can possibly know. I think it's got to do with money, and control. There are actual people that come to my page every day that suffer from agoraphobia, right? And they enjoy my Come With Me videos where I go to the post office, I go to Walmart. They get to see a little glimpse of what it would be like, if they got to do those things, but they're not able to right now. So they enjoyed that from me. I am a mother figure to 11 million people, whether they are the same age, younger than me, older than me, it doesn't matter. There's a little piece of their inner child getting healed because they finally know what it feels like to have a mother that actually cares about them, that checks on them, that looks them in their face and says, I'm proud of you. They're healing themselves.
Good man,
and
Savannah.
you might think it's a dumb social media
good
app,
man.
but it is very powerful in a
He's
good
just
way.
in a
But y'all
bad
keep trying to
situation
poke at
right
all
now,
these little
and
things
he's
that you think
trying to
is
get
bad
out of
that
it.
no other app, that all the other apps are doing. The same daggone thing. Y'all focusing on the wrong thing, honey, and you're going to be messing up 150 million people's lives. There are people that have grew their business on this account. There are people that have found their long-lost family members. Yeah.
Do you know that people are waking up all over the world? They tired of the lies from the TV and politicians. They are tired that they are ruled by several individuals that decide how they should live. People around the world are uniting and build a creative society. Let's change the system and put human life as the main priority. Join us on April 22nd. Check it out.
I posted a video last night talking about the potential TikTok ban, and after watching the Congressional Committee grill the TikTok CEO for about 4 hours today, I'm going to say what I really want to say. Now, like I said last night, I never talk about politics, and the only reason why I'm comfortable talking about this is because I don't think it's a left side of the aisle or right side of the aisle type issue. It's a free speech issue which affects all of us. There very well may be security concerns with this app, but we may never know because they never would let the man answer a question. Common sense tells me that you only ask a question when you're looking to gain knowledge or understanding. It couldn't have been more clear that these Congressional Committee members only wanted a soundbite and TV time. And let me go ahead and say this. Those congressmen and congresswomen, they don't give a fuck about me and you. You know what they care about? Lining their pockets with lobbying money. If they did really care about the American people, you know what they'd be focusing their efforts on? The fentanyl problem in this country, the opioid epidemic in this country, sexual exploitation of children in this country, child trafficking in this country, school violence in this country. But you know why they ain't making that their problem? Because they ain't getting money from lobbyists to make it their problem. I said what I said, believe every word of it, stand behind every word of it. Y'all have a good night.
In the sad event that TikTok is banned and I disappear along with my entire account and all of my amazing followers and friends on here, I want to be able to let you know where you can find me, okay? So first of all, I've already told you guys that I have a Clapper account. I don't love it. I'm not proud of it, but it's still the exact same username, same profile picture and everything. So I should be pretty easy to find over there. And I haven't really posted that much yet, but if TikTok disappears, then that's where I will start posting. Also, I do have an Instagram account. I just ask that if I share this with you, that you don't take advantage of it. Please don't start trying to infiltrate my personal life. I don't share on there like I do on TikTok. Actually, most of the people in my real life don't even know I have a TikTok account. There is a handful of people in my life that know I have TikTok. But every once in a while, I'll post a fun reel or, you know, something like that over there. It's mostly just my knitting, crocheting, cooking, gardening, cats, my dog, you know, stuff like that. Pretty boring. But who knows? Maybe if you all start following me over there, maybe I'll open up a little bit more on Instagram, start posting some reels or something like that. And a lot of people have asked me about starting a YouTube. The problem is I just don't think, I don't know how that would work. I guess I could post shorts and stuff on YouTube. I just don't think YouTube is the same as TikTok. I don't think there's enough people on there that I would get like a big enough audience. I guess I could do question and answering kind of things. But if you're on YouTube, let me know and I'll think about it. I do have my Facebook group, which is Soggy Moms Unite, and there's quite a few of us there. If you want to join, maybe we'll kind of bring it back to life and start doing more in there. It kind of died down. People kind of lost interest. I think it has potential, though, to be a place where we can share a lot more, vent a lot more, confess more of our sogginess to each other. It's basically just a support group for soggy moms, anyways. So here's my Instagram. Here is my Clapper. And if I do ever decide to start a YouTube or if I'm ever doing anything over there, I'll let you guys know on either of those accounts. Probably on Clapper because once again on Instagram,
let's just say I'm a lot more quiet. In the meantime, let's just hope and pray that TikTok doesn't get banned, and let's start thinking about how we're going to replace our Congress with people with brains. People with functioning brains.
If TikTok gets banned, I might delete all my social media. No cap. I don't know what it is, but without TikTok, I feel like my other social media platforms don't really have purpose. The more that I'm on social media, the less I feel like I'm able to be my true self. That was until the pandemic and until I got on TikTok. Being on here, I feel like I can be more like myself. I can be more creative. I don't have to wear as much makeup. I don't have to be as perfect. Like, my videos don't have to be that perfect. I can just make things and upload them. I felt so disconnected on Instagram lately that I've just been posting and getting off. Without a place that I can be creative and really be myself, why would I even post other places? It's almost like stealing the joy that I have from making TikToks makes posting on Instagram unbearable. Not to mention, I actually like watching TikToks. Like, they're actually funny. Like, reels suck. Maybe I could stand staying on Snapchat and YouTube, but nothing will replace the short form fun content and community and just connection that we have here.
I know how we all felt about it, but what did the TikTok CEO think of that literal dumpster fire of a hearing on Capitol Hill yesterday? Well, Shou Chew showed up again on TikTok today for the second time in 1 week. There are two big things he said in the video, and you may not actually pick them up unless you know what to listen for. So I'm going to tell you why he's saying what he is. First, in the video, he thanked the TikTok community for all the support he's received. And then he made 4 commitments to all TikTok users. Protect user data from foreign interference, protect teenagers, blah, blah, blah. We've heard all that before. But number 3 commitment has the first big message. Here, I'll let him tell you.
Third, we will ensure that TikTok remains a platform for free expression and that it cannot be manipulated by any government.
Notice the word any? It's the only word in the entire video that is all caps. He is saying the free expression that we all use on TikTok will not be manipulated by any government. Of course, we know he's talking about China, but he could also be referring to the United States. Whether that's past, present, or future, we just don't know. It's certainly an interesting use of word. It says a lot without saying anything at all. The other important buried message is the last thing he said. Here you go.
I hope you share this information with your friends, your family, and your elected officials on why TikTok is important to you.
4 words, and your elected officials. Shou and TikTok both know this platform is not in a good place when it comes to a very real ban in the United States. And they're banking on you being so pissed about it that you're gonna let your lawmaker know. So if you feel strongly about doing that, I suggest you do it now, before lawmakers vote on any of the pieces of legislation that are currently moving through Congress, and there are a lot of them.
With 100% certainty that TikTok does not use the phone's camera to determine whether the content that elicits a pupil dilation should be amplified by the algorithm. Can you tell me that?
We do not collect body, face, or voice data to identify.
150 million about to lose it all. Cause a bunch of old shits don't get technology. And it all just sounds like blah, 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 blah. Ooh, they're too old, too dumb to realize that TikTok don't want your pupils. What does that mean? Please, someone come get your grandpas. They're causing a scene. This is actually so embarrassing. These are the people that run this place. Are we gonna lose our app because Peepaw thinks China wants to steal his face? And fuck you too, Meta!
Okay, so I couldn't help myself. This government employee, I know nothing of, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know a lot about the officials in the US because I'm in Canada. But this guy is asking the CEO of TikTok if TikTok accesses the Wi-Fi network. And the guy's like, well, only if you connect it to the Wi-Fi network. But does TikTok access the Wi-Fi network? And Like, the CEO of TikTok is like, only if you request it to connect. And it boggles my mind that they had this amount of planning to organize their questions. And granted, these are only little clips, but you've got to wonder, don't you want people asking the questions that have some level of technology experience? Because I remember when Zuckerberg was getting interviewed, and listen, I'm not defending any CEO here. Like, they make boatloads of money. We are the product. We know that when the product is free, we are the product. Okay. So that's number one. But like, they look like idiots. Like, does this guy not know what Wi-Fi is and that Wi-Fi is optional? I just don't really know what the agenda is here. Like, I think it's great to question, social media apps and how your data is shared. Absolutely. Don't get me wrong. I'm not really quite sure the involvement here in regards to maybe Meta being involved. That's a conspiracy theory. I don't know. But I really do think that if you're going to go global with this type of approach, don't put idiots in front of someone who's a CEO of an information technology app of some sort and not understand basic terminology and how things work, because you kind of look stupid. So no, TikTok doesn't need to connect to Wi-Fi. TikTok is selling some of your data, and most of us don't read the agreements. We just join things and off we go. Anyway, I just couldn't help it. I didn't want to play the video because you've heard it probably a bunch of times, but this guy goes on about TikTok connecting to the Wi-Fi.
Afternoon, everyone. I watched that congressional hearing yesterday with the CEO of TikTok. What an embarrassment. Some of those congressmen and women had no fucking idea what they were saying, and they were so rude how they spoke with him. Now, this is a man who speaks very good English and better than most of the congressmen and women, and they didn't give him a chance often to answer the questions. Now, we know that over 150 million Americans actually have TikTok on their phones and their iPads, etc. So it's a hugely successful and popular app, the most popular in the world. Now, the other thing is, of course, this has all been brought about by Silicon Valley and the Meta Group, the bloody disingenuous Meta Group run by that horrible little prick Zuckerberg and his lot, who want to get rid of it because they can't compete. I mean, Facebook have been collecting information for years, Google collecting information for years. And I'm a TikTok fan, as you know. I've been using it now for 18 months. And very successfully. A lot of people rely on TikTok for advice and other things. Of course, there are some things I don't agree with, and I've had 2 accounts banned because I was negative about China and spoke disingenuously, and I've learnt the trick with their AI, and they certainly are pro that, but that's to be expected. I've had so many videos taken down, again, because I overstepped whatever their fucking guidelines were. But however, to remove it and ban it, I will find very, very difficult to follow in the United States. And I think 150 million Americans are going to be too pleased. From the little I can gather from the number of memes that are coming out today on TikTok, all of them, every single one of them was negative about how their own people, their own congressmen and women, interrogated, you might put it, this poor CEO. I thought he did a bloody brilliant job, and well done to him. And I sincerely hope that they think very carefully before they ban it. If they ban that, they've got to ban Twitter, they've got to ban Facebook, and they'll have to ban all those other apps as well, because they do just as much, or in some cases even more, than TikTok do. Anyway, that's my say on that. An interesting scenario at the moment in the UK, 150 plus lawyers, those disingenuous turds, have signed an agreement that they won't prosecute Extinction Rebellion, even though they caused millions of pounds worth of damage with their bloody protests, lying on the road and breaking and smashing petrol pumps all over the country. Those turds, they're not going to prosecute them. Fucking lawyers, eh? Not all of the lawyers, some of them are still going to do it, but some of them aren't. I mean, because about climate change, what a bunch of dicks. God, I can't stand fucking lawyers. I know they're like a necessary evil. It's like you got to have a shit when you don't want to. That's what lawyers are like. Greta Thunberg, the little bitch from Sweden, is going to sue the government over climate change. Jesus Christ, give me a break. I'm fucking tired of it. Tired of her getting all that publicity. She knows no more than the fucking kindergarten kids. It's quite ridiculous. A bit of a problem with the banks at the moment. I don't know if you're aware, but there are problems in the banking system. As usual, the banks have been making huge profits, but of course, actually, they haven't been. They've been paying their executives huge bonuses, but of course, that's normal. Because they're a bunch of turds as well. Look at the Bank of England. Can't keep inflation under control, but still getting their remit to keep it under 2.5%, and it's at 10.5%. With real inflation, as if you go to the shops, is about 18.5%. Bloody bunch of dicks. Anyone else running a business like, as I've gone on before, should be fired. But oh no, they'll get their fucking £5 million bonus. US banks are meant to have assets of around 22 trillion. And liabilities of 20 trillion. So that leaves 2 trillion left over to support the banking system. But some academics have done a study that finds the US banks may have lost at least the government bonds. So technically, right now, they're all bust. This could be another 2008 looming. So that'll fuck up the world a bit once again. But there you go. So I just wanted to pass that on for your own information. The war in Ukraine, well, I don't know what to say really. So much of the fog of war is continuing apace, and the war's been going now for over 13 months. Nothing is really being achieved except loads of people being killed. The cities in Ukraine completely destroyed. Loads of them now. It'll take years to rebuild them, even if we do get a peace deal. The Chinese visit last week on Monday, was it? All publicity all over the world. The Japanese Prime Minister, equally as important, none. It was only me mentioning it that probably a lot of you knew he went. I thought it was a very important thing. The Japanese Prime Minister going there is equally as important to me as the Chinese visit to Putin. But anyway, there you go. And I see Iran and Russia had a game of soccer in Iran. Both, to what rough, fucking disgusting states. Soccer has become a laughing stock, and if those two teams playing together, oh Jesus Christ, how disgusting! That Khomeini regime in Iran, shame on them, shame on the world for letting it happen, and the brutality being perpetrated against their own people in Iran makes me so fucking angry. The same goes for what's happening in parts of Palestine, which is awful. Syria, absolutely bloody diabolical. Africa, well, Somalia and which is the capital is Mogadishu. I've been there, right on the Indian coast. It could be absolutely beautiful. Totally fucked up by those so-called warlords. Yeah, they kill, they murder, they rape, they torture, they traffic, and they fucking get away with it. Loads of disingenuous, lying, conniving bastards in Africa. And I see a couple were transporting organs from Nigeria, getting children to come here and selling their organs. Well, I know Nigeria very well indeed, having worked for one of the most vindictive lying turds out there for a number of years. And boy, could I tell some stories about him, but I'd be taken to court. So I'm not going to. But boy, just trust me. Talk about a bunch of conniving, lying pricks. It's disgusting. Anyway, that's it. I'm not going to go on any more about that because enough is enough. I think the TikTok thing yesterday was appalling and a travesty. And I think the way the Congress handled it was pretty bad. There was one of the congressmen, a rather plump, not an attractive woman. She was so fucking rude the way she was. She wouldn't let him answer questions. And she didn't have a clue about the technology involved in technology. I mean, half of them didn't even know what Wi-Fi was. Anyway, I'm not going to go on about that anymore. My heart went out to the CEO of TikTok. There you go. Never thought I'd say that, but well done. I thought he was amazing.
If you are an aspiring comedy writer, watch yesterday's congressional hearings on TikTok because it is a masterclass on how to write the incompetent boss character, which is a character I've written many times. It's made me a lot of money, so pay attention. Now, in this case, the incompetent boss was played by all the congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle. I'm not playing favorites here. demonstrating how amazingly incompetent they were. They were trying to talk about technology as if they were on an equal level as the CEO of TikTok, who clearly knows a lot more than they did. But they were backing it up. This is how the incompetent boss works. They back up their attitude, their bravado, with righteous indignation, which is always funny, and then they back it up with unfounded confidence that comes out of nowhere, right? They know what they're talking about. These are people who would struggle to explain how a doorbell works. You mean I just pull on this button and someone will open the door for me? No, idiot. You push on the button, and the only reason they're opening the door is to get you to go away. So you're telling me TikTok knows when children are using the app? How is that possible? Well, they have to enter their age when they use the app, when they sign up. How do you get them to enter their age? Is that mind control? No, there's a prompt, you dum-dum. According to the Chinese Constitution, oh, wait a minute, you can read Chinese? Oh, no, I can't read Chinese, but I did order lunch today from Szechuan Dragon. Tell me, does the Mushu chicken come with a side of egg rolls? I'm not your waiter. I'm the CEO of TikTok. Oh, beg your pardon. Would you mind getting our waiter, please? Now, there's something you need to know about writing the incompetent boss, because I see this a lot from new writers. They make this mistake. If you make the boss too incompetent, it's not plausible how they could get this job and how they could keep this job. So you really have to give them like a superpower. They have to be good at something. And in the case of these congressional leaders, they do have a superpower. They are exceptionally good at, and I mean this, they are exceptionally good at, maybe the best in the world at, winning elections. That's what they know how to do really, really well. They don't know how to really don't know how to legislate. That's not their area of expertise. They don't know foreign policy, domestic policy, technology. That's not, they pretend they're experts at it, but that's not how they got this job. They got this job because they are experts at winning elections. And how do you win an election? Well, you got to trick rich people into giving your money, and that in and of itself is funny. And then you also have to pander to your electorate, to your base. You have to tell them, even though they are ostensibly leaders, they're not leaders. They're followers. You tell me what you want. Tell me what you want me to say. Tell me what you want me to do. As long as I get to keep my job and continue on this insider trading that makes me very rich. I said too much. It's also important to give your incompetent boss a court jester character, to call them out on their stupidity. Shakespeare knew this. That's why there's so many fools in Shakespearean plays, because the fool can call out King Lear and say, you're an idiot, but because he couches it in a joke, he's allowed to get away with it. So you want to give that character basically a court jester. That's why Michael Scott, the incompetent boss, has Jim, because Jim can make a joke and call him out, but he gets away with it because he's Jim and he's funny, right? You need to do that as well. And to be honest, the role of comedy writer and comedian serves the same function. We call out our leaders of today. We call out their BS. Now, we don't offer solutions. That's someone else's problem. But at least we get to call them out. And that's fun. And it's important for society. If you would like to learn how to become a comedy writer, I have a free webinar coming up. The link is in my profile. I'm going to talk about this and much, much more. I'll see you there.
Something good from this TikTok ban congressional nonsense is that people are starting to realize the people in charge are absolute idiots. And the fact that there's 150 million people in America that are on this app, that's how many people in total voted in the last general election. This is getting people riled up. This is getting people saying, okay, these people are not actually for they don't actually represent my personal needs, my personal interests at all. They're just concerned about their own crap. If everybody actually becomes a more interested voter, they research the people that they are voting for and everything, do you know how much we can change? 150 million people. I don't know how many of those people are voting age, but I'm sure a large chunk. We could cause massive change and a massive movement. And that's what they're scared of. Bring it on!
You know what's funny? TikTok doesn't pay me. And even the largest creators on this app make only a fraction of their income from TikTok itself. Myself and most other people who found success on this app have done so by using it as a tool and finding other opportunities to grow their own personal brand or business. And you know what else? Every single creator I know thinks that TikTok's payout system is unfair and advocates for TikTok to better distribute the profit that they make amongst the creators who make them that money. Now, to me, that paints a pretty cryptic picture of the economic status of most people in the United States. That creators on an app that have been very outspoken about how difficult it is to monetize this platform, about how difficult it is to make this platform a career, are still advocating for this platform because it is better than any other opportunity we have in this country for economic growth and stability. It's not that the American people think that TikTok and ByteDance are beyond reproach and untouchable and perfect paradigms of morality in the corporate world. It's that we have seen our lawmakers prove to us time and time again that they have no fucking regard for our safety, for our privacy, for our well-being. We have people in this country who die because they can't afford insulin, a drug that is needed by millions and was publicly funded. That life-saving drug should belong to us, but it doesn't because of corporate greed and the lawmakers who abide it. I don't know if I'll ever be able to pay off my student loans. I don't know if I'll ever be able to afford a house. They are actively working to make abortion a criminal offense in this country right now. We have the highest population of incarcerated people in the entire world, and it is legal for us to force them to participate in slave labor in this country if they're in prison. We are on the brink of another catastrophic economic disaster in this country, and people are already struggling to survive. If any of this discussion was actually about protecting the privacy of US internet users, I think we'd be having a completely different conversation, but it's not. It's about banning an app for national security from a foreign power. When we know for a fact, because Cambridge Analytica just happened, that US companies are doing the exact same thing and selling the information everywhere. Our government doesn't care to work on legislation that protects children from poverty, climate change, guns. There are several communities in this country that don't even have clean drinking water. It's kind of a tough pill to swallow for most Americans to be told by our government that they're doing this to protect us when they historically have done fuck all to protect us from the shit that's actually hurting us. Meanwhile, millions of us have used this app to crawl out of poverty, and they're all of a sudden oh so concerned about the safety of Americans. It wasn't the literal dead elementary schoolers that happened multiple times that got the Republicans and Democrats to stop their bipartisan bickering. It wasn't climate change. It wasn't preventing kids from going to bed hungry. It was fucking TikTok. So forgive me and everybody else if we don't buy their bullshit that this is for our own good.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network? If I have a TikTok app on my phone and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network, does TikTok access that network?
Mr. Chu, we need to know.
Don't need to know lah, G-bite, boom there, slap your mother lah, eh.
You need to leave.
TikTok access my Wi-Fi.
Congressman, apps use the
Oh,
internet.
no. Can you help me access my Wi-Fi? I don't know my password. Mr. Chu, was Bing chillin' Chinese propaganda?
No, I don't believe so. I can get back to you. China. I'm from Singapore.
Oh, and why is my TikTok page full of men twerking?
It's a For You page.
Do you hate children, yes or no?
Why would I hate...
Yes or no?
No. Thank you.
Because you idiots in Congress are confused, this is Beijing. Singapore is 2,400 miles away by plane. That's the same as going from your circus in D.C. to Caracas, that's in Venezuela, aka not the U.S. Or NYC, that place you get all your dirty money from. To Iceland also, not the U.S. Or Miami to Lima, I'm going to guess you don't even know where that is.
That I yield back.
抖音的存在会影响我们这种民主国家不是民主国家，我讲错了，会影响全世界这种资本国家控制媒体的难度。
教练，可以放马上把这个变掉。
看完听证会，我觉得大家讨论第二高的一件事情。第二高的一件事情不是TikTok要不要变掉，是 CEO 真帅。美国早就想做这件事情，在川普时期，美国早就想做这件事情了。你强盗跟他讲道理没有用，美国要的就是控制言论自由。所以所有民主国家，他们都是用民主的皮在实施垄断的事情。对不对？所以为什么要进 TikTok？TikTok 会破坏游戏规则啊，会破坏这个世界媒体的游戏规则啊。你有教练的影片，我在 YouTube 是拿不到任何流量，会被推流的，你发不出声就好了。这个就是美国他们一直以来都在做的事情。抖音的存在会影响我们这种民主国家不是民主国家，我讲错了，会影响全世界这种资本国家 控制媒体的难度。下面的东西或者是各种贪污、图利厂商、官商勾结的事实，万一压不住，那就很麻烦了。有一件事情聊历史，我们可以思考看看。那破坏这个世界媒体的游戏规则 ，TikTok 是哪一个国家做出来的？
大陆啊，
中国。这个是不是中国？会不会是中国创造出这么强大的自媒体系统，就是要开穿你们这一些打着自由、民主、人权大旗，打着这一些口号的人，戳破你们的真面目。Nice， 对不对？陈友教练不了解什么讲一讲。
So this is not the normal kind of TikTok that I would make, but I just want to say thank you to all my American followers. I have 292,000 followers here on TikTok, and 64% of them is from America. And now with all the TikTok ban shit that's going on in your country, I'm so sad I'm gonna lose you. Not for me losing 64% of my followers. I don't really care about that. I'm more worried about your Congress. Really worried. Like, some of your Congress member doesn't even know how Wi-Fi works. Come on. So I'm worried for you guys. I'm afraid of Putin. I'm afraid of Kim Jong-un. I'm afraid of a bunch of stuff in the world, but I'm actually also afraid of your Congress people because they're so stupid. Anyway, I just want to say thank you to you guys. I just want to spread some love to you guys. During this 3-4 years I had TikTok, you've been amazing. You've been supportive, you've been funny, you spread love in my comments. You've been the best followers ever, I have to say that. I have TikTok fellow friends who can complain about they have negativity in their feed and comments and so on. I have none of that. I blocked 6 or 7 people in 4 years. I have the best followers ever, and it's thanks to you guys. And I pray for you. I don't pray, but it's an American saying, I guess. I pray for you guys in America that your Congress will come to sense in any way and keep the TikTok app in America. But if I lose you guys, I just want to say thank you to you. You've been amazing. I love you.
From the bottom of my heart, I really would love to thank the U.S. Congress members who talked to Mr. Choo Choo about his TikTok yesterday. I want to thank you because you have given me the confidence to ask any question my heart desires, knowing that I'll never, ever, ever sound as stupid as you guys did yesterday. And that's something I didn't have before. So thank you. In all seriousness, the absolute buffoonery that I witnessed was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen in my entire life. The fact that I really want to focus on right here is that these Congress people had time to prepare for this. You know, maybe thinking, hey, I'm 400 years old. Maybe with my money given to me by Meta to do this, I should hire someone to help me think of intelligent questions to ask Mr. Chu during this hearing that will be broadcasted to the entire planet, which will affect our reputation as a country. Perhaps that's a good idea, but no. You decided to ask about the Wi-Fi. You decided to ask why it's important that we know where eyeballs are so we can put sunglasses on them. And I know you were trying to allude to the pupil movement thing, but the funny thing is, that was something that Meta was accused of. Oh, it's not looking good. I'm so sorry to the American people. I recognize that these buffoons don't represent all of you. But this is, man.
I just want to put it out there, and I don't know if anybody else feels the same, but I should imagine a lot of people on here feel the same. But that could be because we are biased, because we're all on here, right? cycled there on my bike, and I was in a rush and I was running a little bit late. So
he was
when
not
I got
given
there,
the chance
I just
to
grabbed my
talk.
bag
They
out of my bike
interrupted
basket
him
with my
at
laptop
every
in,
moment,
ran
every
up to my
time.
meeting, and then
All of
halfway
this stuff
through,
is
I realised
complicated, right?
I didn't have
And
my
all
phone.
of them are a lot older,
I had
yeah.
left it
And
in
they
my
don't
bike basket.
understand. They
Now,
just
I can
think
guarantee you,
it's
if this had happened in
simple.
London,
Can you do
not
this?
only
Yes
would
or
my
no?
phone
Can you
have
do
been
that?
gone by
Yes
the
or
time I
no?
got back, but
And
my
he's like
bike would
trying
probably have been
to
nicked as
educate
well.
them, trying to
But
explain
not
it to them,
in
and
Singapore.
every time they interrupted him,
got
they were
back,
so
and my phone
rude
was
to
there,
him.
my bike
He
was
isn't
there,
a criminal.
no problem.
He isn't
Love
on
it.
trial. He isn't at risk of going to prison. Do you know what I mean? So for them to be so rude to him and so disrespectful, like they could have given him any point, they could have given him the chance to just talk. Surely that's what that was about. It was about them understanding as well as him understanding. It should have been a normal, I mean, I get it, it should have been in court, but there was no need for them to be so rude to him. He wasn't on trial himself. Do you know what I mean? I just find it outstanding that just because they're in court, that they think that they can talk to him like that. Like they were so... Does anybody else agree? Because I think it was shocking, the whole thing. And if I was him, at the end of this, I would be putting a complaint in. Because there is a difference between you going to court and standing in front of a judge being criminal, do you know what I mean? And there is a difference to go in and try and do what he was doing. Do you get what I'm trying to say? If they listened and worked together with him and understood what he was trying to say and give him a chance, do you know what I mean? Ugh.
Mr. President, over 77% of all overdose deaths for teens are caused by fentanyl. Oh my God. Let's go ban TikTok. Right up. What?
If I connect to TikTok with my Wi-Fi, am I connected to Wi-Fi?
What the fuck do you think, you old piece of shit?
China, you can have my data. I don't care. China, what I need is healthcare. Can you please trick the US government into giving me and everyone else healthcare as a right? China, please send help. You can put me in one of those ads that's like, save a US...
I mean, let's face it, our teens are smarter than we are by half.
So I learned two things by watching the hearings yesterday. Number one, Congress is dumb as fuck. And number two, their stupidity brought 150 million Americans closer together. Say what you will about TikTok and maybe there's security concerns or not, but the fact that there are so many discussions on this app and people argue about problems back and forth, finding solutions, making friends, creating content that helps each other educate and learn from one another. I mean, that's a million times more than what Congress does, and they're the people that are supposed to be in power. So keep doing you, TikTok, because I love it.
When am I going to get paid for the data that you are selling, or you're getting revenue from advertisers? When am I going to get paid for the data you're getting from my children, my grandchildren, my neighbors? I think that's the only way to get your attention, is talk about them.
Is he saying that he's mad that he doesn't get a cut of the data or some sort of kickback from TikTok? Maybe implying that he gets it from other tech companies that sell our data?
I don't know about you guys, but Mr. Chu, the CEO of TikTok, is my new hero. I don't know if you guys watched him testify before Congress yesterday, but if you did, you would know that the way Congress treated him was unacceptable and embarrassing. It was so bipartisan, like red and blue were both on attack mode. They bullied Mr. Chu for 4 hours They wouldn't let him answer anything. They wouldn't let him speak. Anytime he did try to speak, they would talk over him. And they were asking the stupidest questions. It was so embarrassing. Like, these are the people that represent us? Seriously? The way Congress behaved yesterday was not right, but Mr. Chu handled it perfectly. He kept calm, he kept his cool, he was very respectful and kind, and that is a superpower. Like, if I was him, I would have lost it probably an hour or two. I probably would have snapped and started crying and went off. But he hung in there, and he was just so professional and so kind, unlike our Congress. And you know what? Maybe it's because he knows that, you know, when you're dealing with bullies, there's nothing you can say or do. They will not stop threatening and bullying you until they get their way or until they feel like they have the upper hand. So maybe he just bowed out and just kept quiet because he knew there was nothing he could say or do to change their mind, because all of them went in already with their minds made up that they wanted TikTok banned. Like, isn't it crazy that, like, the only thing that brought two parties together was TikTok, the ban of TikTok? Crazy. Like, out of all the issues in the US right now, it was the ban of TikTok that brought these two parties together and united them. And it's not because they care about our security data. It's not because they care about the safety of the children. It's about money and the fact that they aren't getting any. Like, if they really care about the safety of our data, they will also get rid of all online apps, Meta, Twitter, Instagram, because they do the same thing that TikTok does. And if they really care about the safety of our children, they will do something about all the human trafficking and child trafficking that happens here in the US, because a lot happens. It is so scary how much happens, and not enough is being done about it. And then they had the nerve to say that TikTok promotes gun violence. Like, think about that for a sec. It's like, okay, are we not living in a country that allows people to buy guns and go in and unalive children in a school, unalive people in a church, and nothing gets done about it? Like, I know there are gun laws, but the gun laws that are in place right now aren't working for us, so things need to be changed. I'm just saying that we clearly have a lot of other issues to deal with in this country that need attention, that need to be fixed. TikTok is really the least of our worries right now. But Congress is all up in an uproar about it because, 1, they don't own it, and 2, they don't get to have all the money from it. And 3, because Mark Zuckerberg threw a little hissy fit. Didn't he lose? There, see? Didn't Mark Zuckerberg throw a little fit? He threw a fit because nobody likes his app anymore. But you know what? If I was Mark Zuckerberg, I wouldn't be threatened by TikTok. I would see it as a challenge. I think he looked at it the wrong way. Like, he's like, oh, I gotta shut them down. When instead, he should have just been like, oh, they made this app. Let me see what they're doing and make it better and come up with a better app. So instead of wasting his time trying to turn people against TikTok and publicly, like, slander them and try to shut them down, he should have used that energy to build a better app. He's smart enough. But he went the bully route, and unfortunately, I feel like most bullies win in the beginning, but in the end, they don't. So they may win this. They may shut TikTok down. But I really don't think a lot of people are going to go back to Facebook. I'm not going back to Facebook. I never post on Facebook. I think the last time I posted there was probably like 5-6 years ago. And I didn't like it. And the same with Instagram. I don't like it over there either. I came here because I didn't like Instagram, because I don't think I've posted on Instagram in like well, I posted something 2 weeks ago and kind of got in trouble for it. If you know, you know. But I'm not going back to Instagram because everything over there is just so staged and fake, and everything has to be perfect. Perfect shots, perfect look, perfect hair. That's not me. I don't like that vibe. It's like a bug. Is there a bug in the house? Anyway, I have respect for the people over on Instagram that make life just look so perfect and beautiful all the time. Like, that is a hard job, and it is like a commitment, and I admire that, but that is not me. That is why I like it here, because I feel like here on TikTok, I've been allowed to authentically show up as me. I can show up in my robe with eye bags and just talk about my day or share stories and life experiences and connect with other people. Like, they don't care how I look or how I dress. I can just be whatever I am that day, messy, clean, whatever. And a lot of people run their businesses on here. Like their livelihood, the way they pay their bills is through TikTok and doing the ads and stuff. And if it goes down, what are they gonna do? Like they're gonna be in a tough spot. And I don't think that's fair. I'm not one of those people. But I care about others, and I don't think that their businesses should be ruined because Congress is throwing a little hissy fit. This app looks like it's gonna be banned. And it's really scary because it's not just about the app. It's mainly it's about our freedom of speech being taken away. Because they can't control what we say over here. So yeah, we're over here sharing our political views, healthcare views. It's not just dancing and recipes anymore. Like we're talking about things that the government doesn't want us talking about, things that they can't control, and they don't like that, so they're probably going to shut it down. I hope not, but if they do, there goes our freedom of speech, and that is concerning. Regardless of what happens, I do hope that we can keep speaking up, whether it's, on other platforms or just in daily life, because I think it's important for us to use our voices, especially now, during this time. But anyway, that's my rant for today. I've been heated since yesterday, so I just needed to get it out, and TikTok allows me to do that.
At the front page of the Wall Street Journal this morning. Lawmakers slam? Slam? Is that what they did? I need to go for a walk. Feeling better already. Hold on. Say hi. Say hi. Oh, okay. Hi. The headline of that article should have been U.S. committee embarrasses themselves in front of the TikTok CEO. In a horrible display of xenophobia. Honestly, wasting his time and our time with questions like, "Sir, does your app connect to the Wi-Fi?" Sir, do you know how technology works? Yes. The fucking phone connects to the Wi-Fi. Not the... Oh my God. It's just comical at this point. It's like... Let me tell you some things that we probably could have been debating, talking about, instead of wasting almost 6 hours. How about the fact that we're in another recession, and then nobody can afford homes of our own? Interest rates keep going up. Inflation is through the roof. Nobody seems to give a shit about gun control. I mean, hello? What happened yesterday? Another school shooting in Denver. The same people who say that they want to make sure that the Americans are given the God-given right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are the same people who overturn Roe v. Wade, try to tell women what to do with their own bodies, continuously don't care about mass school shootings, and literally can't get anything done because they argue like a bunch of middle school teenagers. You know what Facebook is doing, though? They were selling ad space to the Russians during our election. That's a problem. But yes, let's worry. Let's worry about TikTok and banning TikTok. Also, can we just mention, I love how they're like, we need to protect the children. Facebook has literally allowed live streams of people going and murdering people. Live. Instagram has ruined our youth's mental health. Ruined. Instagram gives people body dysmorphia, makes people feel bad about themselves. At least on TikTok, it tells you when there's a filter on. It says, hey, there's a filter on this. Seriously, though, these people are insanely out of touch, and they're representing us. Like this, by the way. Again, just like I said yesterday, TikTok is not doing anything that the other social media platforms and our Amazon Alexas and our Google Homes and everything else is already doing. What they don't like is that I can come on here and openly bitch about how we need young people in politics and how that was the perfect display of why. Anyways, I hope everybody has a fantastic Friday. Keep your heads up. TikTok is the only app that you don't have to have 100 million followers to make a change, for your voice to be heard. This app is for the people. So, what do you have to say, Codes? Same, bro. By the way, this is my official announcement that I'm running for office, and this guy's gonna be my vice president. So, vote for us.
You hear? They're going to ban TikTok in America. What's that? TikTok? Why? Apparently it accesses your Wi-Fi and dial your pupil. Okay. Is that bad? Oh, da. Because China owns TikTok, they can access your Wi-Fi and know all your trending dance moves. Sacrifice. That's how dangerous. Da. The old people in the Senate, they say that it is controlling Americans and making children unsafe. Eh? I thought you said it was because of China. Potato, tomato. Okay, d'abord. Well, are they banning the gun also? What? Of course not. TikTok way more dangerous than gun. Okay. You make good point, just by the way that you said that. The TikTok, China can track little Maggie's location, see exactly what kind of food she rate 8 out of 10, and also know exactly when she used the glamour filter. Who is little Maggie? And TikTok is the only social media application that is threat to national security of America. Didn't Facebook sell user data to that Cambriolé Analytica group, which then manipulation the election over there? Da, but China. But didn't Facebook also give user data to Chinese company who also have close relation to Chinese government? Da, but TikTok manipulate your taste in music. Have you heard the top 10 song on the radio lately? Where do you think they come from? TikTok. Tabarnak.
In Russia last year, 400 people were arrested for things that they said on social media. 400 people in Russia. Obviously, this country is very different. How many people do you think were arrested in Britain for things they said on social media last year?
Go on.
Take a guess.
I have no idea.
3,300.
Really? Arrested for what they'd said on social media?
Yeah.
Really? What sort of things get you arrested?
Well, one example I give in my show is there was a young woman from Liverpool called Chelsea Russell. And people can look this up. Her friend was killed in a car crash, a 19-year-old woman. And she posted the lyrics of his favorite song on her Instagram. The lyrics. And there was a rap song, so the lyrics contained several instances of the N-word. Okay? She was arrested, prosecuted, found guilty, given 500 hours of community service and a fine, tagged, and for a year she was under 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. curfew.
My goodness.
In Britain.
In Britain.
In 2018.
Hey kids, I don't like to get too political here, but watching the TikTok hearings yesterday was infuriating. A bunch of old people who don't know how to use their iPhones are being paid off by Mark Zuckerberg's lobbyist trying to destroy this platform that they don't even understand. Meta paid millions to a consulting firm to pump disinformation, and a bunch of dumbasses bought into it. Kids, I got 3 requests. Number 1, vote these old fuckers out of office. Number 2, eat the rich. And number 3, get off my lawn. Hallelujah.
But the Chinese government has that data. How can you promise that will move into the United States of America and be protected here?
Congresswoman, I have seen no evidence that the Chinese government has access to that data. They have never asked us. We have not provided.
Well, you know what? I find that actually preposterous.
I have looked in. I have seen no evidence of this happening. And in order to assure everybody here and all our users, our commitment is to move the data into the United States to be stored on American soil by an American company, overseen by American personnel. So the risk will be similar to any government going to an American company asking for data.
Well, I'm one that doesn't believe that there is really a private sector in China. And when you look at their national law and what specifically these 2 articles, Article 7 and Article 10, are very clear. So I think that there is a real problem relative to our national security about the protection of the user data. I don't believe that TikTok has, that you have said or done anything to convince us that information, the personal information of 150 million Americans, that the Chinese government is not going to give that up. So can you tell me?
I am so embarrassed to call myself an American today. So embarrassed. The disrespect in that Congress room, the arrogance, the lack of knowledge, the racism, all of it was absolutely disgusting. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I might be losing my job this week. I don't know how I'm calm because my job is on the line. Like a lot of people on TikTok, I make most of my money on TikTok. The fact that it can just get snatched up and taken away is so frustrating. And I'm not the only one. There's other content creators out there. There's small businesses. I also have a small business that runs mostly on TikTok. There are so many people that can be hurt by this ban. The fact that these imbeciles are deciding whether or not I can continue to make a living is absolutely insane to me.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
It doesn't even feel real, and I really hope this doesn't happen. These Congress people don't know anything about the internet. They don't know about Wi-Fi. They don't know about filters.
When you use the filters to have, say, sunglasses on your face, we need to know where your eyes are. And
Why do you need to know what the eyes are if you're not seeing if they're dilated?
It is ridiculous. And the fact that they are the ones that are deciding if I can continue to make a living is insane. This isn't about China anymore. This is about freedom of speech. The US is scared because they know that we can talk about whatever we want on TikTok and it can blow up. And that is scary to them. We cannot let this happen. So many people will be affected and hurt. TikTok is my home. I've been on TikTok for 3 years. I have a community on here. I make all of my living on here, and it is so scary. This is just not fair. This is not fair. This is not fair. This is not fair to so many Americans. So many Americans, so many small businesses on here who rely on TikTok to make a living. And the communities that I found on TikTok have forever changed me and turned me into a better person. Back when I started TikTok, I was so self-conscious of myself. I thought I was fat. I hated myself. And now I can't love myself anymore. And that is because of TikTok. Check out the link in my bio to sign a petition. We can't let this happen. And check me out on all my other socials just in case this does go away.
With all the negativity, accusations, and embarrassing behavior by congressmen, to be honest, I thought now would be a good time to talk about all of the positive things that have been brought to the medical community by TikTok. I'm in an Uber, by the way. Don't worry, I'm not driving. TikTok gave everyday medical providers a voice when we had never had one before. It gave us the opportunity to show the public that we're on their side, and that unfortunately we are puppets in this ruthlessly capitalistic healthcare system. TikTok gave doctors, nurses, virologists, epidemiologists the chance to show exactly what was actually happening in the hospitals during COVID. And there was no filter of any large organizations, and that was important to the public. TikTok gave the medical community a chance to laugh together during one of the very most difficult times in healthcare history. Gave doctors and young residents and medical students the chance to expose the toxic culture that we're just human too, and we deserve the right, we earn the right to seek mental health treatment and to not be judged or have our credentials put at risk. The amount of good that has been done for the medical community through this app, I can't overstate. So if you're a part of the medical community or any community on TikTok, I want you to join together and fight this ban. Go to change.org and sign every petition you can to keep this method of communication alive and to keep our community growing, thriving, and healing.
Because TikTok is a democratization of broadcasting. That's why I say nothing that's ever been discussed from the press secretary has been nearly as important as a ban on TikTok. Because nothing that comes from that podium is ever the truth. The government does not give us the truth. They don't answer our questions. The president turns around and walks away as reporters are asking him questions. The reporter's brave enough to ask a hard question of the president. See, they've had control over the media for so long. Ever since it was a printed page on a type press, they have controlled what Americans were allowed to broadcast to one another. If you wanted to tell someone your ideas, it didn't go as far as the coffee shop. That was it. And then when social media platforms came on, they made sure that they had control of those too. And if you ever tried to say something out of line or gain any type of popularity, you were shut down unless you were a pay-to-play member, right? Unless you're a business and an influencer and you were selling product, your message did not get put out. Well, that's different on TikTok. On TikTok, the average person can go viral. And I've discovered this myself. I'm just some guy living in a van who has some ideas and can say a couple things. And I found the ability to reach millions of eyeballs. And that's a huge problem. This is a bigger deal than just Zuckerberg wants to pay for the ban and, it's business and it's dollars and cents. No, this is nation state level. This is the war that's going on right now. It's that our fascist government and fascist corporations who control the people through these political members whose pockets they have lined are now losing that control. Because any one of us can become popular enough to get elected to office through this platform. Any one of us could have our ideas listened to by other people without being rich. Donald Trump, all the politicians on the left and right, every single one of them want to ban this app. And the reason they do is because it's not fair. They had to get a bunch of money together. They had to do a bunch of nefarious things and scratch a bunch of backs and have a bunch of strange bedfellows to get to where they are. And they're beholden to their special interests. And they cannot have people, real, everyday citizens of this country, coming together and sharing their thoughts and ideas and getting to know one another on a really intimate, personal basis. Before, that was just celebrities that could do that. That was just personalities who were elected by the establishment and who were groomed and coached to be musicians and stars and actors and whatnot. Now just anybody who's just lived a normal life can get on here and reach millions of other people. This democratization of broadcasting is revolutionary. And it just so happens that a Chinese company created it. They didn't know where this was going. This could have been anybody could have started this. What if it was a Japanese company? What if it was a South African company? Who knows what kind of company or where this could have come from? It doesn't matter. It's dangerous, and that's why it's being stopped. There's money. Oh, they're trying to do the money. Oh, Zuckerberg. This is way bigger than Zuckerberg. This is bigger than everybody. The ability for the average person to broadcast and go viral will be stopped. And we have to figure out a way to continue to do this. Because we can all joke about, oh, we're going to create a new app, or we're all going to go to Clapper, or we're going to go to... Let me see someone go viral on some of these other platforms. Let me see the algorithm work the way TikTok's algorithm has worked. Because if it does, let's go. If we can't do that, we're lost. TikTok, not the company, but the actual algorithm, the actual platform that we are using, is the biggest thing that has ever happened in media, period. And for any press secretary or politician to act like it's some kind of silly little, oh, it's a security, oh, they might know where people are or something, I don't know, just some random arbitrary mumbling about security is nonsense. Every single one of them know that their ass is grass if the American people can broadcast to one another.
You know why our For You feeds are filled with this type of content right now? And why this man has gained 100,000 followers overnight? Could it be because Mr. Chu was so patient and so professional while he was just being disrespected and cut off constantly during the hearing yesterday? While I was watching, I couldn't help but think of how people from other countries, usually Europe, talk about Americans in such an unflattering way. You know, they talk about how Americans visiting their country are usually super obnoxious, aggressive, loud. And I couldn't help but think how Mr. Chu was probably thinking, gosh, these people are so uninformed and almost embarrassing themselves. And yet he was so patient and kept his cool while he tried to answer these questions that really did require complex answers. They were not yes or no questions. And mostly it was because the Congress members do not use TikTok. They know nothing about it. They're completely inexperienced with it. And I don't understand why people who know nothing about it get to decide the fate of this company. See, I'm getting worked up just rehashing it, but Mr. Chu, he kept his composure while he lived through it. And maybe the Congress members need to take some pointers on how you win over a group of people.
Today we have all witnessed history as our congressmen, both Republican and Democratic, have come together unanimously to basically
so the US then
gang up
starts
and
to say they're going to
bully the
interfere with
CEO
your
of TikTok.
privacy.
They were
Remember
never going to
that
let him answer any questions. It was never part of the agenda.
5G.
The agenda was always
Must
to
get
build
them
their
out
own
of the
narrative,
UK.
to make it easier to justify
British
banning
intelligence
TikTok.
is very
He never
worried
stood a
about this.
chance.
Meanwhile, US
This was never
intelligence
gonna
is
be fair.
snooping
The
through.
internet
We
never
know from
forgets.
NSA
This
and
whole 4 or 5
Edward
hours of
Snowden that
questioning
they're
is gonna
snooping
live
on
in
all our
history,
phones.
and whatever
We know that
happens,
they
this
even
just goes to
snooped
show
on
that they're not
Chancellor
in it
Angela
for us.
Merkel.
They're in it for themselves.
It wasn't a
and
Chinese,
that bag.
but yet we believe it. Why? Because we are racists. We believe it's okay to have some US snooping. That's acceptable. We can tolerate 20% US snooping. But even 1% of Chinese snooping, that's horrible. Because how dare the Chinese, they're authoritarian. All these racist tropes of the yellow peril, You know, face it, guys, there's a lot of yellow peralism that's involved in this Chinese discourse. We just don't want to admit that the Chinese are actually people on the planet Earth who have a political project. We don't want to admit that. We're scared of the Chinese. What is this fear based on? It's not rational to me. The Chinese come to Europe and say, we're going to invest in things. Don't let them invest. Don't let them, but it's okay if the US comes in and invests, builds, what do they build? They build airfields from where they had extraordinary rendition, that great democratic program that the US had, where they democratically went and they democratically took people off the streets of Italy, democratically put them on a CIA plane, democratically brought them to Shannon, democratically refueled the plane, democratically took them to Guantanamo, and democratically ruined their lives. That's somehow acceptable. But if the Chinese come and say, I want to open a shop, oh, well, that's colonialism.
We all know by now that our Congress is a fucking joke, but something that kept infuriating me was the fact that he is from Singapore and they kept China this, China that, Communist Chinese Party, the Chinese government, Communist China government. Like, the two countries are not the same. China and Singapore are not the same place. They're in the same continent, but they're not the same fucking country. Get fucking bent. But y'all, as dumb as these motherfuckers are, they are still like masters at fucking manipulation with their word. Watch this.
To the American people watching today, hear this. TikTok is a weapon by the Chinese Communist Party to spy on you, manipulate what you see, and exploit for future generations.
And they did this a million times. A bunch of them did. And it's just like the words in easily manipulated Americans' brains, conservatives, they are going to react to that. It's like Communist Party coming for American children. Like, it's fear mongering. That's what the fuck it is. And they're so dumb, but they're so good at that shit. Like, what the fuck?
I grew up in Europe thinking that America was the greatest countries of all. And as a kid, I believed that I was missing out because I was not living in America. My childhood was heavily impacted by Disney, by Hollywood movies. And now I'm 33 and, oh boy, was I wrong. America has amazing people and America has beautiful sceneries. But America is also the country where, as a woman, the right to decide over your own body gets taken away from you. America is the country where, when you're born with the wrong skin color and you happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, your life gets taken away from you. America is also the country where kids have to fear going to school. And now you would think that politicians would make these issues their main priority in order to protect the people. But they don't. What they will do, though, is fight an entire app trying to get it banned because it's an app that is not coming from their great country. Now, I have never witnessed this app actually do anything bad to the people. On the contrary, I have learned more on this app in the past 3 years than I have ever learned in school. And I know that I'm not the only one. Now, I spent the past 24 hours watching what has been going down and witnessing these old white men and women in the Congress making an absolute fool out of themselves, trying to take this app away. And I have been on this app since 2020. And I think that I can speak for most of us that this app, along with its amazing community, has single-handedly saved us from going completely insane during COVID. I witnessed small business grow and flourish thanks to this app. I witnessed musicians' career go through the roof thanks to this app. I witnessed friendships and love being formed thanks to this app. Do I believe that they do this because of the people? Absolutely not. Do I believe that they do it because it's a question of control and power? Yeah. And yet again, these people will lie straight to your face in order to forward their own agenda because it's never about the people.
So this is some crazy stuff going on with TikTok. They're looking to ban freedom of speech. I don't know, though. Is TikTok a spy software? Because if it is, I don't agree with it either. But if it isn't, where else can we come where the government isn't regulating freedom of speech? I know I'm getting banned for this, but Instagram, Facebook, all the other social media platforms, you can't just say whatever you want. but at least on TikTok you can. If they're not a spy software, I like to be able to speak the way I want to speak, talking about real issues without having my words twisted or turned around like the medias like to do. Look at this clip I'm about to show you and make your own decision on what's really happening with this TikTok.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest
responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories.
And that is a clear example of the propaganda machine used to manipulate your minds. You see how they use the news to their benefit, to make you believe and control your thoughts, believe whatever they want you to believe? Don't let it happen. The only thing in life you can control are your own thoughts. Comment below and tell me your opinion.
You know, I thought that I was a professional woman until today. I didn't watch the entire ABC Live regarding the TikTok ban. I didn't see the entire live because I'm just not able to watch the entire live. But the bits and pieces that I did get a glimpse of, it didn't look good. The bullying was out of control. They were not letting the CEO speak. They were talking over him. The tone was nasty. The ultimate disrespect was like this there. And all I keep having visions of if that was me, I would have got hauled out of that courtroom. If it was me, listen, look, that whole session would have ended abruptly. Like, I would have been like, what's going on up in here in this bitch? Like, what? We're not doing this today until you can show some respect.
Long before TikTok's banned. Well, let me tell you what's going on with the TikTok. I have a very opinionated explanation for what is going on with TikTok.
Okay.
TikTok was eating Silicon Valley's lunch. They were taking all the ad money from Instagram, from Twitter, from Google. I'd say Google and Instagram and Facebook, just killing it, knocking it out of the park. So look at who is saying, oh, it's China and they're tracking everything and it's Communist Party. Dude, Facebook tracks you, Google tracks you, everyone tracks you all over the place. But all of a sudden TikTok is a problem? No. It's because they're eating their lunch, and instead of competing, because they've tried, no one can seem to create the TikTok algorithm and the thing that they have going there. It's what people want, the quick hits, the sing-alongs, etc. So they decided to lobby politicians and come up with this scam.
A bunch of old white guys in Washington, D.C. are pissed off because a bunch of 18-year-olds know how to make millions of dollars with their iPhone on TikTok. Yes, I'm talking about the TikTok controversy. The CEO of TikTok testified in Washington, D.C. the other day. About 150 million Americans use TikTok. And average American, or the average person on TikTok in America, spends 90 minutes a day on there. Now, let's think about this. This kind of there's two problems here. For one, we've all seen the government's relationship, the symbiotic relationship with a lot of social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter. I'm completely against that, for the record. You let the chips fall where they may. People want to speak, there are consequences for actions, but I don't think we should be limited in what we say. Somebody says something disrespectful to another one and they get their jaw broke. Action and reaction. I mean, that's life. So I don't think we should limit it. Whether I like what you say or agree with what you say or not, I don't think you should be limited in what you say. I can just choose not to like it and go on with my life. Doesn't mean I'm going to dislike you as a person. So the government can't limit things like they have with misinformation, other things. So TikTok's wide open. I'm a 51-year-old white Southern redneck with a mohawk telling American history stories I love about black people and other minorities, our real history. Where else can that happen? Where else can I get all the love back like I have from you guys? Except TikTok. TikTok's kind of changed my life. I mean, they're not going to take any more data off my phone than Facebook or Instagram or anything else is. I mean, what are they going to do? Sell my list of 30 videos I watched? Hell, I'll email them to you if you really want to see it that bad. I don't bank on my phone. So I don't understand all the hullabaloo. And then I realized I'm white, you're whatever race you may be, and we can connect. We can connect, have respectful conversation, dialogue, affection for each other. We can care about each other and be kind to each other. That's not good. Division is great when you're trying to control something. You keep the people distracted. So they can't touch us here yet. I have a YouTube channel, GDub, G-DUB, GDub. So I'm starting to put information, all my stuff on there too, just in case. But the crux of this video is that 90 minutes a day of use here in America. Well, think about it. That's 90 minutes. People's eyes are not glued to the networks and the cable news networks and all the vast 500 channels of TV we get now. That's a lot of lost ad revenue, a ton of ad revenue. And so, of course, they're going to want to fight this because that's stealing, in their eyes, their viewership. You think that doesn't make a difference? When Trump was in office and during the election, the rates for advertising were sky high because so many people were glued to TV because of the controversy. It doesn't matter whether you like him or not. People stay glued to their TV for it. And when he lost the election to Biden, yes, I said he lost the election to President Biden. We lost that, and he wasn't in the spotlight anymore. The controversy wasn't nearly as great. Ad revenues plummeted. Viewership plummeted. A lot of CNN anchors lost their job. Right? I mean, we see this all over. It doesn't matter which political leanings. The networks are all the same. They're all in it chasing the same dollar. So it doesn't really matter. They just pick one side of the fence or the other because controversy sells. You have to be on one side of it. But there's 90 minutes a day that 150 million people aren't watching. Now you start to think about the political pressure the media can apply to the government, because remember, the government had applied to the media during the elections and COVID and everything else. So it's just a big game chasing dollars. That's all this is. It's never been about our privacy. Just like speeding tickets aren't about safety. If they were, they would enforce people driving slow in the left lane, seatbelt tickets, brake checking. They don't. They just enforce speeding because they can make money on it. It's just a hidden tax. I mean, same thing here. So anyway, to all my fellow TikTokers, I love you guys. You are what makes this amazing, and I hope this platform keeps going. Have a great day.
Would you like to do this? Yes or no? Say yes.
Moving on. What color is the algorithm?
Say yes. Well, thank you very much for preparing for this. I know it's great work. I know it was very nerve-wracking.
抖音
有人
抖音
I don't know who needs to hear this today, but that congressional hearing went exactly as it was supposed to. What, you don't believe me? Let me ask you a question. Who testified yesterday during that hearing? Your answer. You seem to think that it was the CEO of TikTok, Shou Chu. Guess what I think? I think Congress testified yesterday. That's what I think, because here's the thing. Think about it. Nearly half of every single congressional member's 5-minute time period was filled by them pontificating about their own thoughts, feelings, opinions about this app, right? So this wasn't a hearing. This wasn't a situation where they were looking to gain answers from Chu. No. They were lecturing. This was a lecture to the American people about why they should fear TikTok. Now, all of us know that there's nothing to fear other than the congressional members themselves and the people that they're being paid off by. But for those people who are not on TikTok and don't know the value of it and don't see what's happening, that's the true assignment coming out of yesterday, guys. It's our responsibility to make sure that we shine the light on this ridiculous abuse of power and this corruption that's happening, because yesterday's hearing, it was not about getting down to the truth. It was not about that. It was about making sure that the agenda of the upper 1% in this country was being pushed to as many people as humanly possible. And what more is, and what better platform offers that than a congressional hearing, right? Highly televised, highly attended, highly viewed. Yeah, it was a lecture. And so it didn't matter that there was a bunch of hypocrisy. It didn't matter that there was a bunch of arrogance and ignorance and that the Congress members looked ridiculous. What mattered is they had a platform to spew misinformation and to fearmonger, and they understood the assignment. So here's my question to you. Do you understand your assignment? Do you understand what's to be done now? Because this shit needs to change now.
你知道吗？我们的熊猫竟然是英国人的精神支柱。快100年前，第一只熊猫来到伦敦，当时万人空巷来看这只动物。那时候人哪里见过我们熊猫啊？包括伊丽莎白女王，她也成了熊猫忠实粉丝，把它请到家里来玩。你看下面这张照片，跟熊猫玩多欢快。当时她给它取了个名字叫明，没错，就是明朝那个明。但是呢，当时英国刚好经历2战，伦敦被德国人炸的成了半个废墟，所有人都瑟瑟发抖的时候，就是那只熊猫既从容又淡定。英国当时就觉得牛逼了，我们那么怕的时候，他这么淡定，他是我们精神偶像啊！那个英国导演还把他当成主角，拍了仿战纪念片。战争胜利之前有一天，明在暴风雨那夜拜拜了，英国人呢非常难过。《泰晤士报》，英国最权威的报纸，给他登了副稿。泰晤士上发副稿，那都是大人物，当人都没有这个待遇。副稿怎么说呢？他说，如果明知道我们战争胜利了，他在天之灵，他也会欢快的。后来呢，到了50年代的时候，第2只熊猫来了。其实吧，那也是苏联人搞的一个乌龙。你知道，在50年代的时候，我们国家送了2只熊猫给莫斯科，2只熊猫本来是1只公1只母，但是2个互不对付。他以为2只都是公的，硬生生的把1只给退回去了。当时有个奥地利商人发现这个商机来了，这可是稀世珍宝，你猜怎么样？他去非洲搞了3头长颈鹿啊，2头犀牛，斑马、河马，非洲7件套，换了1只国宝，然后把这只熊猫呢12000英镑卖给了伦敦动物园。开馆第1天，几万人来看它。伦敦动物园是世界上最古老的动物园，开馆至今没有1只动物像这只熊猫这么受人欢迎。你知道这熊猫待遇有多好？在英国西南角最热最舒服的一个地方种的竹子，每天得新鲜送过来给它吃啊。这只熊猫呢，名字叫琪琪。我身后这只，那就是琪琪本琪。你知道吧？在那个伦敦动物园里面养到8岁的时候，大家觉得琪琪没有伴儿不行啊，得找个对象，对吧？当时大家想来想去，想起了前苏联那只公的，然后呢就千方百计把这只公的把它运过来，跟琪琪一起玩。哪知道琪琪跟他不对付，每次那只公的要干嘛的时候，就把它按在地上，打得鼻青脸肿的，然后就把它送回去莫斯科了。琪琪就后来就未婚未育，也没有留个子儿啥，整整养了15年。但别忘了是人工饲养15年，对熊猫来讲非常非常长寿。拜拜了以后呢，大家对这琪琪非常非常思念，他做成表白性的这个自然历史博物馆，还有很多这么多科学家来给他写。哇塞，维持在这儿，那是个非常大的工程啊！你看美国人对熊猫怎样，对吧？你看英国人，我都不说了，大家都看得见了。在这件事上，我觉得英国人比美国人靠谱。听到这里，给我个小红心再走。
更多精彩等你哟！抖音。
So TikTok's probably not going to get banned in Germany. Yesterday, Germany's federal interior minister came out and said she doesn't see a need for a general ban on TikTok. This is despite the fact that earlier in the month they banned TikTok from official government phones in Germany. But also shout out to Germany's health ministry who has over 140,000 followers on TikTok. I've been sourced to write a case study on this TikTok ban and I am writing it in real time and it is not disappointing. I've been watching the congressional hearing videos all morning and it would just be funny if it wasn't so sad. But yeah, TikTok ban probably not gonna happen in Germany, knock on wood. But it doesn't really matter for me because all of my followers are in the US. Time for me to have a potential offer for a consulting position here in Munich. I feel like I am part of the reason why they want to ban TikTok. Follow me on YouTube, Instagram, and until the US decides that that's too much free speech too.
No.
So I just called Congress. They answered after the first ring. Give them my zip code. They connected me to the one claiming to represent my area. Rang and rang. Finally, the secretary answered. I asked to speak to her. I said, "Good day, Jennifer. I am a business owner, and I live in so-and-so, and I have 1.3 million followers on TikTok. So just so you know, TikTok goes anywhere. I am voting against you in the primaries. I am voting for your opponent in the primaries. And I am going to make sure that everyone that follows me, that lives in the same area, is voting against you too. Their friends are voting against you too. The friends of their friends are voting against you too. The friends of their friends of their friends of their friends are voting against you too. 150 million Americans are not that small of a David in this David and Goliath battle. Call them.
The TikTok party. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Well, Mr. China came to Washington today, and it was quite a spectacle.
He is from Singapore, you racist, soulless, empty-headed vessel.
Here's my 2 cents about TikTok possibly getting shut down in the United States. Hear me out. Everyone knows that their phone is listening to them. Everybody, right? If you haven't figured it out, I don't know, you must be living under a rock. But I'm at the point now with my phone where I just think something and an ad for the thing I thought about pops up. TikTok has 150 million users in the United States. Admittedly, there is 125 million Apple users in the United States with iPhones. Let's talk about that. Do you know where an iPhone is made? It's made in China. That's where it's made. All the components, all the chippy chips, everything in China, okay? But I'm not worried about China. I'm not worried about China at all. Because do you know who could take over the world if they chose to, if they were going to be an evil organization? Forget about the WEF, forget about the governments. Apple has 12 years of every single thing I've looked at online, every single password, every single bank account number, every little thing. iPhone and Apple, they have it all. So it'll be the same with Samsung. It'll be the exact same. They hold your entire life's worth of data. You think that's safe? Do you? Do you think that you aren't a commodity to these companies? You are. You're absolutely a commodity to these companies. And they're not giving you information. They're showing you what they want you to see. But TikTok, the CEO stands up and he says, you know what? You've told us that you're concerned about security in the States, so we hired an American company with American people running it and American employees handling and holding all American data on American soil. Oh, and by the way, we have a 5-person board of directors in which 3 of the board of directors are American. That sounds pretty transparent. So what's the difference between Apple and TikTok? Is it that one of them, one of those two, is in bed with the US government? So therefore, we're never going to see Apple at a congressional hearing about how safe your data is. Because they own the government.
Mr. President, over 77% of all overdose deaths for teens are caused by fentanyl. Oh my God. Let's go ban TikTok. Right up. What?
The 10-page testimony of Shou Chu, the CEO of TikTok, is available right meow. I just read it. It is fantastic. I'm going to show you where you can find it. Here it is. It's 10 pages. I learned so much about him and TikTok. I put it right here and you can read it for yourself. This is going to be awesome.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Only if the user turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the...
So if I have
access to their cameras, microphones, photos, videos, and contacts.
How else would an app that requires you to film with your camera, speak with your microphone, and save those videos to your camera roll do that unless it had that permission? This shit is way out of control, as a propaganda against TikTok with zero evidence of any misconduct by the company, let alone the Chinese. It's fucking hilarious.
Mr. Shu, if I drop my phone in the bath when I'm scrolling TikTok, why does it get wet?
Mr. Shu, if I put my phone on airplane mode, does that mean I can control all the planes in the sky?
Mr. Shu, is TikTok stealing the data of my cats?
Do I have to turn my phone on to use TikTok? How do I delete my grandma off of Facebook without her knowing?
Did you steal the name TikTok from the tiny little pots of mints?
Mr. Shu, if I stick my fingers in plug sockets, why do I get electrocuted?
You're not Chinese? You're from Singapore?
That's the same thing.
Do you know the number of a good Chinese restaurant?
Mr. Shu, do you or do you not feel bonita?
What do you think about America?
Today, I honestly might go as far as to say I'd rather live in China. It has so much crime and poverty. The education system is so bad. Most young Americans can't even name a country outside the US. It's sad, but I feel like due to the political climate, like the argumentation back and forth between the two parties, most people consider the US to be like somewhat of a joke at this point. The big idea of the American dream is something that most working class Americans can't support. The political parties are constantly at war with each other. It seems like the media is really censored and controlled by corporations and by money, which is ironic considering that American values are based on freedom of press and freedom of speech. Economically, it still is a powerhouse, and I love American, but it just seems like it's going down the drain.